flooding and millions of power outages across Georgia, the Carolinas, and Tennessee. Tropical Storm Kirk is formed in the Atlantic Ocean. The National Hurricane Center says it's expected to become a large, powerful hurricane by tomorrow or Wednesday. The storm's about 700 miles west of the Cabo Verde Islands. Prince fans will soon be able to stay in the music icon's home. Prince's childhood home in Minneapolis was restored by Lisa and Wendy of the Revolution Band. It'll be available on Airbnb from October 26th to December 14th. Fans can reserve a one-night stay with up to 4 guests for $7 per person in reference to Prince's favorite number. The lower level of the home has been outfitted with purple velvet wallpaper and an 80s stereo full of songs that inspired Prince. 80s-inspired clothing, wigs, accessories, and makeup, including lipstick, will be available. Heather Brooker, KFI News. Back crash in, in Orange. We'll check out that with the KFI in the Sky next.
All right, selling your house. I have sold 3 houses. You may have sold a house or 2. And so let's say you decided to sell your house now. You're moving, you're getting out of Dodge, downsizing, transfer, whatever. And so traditionally, and you may be considering this, is calling a real estate broker and listing the house and paying the commission, of course. And then you have to make the house spotless, clean, and paint, repair, because prospective buyers are going to come through, which, of course, you can't be there when they do. And then there's offers, counter-offers, contingencies, long escrow periods. Well, with directbuyers.com, none of that happens. I mean, your job is simply to have them come out, buy the house, which takes literally minutes, and you get paid in cash within 10 days, and your job is simply to cash the check. Not bad. You get a fair price. It happens almost instantly. They'll even arrange a $15,000 cash advance before closing to help with your move, and they'll never, ever lowball you. DirectBuyers.com. Call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL, DirectBuyers.com.
Southline weather from KFI. Becoming sunny, highs in the mid-70s at the beaches. Upper 70s to mid-80s for the metro areas. Low to mid-90s for the valleys and Antelope Valley. 90s to up to 102 for the Inland Empire. It's going to be sunny again tomorrow. Highs in the upper 70s at the beaches. 80s for the metro areas. A heat advisory with highs in the 90s to low 100s for the valleys, IE and Antelope Valley. Wednesday, Thursday, highs in the 80s and 90s for the coast and metro areas. 90s to low 100s for the valleys, IE and high desert. It's 60 in Diamond Bar, 59 Newport Beach, 59 in Garden Grove, 62 in Palmdale. The KFI Market Report is brought to you by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is trading down 55 points. The NASDAQ is down 16, and the S&P 500 is flat.
Revive Real Estate just released a new tool that lets you see what your home would be worth after renovations. It's free to use. Just go to KFIRevive.com. That's KFIRevive.com.
Will's buzzing around a crash in Orange on the 22.
Yeah, it's really messing up the drive if you're headed eastbound on the 22, right there at Tustin Avenue. They're having a hard time clearing this crash, and the eastbound side of the 22 is a parking lot for the most part, getting out of Garden Grove. Starting at about Magnolia, that's where it gets very slow for you. We have a closure, again, of the Gerald Desmond Bridge, which is actually called now, it's the International Gateway Bridge. The reason it's closed is not related to the battery thing the other week, but no, this is a police investigation that is going underway, an unrelated incident. So just know that the eastbound lanes, so going from San Pedro towards Long Beach, those are the lanes that are closed this morning. We'll let you know when they reopen. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, Will Colesriver, KFI in the Sky.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like the Beatles Now and Then, celebrating all things Beatles. Legendary clips, deep cuts, live performances, and all their solo hits. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search the Beatles Now and Then and listen now. Our radio, free never sounded so good.
Hey there, it's Michael Lewis, author of Going The Big Short, Moneyball, and Liar's Poker. On the latest season of my podcast, Against the Rules, I'm exploring what it means to be a sports fan in America, and what the rise of sports betting is doing to our teams, our states, and ourselves. I'm heading to Las Vegas and New Jersey, beyond, to understand America's newest form of legalized gambling. Listen to Against the Rules on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app, Against the Rules, and start listening.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. You are listening to The Bill Handel Show.
There it is.
Nice.
There it is.
YUK Day.
So
Shout
you-
out.
There it is. Like it'll tell you the additives in there,
Contains additives to avoid.
and it'll tell you all the chemicals and what the chemicals do to you.
Ah, that's genius.
Yeah, it's
What a great hat. No one had. Well, we just didn't have to. That's what people need. I think if RFK gets in office, he will expose a lot of this stuff, just like he did when he was an environmental attorney. You know, people think of him as just a vaccine kook. Listen, you got to look at that guy's. The history of that guy's work has all been about protecting people from corporations that are poisoning.
Yeah.
That's literally what that guy did his whole career. And if he can do that with health, particularly with things that we can avoid. Look, one of the things they demonstrated is that Lucky Charms get sold in the United States. They don't sell the same way in Canada. In Canada, the dyes that we used to make it all pretty and exciting for kids, they don't allow that because it's fucking toxic.
Yeah.
So we allow it, which means someone's corrupt.
Yeah.
Someone's corrupt.
Probably the whole system,
The
maybe.
probably the whole system is heavily influenced. At the very least, forget about bribery. Let's not even say that. Heavily influenced by relationships that these people have with CEOs in these corporations and the boards of executives, and this weird little revolving door between the FDA and the CDC and all these different organizations, and then they leave, and then they get this amazing job working for some huge corporation that they were helping regulate just a few years ago. It's the most transparent thing. It should be. If insider trading is illegal, how's that legal?
Good point. I mean, do you FDA approval even mean anything to you?
Not to me. It doesn't to me. But it took a long time before I got to that. It took a long time before I really understood, like, why do we think it's saturated fat is bad? Oh, it's why, but the sugar companies. Okay, why do people tell you that vitamin supplementation doesn't really help and you just need a balance? Oh, because doctors don't know jack shit about nutrition. And then you're going to a guy who literally knows less than you because he went to medical school for how to fix knees or whatever the fuck he specialized in. And you're taking this guy's advice, and he doesn't know anything about nutrition. He's not read any peer-reviewed data. That guy's just trying to keep up. He's got fucking bills piling in. He's bringing people and shuffling through the office, and he's worried about this. You get the insurance in case you fuck up malpractice insurance, and you have to pay your medical school bills. And those guys are barely, they're floating. They're trying to just run people through their office as fast as they can.
Does it bother you if there's some type of a new? But does it bother you if it's not FDA approved at all? If it's new, like nobody's looked into it.
Well, I would. No one's looking, especially drug.
Yeah.
It's like, give it some time. Give it some time. I mean, how many times have they pulled drugs before people? Like, what is the percentage of drugs that the FDA approves and then pulls? I believe it's 25%.
I have no idea.
I think it's 25%. See if that's true. So this is the ones that they approve, and then eventually they find out, oh, this is terrible for you, and they pull it.
Yeah.
I think it's 25%, which, you know, what does it say? 1/3. According to 2016 study, which is probably worse now, about 1/3 of drugs approved by the FDA within a 10-year period with alert warnings or recalls in the years following their approval. That's fucking bananas. Give it some time, kids.
Yeah.
Also, have you seen the Steven Crowder that he did with that COVID czar in New York?
No.
Have you seen it? Jamie, go to his page and find the most recent one. Because the most recent one is fascinating. Because the most recent one, this guy openly talking about how monkeypox is not really a threat, but they're trying to present it as a threat so they can sell this medication. And they're talking about pushing this back. This guy's openly talking about monkeypox is really just gay guys get it. I'll let it. Yeah, this is on Instagram. Go to it. I'll show you. it is.
including paid off debts and those that are less
Yeah,
than
that's. Is it? No. That's the one where he's talking about we shut the city down. There's a recent one. No, I know. Maybe it's somewhere else. Let me scroll down a little bit. See if you can find the one. You see that one right there that's kind of yellow. It's yellow. But which one? There's got to be one where
you set up a card with your
because that was one.
Medical provider.
That's not. That's all about down.
For the purpose.
God damn, I gotta find it. Okay, just find it. You can get to us because I know I might have next. I'm probably still saying next now.
Yeah.
Like girl, she like look at that. I did she. No, that's Crowder confronting at least. That guy's black. The monkey one. Damn, I know I saved it. If you want, I can find it. I saved it on my phone because I was like, this is just so bonkers that these people are having conversations in public and openly admitting that they're trying to push people into taking drugs that doesn't work. Really? Interesting. God damn it. This is going to be a problem. I'm not going to find it. If you see if you can find it, you got to keep it because I watched it this morning.
Probably the best HMO in the country.
Did you go to the marketplace?
It's going to be one of these links.
Oh, wait a minute. That was right there. Right about J. Martin. Okay. This is it.
The same thing as last one.
Oh, so it's because post doesn't show it. It's okay. We can read what it says because it's kind of interesting. We don't have to give stuff. But Stephen Crowder is trying to do this James O'Keefe type deal. And I don't know how they do that. Pretty wistfully.
Yeah.
You know, generally I think you get like a gay guy who likes to talk. It's a handsome dude who can sit down with him and get a little tipsy. That seems to be Rabbit. You guys like to spill the beans. You previously served senior health advisor, then Mayor Bill de Blasio. Tasked with running big response. Okay, so we was talking about the appeals process when we were discussing SIGA technology, technovirament, or TPOX drug. This is the drug for monkeypox. So that's why speaking it in the media is helpful. We want the FDA to approve our drugs specifically for monkeypox, and right now it's only considered experimental, and they want to prove it. He said the U.S. TPOX is not approved by the FDA for treatment of mpox, but used to treat patients as part of a clinical trial known as the study of technovirament for human mpox virus, according to Stated Technologies. The company's website added that the STOP trial is being conducted to evaluate the efficacy of TPOX for the treatment of mpox. Barna then drafted the video film on August 15th that that employer is stuck with our drug, but the people aren't going to be as confident in it because the data doesn't look as strong as it should. And so then later he starts talking about the stock analysis. So he says sometimes you do a study, fucking nothing works at all. People really stick from it. He said it in the covert reporting. The problem is, do another study, it'll take a year or two to do it because you have to get ethics approval, you got to get the money, you got to get patients to come in. In the videos, they included about how he knows the reporters well and referenced a September interview with New York Times on mpox, which touted that mpox as a drug used to treat mpox infection. He also described the World Health Organization's emergency authorization process for explaining how he wants the media to report on mpox. So he was talking. One of the things in the video, he's talking about stock prices. So they're talking about making it look like these drugs do what they do, getting people to prescribe them. Okay, hold on. Okay. So basically, we're trying to get the media to say is, oh, the drug didn't work because it's designed the wrong way. So we're doing another study, and it'll probably work. In the meantime, we'll just describe it as an emergency. That's what we want the story to be, which is wild. And he said the risk of mpox spreading in the U.S. is very low, and it's almost certainly going to stay among gay men. Yeah, so it's supposedly only like I don't in America, like I think 4 people died from it. Which is you gotta go on.
That's it. You quit right before you talked about the 10-person snack bar.
Oh yeah, that was when he got busted for having parties during the COVID lockdowns while he was encouraging the lockdown.
Wow.
So we tried to get him off for us saying that he was doing violence and partying, and I hope somebody doesn't see me doing this because I can get in real trouble. Because, obviously I reinforce.
Wow. I mean, it's surprising not.
Boy, everybody's over the last few years. At least people that are trying to pay attention to how nutty people are actually run the show.
Yeah, it's a lot of people are. I mean, it's crazy. Like everything you do is just flipped upside down.
It's like a bunch of actors running it. That's what it's like. Because that's what they're really like. The politicians in America are like not quite good looking enough to get into movies and television shows. They can't host Entertainment Tonight, but they can read off the teleprompter, and they can do a good. Look, Kamala Harris had one good read off the teleprompter, and she shot up in the place. That's the power of just a performance when you want to believe something. You want to believe.
I mean, I don't believe anything anymore.
Well, I was watching these guys were breaking down. They can track cell phones. They can figure out whose cell phone was there. They can get metadata. And they were talking about these Kamala Harris rallies, about how organized it is. People are coming in on buses, and many of them have been to multiple rallies. And that this local one, 80% of the people came from somewhere else, and they were all bused in.
How do they know that? How do they know that?
Well, I'll send this to Jamie. This one I actually have. But I think they know it because of the data. You can track data on a phone now.
Oh, they're doing the geofencing stuff.
I don't know exactly how they do it, but they're doing something in which they can tell when your phone has been in an area. Okay, I found this guy's. I found his the other video. Yeah, here, I'll show it to you, Jamie. This is even grosser hearing it come out of this guy's mouth.
This is an hour-and-a-half video on the YouTube channel that you're taking stuff.
Yeah, but I'm sending you the clip on Instagram, whatever. I don't know if Instagram was happening, but
they wouldn't do that. No, I was letter with crowd.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
God, I hate looking at things on my phone in the middle of the
fucking show, but sometimes you have to. So these guys, what they were essentially showing is that people, it's just very organized. The people are being busted, and is that okay? Is it ethical? I mean, maybe just make it more convenient for them to go to the Kamala Harris rally.
Yeah.
But if you are organizing crowds, say if you do a game show, if you host a game show, those people are all paid. Most of them, sometimes you let fans do it for a very popular show. I have personally been on a lot of shows where the audience is paid. So it's basically like if you're filming a sitcom, and nobody knows what a sitcom is. There's a company that you can hire, and you pay the audience to come in, and the people cheer. They have an applause sign. Everybody cheers. They laugh when it's time to laugh. There's a guy in the audience doing this to them that the people at home don't see. So it's all theater, right? So they could do that same strategy for a political rally easily. If you're talking about all the you're going to be in control of when you are the president of the United States, which is a spectacular, not just that, but then all the money you're going to make in appearances and forever, right? You do Goldman Sachs talks, $500,000 for no reason. There's so much money that you pay audiences to come and cheer. That's cheap.
Yeah,
that's cheap.
I don't know. Do you think that's immoral?
Well, I think we have very loose rules on what you're allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do. There was a lot of outrage because people were saying that ABC somehow or another had gotten the subject matter to Kamala, and that they had agreed to Kamala that they were not going to ask her about her DA record when she was in California, and that they were not going to talk about some other person she was involved with that might be in trouble. And they weren't going to fact check. And then they said they were only going to fact check Trump.
Yeah.
Which is what led to her saying quite a few things that weren't true. No one said anything about it, particularly about troops being deployed overseas.
Yeah.
Did you see that video?
Oh, yeah.
It's like, what the fuck?
I mean, we got a really good friend of mine that's deployed in overseas right now. And yeah, he's sniping bad guys over in
yeah, how did he be if he heard that?
I mean, they're pissed. They're pissed.
They should be pissed. So this is from an Instagram account. I don't know what podcast came from, but let's just play it.
Rally, 2003 mobile devices at Kamala Harris' rally in Charlotte, North Carolina on Thursday afternoon. It appears over 3,600 came from Georgia, mainly Atlanta, Georgia, and approximately 720 from Savannah, Georgia. So that's a North Carolina rally, with almost 80% of the attendees being from Georgia. After you do the math, that's 600 or so from North Carolina. That's all who's what, get something million votes again? Something, right. And then people come from, it's kind of weird. Trump events, you don't really have that to show up on the rally. There's lines of buses at every event. And a lot of the people are also the same people that attend multiple rallies. Any of the same ones from previous event, because these guys tracking the cell phone. And says 90% have been to 3+ rallies. 54% were even at Arizona and Nevada.
Now, it could be that she is so popular that Swifties just follow her around. Or it could be like we have the Grateful Dead class in the 1970s. Maybe that's what's going on. Maybe she's just so amazing all of a sudden. Maybe she just got a groove. You know, something happened and she just kicked into gear and now she's your best self.
Yeah.
So she's going to be the president. Yay, let's go to the route.
I'm sure that's what's going on.
Could be that. It could.
I mean,
it could be that.
I don't think it's really immoral. I mean, it's just a rally.
Well,
everybody wants their rally to be full. I mean, you know, it's a facade.
Yeah, if you could do it for a game show, you could do it for a political event. I don't think it's immoral. I think if they did give her the question, and they really did, and this is someone signed an affidavit. See what's going on with that. See what's the latest with that thing. So someone signed an affidavit that was an ABC employee that claims these things. And it was very clear he was biased. It was very clear that they were fact-checking him and not fact-checking her. But it was, unfortunately, he doesn't do himself any favors because he kind of goes off the rails sometimes. They're eating dogs, they're eating cats, which, by the way, they may very well be doing that. That's the thing they do in movies sometimes. Sometimes they sacrifice the animals. They have local rituals, religious rituals that they do.
I mean, this has been going on for a long time. Sometimes a kung pao chicken is a chicken.
Right.
You know? So,
that's the real thing. Try to pretend that it's racist to say that. No. Humans sometimes we do.
According to this, it says that this started with a claim that there was an affidavit. I don't know that it's ever been actually presented to anyone.
Interesting. Didn't it get discussed on Twitter and people were posting about the veracity of it? I think he was Colin Rugg on Twitter.
Is people who have green cards.
Yeah. I think it's probably he said it made it to Congress. Bill Ackman. That's right. Bill Ackman tweeted it. Didn't know if the claim was accurate anyway, which is what's fun. It's fun to do on the internet. Vance addressed these supposed whistleblowers' allegations. Reporters saying it should be a national scandal if true. Trump again mentioned the whistleblower September 13th at a rally in Las Vegas, claiming that Harris had received the debate questions in advance. Fortunately, we had a leaking for a whistleblower. I don't care which. I love that person. It's a Trump statement. Representative Dan Dan Muser in Pennsylvania said in Fox News interview that he would try to bring in ABC News and the whistleblower before Congress to testify about the idea.
The person who did it was killed in a car crash, and that seems to be false.
Yeah, that was amplified by Mark Retailers who also doesn't do himself any favors. I think they do stuff like that. This is my take on it. When we saw all these people tweeting that the guy died in a car crash, I was like, that might be true. That one might be true. Yeah. I think they do stuff like that. They'll throw out a fake story and get people to share it, like, without listening to it at all. It would be complete horseshit, and it makes the whole thing complete horseshit now. Now it looks like it makes the affidavit, it's at least connected to horseshit. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's a good tactic.
Yeah. Tactic.
They get a lot of good.
They're very organized, which is really interesting. And that's one of the things about Trump is that he's so dominant, and so swing from the hip that no one can kind of rally, and it seems like she's really open to being coached. Like some of these speeches are very different than any speeches she's ever given before. And you see the difference between that and like see the open interview. No, it's off the rails. Yeah, off the rails. Wow. Tim Dillon's like, she's saying gypsy curses.
Oh man,
it's like when you get her off the rails, and she is. It's kind of fucked up, right? Because that's not the job. The job is not being able to sound cool in an interview with Oprah. That's not the job. But that's the most important part about getting a job.
I just want to hear how they're going to accomplish all this stuff.
Well, they're going to do it once they get in. That's already.
That's seems to be the typical response, right?
Well, one thing that you can see like really clearly is there is a ferocious effort to stop Donald Trump from becoming president again that I've never seen before. I've seen tight races. I've seen people very divided. I've seen it for years. It's always been like a division between the Republicans and the Democrats, but not like this. Not like this. The guy almost gets killed twice, and they don't even talk about it.
It's scary, man.
It's nuts. Almost gets killed twice, and the second one they just runs it off. I don't even think the guy got a shot.
Yeah.
Like the guy was set up at a golf course for 12 hours with a bulletproof vest on, an AK-47, and was specifically there to kill Trump. You don't think that's crazy?
I think it's crazy they didn't cover it. I mean, they're barely going to cover it.
Barely. Now, and then the brother of the guy, or the son, gets arrested for child pornography. Which is,
people do BlackRock commercial stuff. It all is that real?
One shooter was in the BlackRock commercial. That was the kid that tried to kill Trump.
Yeah.
They said that this guy was in the BlackRock commercial, but I heard it was
bullshit.
But that could be one.
That's bad, right?
You throw one out like that, and people retweet it, and those people look stupid because you retweet something dumb, and then it just weakens the public's faith in what you have to say about things, and also makes the story look stupid. Like that story about that whistleblower will forever be connected to people retweeting the fact that he died in a car accident. No, he didn't die in a car accident.
Yeah.
So it's always going to be shrouded in bullshit.
Yeah.
Kind of changed.
It is, man. It's a great way to discredit.
Yeah, it's a great way to get somebody elected. When you're seeing the manipulation in full bloom, just marching down the street in front of everybody, and no one's freaking out about it. That's what's really weird.
What do you think? Have you thought about who's behind these assassination attempts? The lone wolves?
Well, was it Matt Gaetz that was saying that he's been informed that there's 5 different kill teams looking for Trump in the country right now?
Somebody did just say that.
2 of them are domestic. Trump said, "There's 5 different." They think they're going to be
Now I have to love onions.
So is the quote. Big threats on our life. Run. U.S. military is watching and waiting. Who's already been hit by Iran? It didn't work out. We'll try again. Not a good situation for anyone. I'm surrounded by more men other weapons that we have ever seen before. Negative Congress for unanimously approving far more money to Secret Service. 0 votes. What? Zero no votes. Strictly bipartisan. I would say 0 no votes. Like no one voted against it. Strictly bipartisan. Nice to see Republicans and Democrats get together on something. An attack on the former president is a death wish for the attacker. Yeah, it wasn't just him saying that though. It was. I'm pretty sure it was Matt Reed.
If you have dry mouth, it helps.
I know I have that too if you want. But so if they really had 5 different kill teams in the country looking for Trump right now, it's insane.
But it should be hard to find. You know.
Yeah, I mean, there was giant rallies. In New York, there was 60,000 people present. So that's the difference between the Kamala Harris crowd. It's true. It's true. And they really are sort of manipulating this and putting on theater. That's a big difference between what's happening. Yeah. If he got organically, there's 60,000 people to come see him and freak out in New York. It's kind of, the media's a monster. It really is. It's such an obvious monster, such a deceptive, sneaky, propagandist monster.
It's. How long do you think the media has left?
They'll be around.
You think so?
It all depends on who gets in office, really. It depends on. So the real fear was when they started getting their claws, Twitter. The real fear was when the government started suppressing accurate information and Twitter let them do it. That was scary close. So Elon Musk releases the Twitter files. Michael Schellenberger, Matt Taibbi, those journalists, they all uncover all these different aspects. It's super disturbing and totally. And they release it. And then Twitter becomes kind of crazy. Twitter is wild. Like it's just totally wild. And then we got Jennifer. This is it. Yeah, okay, 1.5 million teams hunting President Trump before Pennsylvania. The temp was Ukrainian. So this is Matt Gaetz. But I think that if that happened, so if all social media remained like staunch leftist wing, just giving completely into whatever propaganda the government wants to give them regarding vaccines or Ukraine or anything else, with no critical arguments about it that are accepted. Just anybody who doesn't follow the narrative, especially people like they censor people from Stanford and MIT. They were trying to tell them to pull those guys. He's obvious. COVID. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Censoring legitimate experts in the field aren't cool. This guy's like Peter McCullough, who's the most published doctor in his field of study in human history. And they're like, no, you're a kook. And we know now that was not true, and he was correct. And we all know, right? All these years later, most people kind of know what the fuck happened, even the people are reluctant to admit they got duped. Yeah. If Elon does not come along with Twitter, I don't know where we are right now. I really don't. Because if they had on Twitter, and they did the same thing with Twitter that they're doing right now with the social media apps, it would be fucking awful.
I know, man. It's Elon's listening.
He really has.
It's a big one. I mean, I don't think they're going to be around that much. I feel like the media will die with the baby boomer generation.
I think if Elon did make Twitter, it would be fun. I really do.
Probably.
The only thing that fucks them up is YouTube, but they got a claim on YouTube too. You know, YouTube is they're very what you can talk about. Especially the pandemic. They would ban you from YouTube for talking about things that we know for a fact are true now.
We deal with a lot.
We deal with a lot.
But you do too.
Oh yeah. Anybody on YouTube, I mean, you have to like first year first. You know, like Jimmy Dore, but you should take the vaccine because it's safe and effective.
Yeah.
He always has to say it, like to cover his ass.
Was it nice for you to come off YouTube? Did you enjoy that when it first happened?
Mine
Like, was
my
it
strategy was no, I don't think. But my strategy was I'm 10% less famous. So when I moved to Spotify was going to give me all this money, and I was like, oh great, just let's fucking be a little less famous too. That'd be good. Like go that hour straight off in the sunset. Yeah. Did it work? I was going to get caught up in this massive controversy, But it also even after before that, those podcasts would be more than Spotify. But so there's no extra pressure being YouTube, but there is a pressure being live. If you're live,
that's what I meant. I mean, like censorship stuff. I was wondering,
we got a lot of episodes until we announced that we were going to go exclusive to Spotify. And then from that moment out, there was a few months window.
No kidding.
They never did. They just took all the money. They didn't know what they wanted the money. Like, while they demonetized me, they didn't get a cut either. So what they're trying to do, essentially, is get you to fall in line by getting you to self-censor because it benefits financially. It's a creepy form of censorship because you do it to yourself, and it's kind of okay because you can't really prove that they got you to not talk about things you want to talk about, and they can't really prove that you follow this public narrative because you want to keep your job.
I mean, you know what really bothers me is we both and what bothers me is like, just tell me what you take out. What is it? And I won't. We fucking tell you. I don't want to talk to them. This is how I don't think you should be talking to people what to put in. I think if you're not doing anything illegal, if you're not saying anything illegal or doing anything illegal, don't take it off. Some of it I totally with. Some of it I get, how to even language. There's 3-year-olds out watching a 3-year-old kid, using so I get it, like my shit with 18 plus, but if they won't tell, right. It's like I can't correct the fucking problem and tell me what it is,
right?
And I mean they just don't want to abide. They don't want to box themselves in and not be able to censor something.
Yeah, there's no benefit for them to tell you what you said was wrong. There's no benefit. The good thing is for you to self-censor. That's the best. Keep the threat over you. That's why they give you strikes. 1 strike, 2 strikes. Sean, you got 3 strikes. It's weird. It's like, is this the penal system or is this a goddamn social media platform? Yeah. It should be if advertising that particular content, okay, that's easy to manage. And guess what? There'd be a lot of that would be willing to advertise on that content. You're just not being creative enough with your advertising. If you're just treating it as a business, or are you treating it as not just a social media video website, but a way to push and a way to amplify a very specific message?
I mean, if you control what comes out of it now, you can control what they do.
Yeah, and if you're making a lot of money on YouTube and you're doing great, wow, I'm doing a real good life. And then also, you're talking about the vaccine, Sean, we can't have COVID vaccine information on our platform. This is going to cost lives. And some platforms make you do like a re-education where you have to talk to them and have conversations with them about what you did that may have been offensive or what you did that may have violated the terms and conditions that they have for their community.
Yeah, I think we did that.
Fucking creepy. That shit's fucking creepy. You're dealing with some fucking little kid in Silicon Valley up and this person, okay, what you're doing, Sean, right now, your show, I know that you don't think it's harmful. It really is. It's truly harmful. Yeah, truly harmful. Exposing government corruption. I can tell. It's real harmful. It's fucking weird. It's weird. But I love the fact that at least it exists. And it's not. I don't think it can be perfect because they're managing scale. In order for them to get all the pornography, cartels upload murder videos on YouTube, like they're constantly trying to put out fires. Can you imagine the amount of data that you have to deal with on a daily basis? It kind of behooves them to just give them strikes, threaten them. Let's just slow everything down. Too much of this getting us in trouble. You just want to make a lot of like I get it. On YouTube, it's kind of genius, and it's a perfect setup. Like algorithm, where it's constantly like recommending stuff that you're interested in. It's fucking great time waste. But it's also a tool for shaping narratives. Only one narrative is pushed out there, and other narratives literally get you demonetized, you lose your ability to have a living, and then possibly get your whole channel removed, which it did to many people. They just removed their whole channel.
Well, I mean, where do you think it's going to end? I think it is.
That should be, that should be illegal. That stuff should be covered in the demonetization. No, because look, if you want to have standards where you say that the advertisers that we have a group of advertisers, and they have requested no show from someone swears, no show talks about sex, no show talks about over drinking or anything. They just have. We don't want to be associated with that. Okay, that's totally reasonable. When you want to stop a channel from uploading the video for making an argument, maybe the lab hypothesis is legitimate, and you're pulling it in the air. Well, now if you're reading an episode that's accurate about really dangerous information, not just a false organization that paid for these crazy function research projects. What the fuck are you doing? And what did you do? And if you were talking about that on YouTube and even expressing your ability to just guess that maybe it's in that area. Like, you've seen that John Stewart interview where he was on the computer show? Yeah. Fucking amazing. Right? Amazing. But even now, it's over to try to stop them. Just saying, maybe these people are working on these viruses one day. Maybe. That would get your view from YouTube. That's a violation of the First Amendment, in my opinion. Yeah. Because you should, especially some of these people are very informed people. They were biologists, and they were talking about the very specific design of this virus, very cleavage sites, and it's very different than anything from a natural spillover. They were talking about technical, very specific details, and they were getting banned. But Brett Weinstein, he almost also yes. We had to have a long podcast and let people know what's going on. Yeah. They almost pulled his check. Yeah. He's a biologist, a brilliant. He's talking about real information.
It's scary, man. And I don't know. I think about it all the time, obviously.
Yeah.
So it's just
I don't care about the outcome part, but I'll tell you on my side.
I hope that turns out to be the new thing.
I don't think that's anywhere. Elon knows how to do this. He's got all the money in the world. Keep that bitch running. I think it's also getting attached to AI now, which is going to be an insane money maker. I don't think X is a problem. I think X is going to grow it into sort of an all-in. They probably have cryptocurrency on it, private messaging, phone calls. You'll be able to shop on it. That's what it's probably going to be if I had to guess. And I think that for places like Rumble, the more places like YouTube and Facebook and these other places, the more they can find people, where they force people into these boxes and make people toe the line. They want to make any money off of advertising. They don't think it's terrible. The more companies like Rumble do, that's what I think there's going to be. Right now, there's a hard set of folks because they see it as like, oh, fucking like a MAGA, Truth Social. It's Truth Social. There's a lot of people that have those pages, but Russell Brand's on there, a lot of people are on there. It's a good platform, and it's an important platform, and we should support it and grow. We should all like Spotify's got video now. We need more video because audio is not enough. Just audio podcasts. You want people to share things virally, and the virally It's all like must win the ball on my podcast. It's all like video.
Yeah.
And more you have platforms where that stuff is just free, where you can just say whatever you want, say whatever you think about anything. Which really X and Rumble is the only place I know that you really do that right now. Have you had any on video at all? No. Good. No. I have not. It's I think it's probably because it's not as easy as shit. Right? That's what's coming next. Yeah. Probably all you have to do is put images of you and images of me and then have our audio and upload that to the video. And then maybe they would start coming after audio. Yeah. I mean, I hope I just hope shit starts turning around. I do too, but I don't think it turns around with Harrison's office. I think they clamped down more. I think the same stuff they were trying to do with Twitter, they'll try to do with something else, with other things. They've already openly discussed it. She's openly discussed it. The same rules have to apply. Have to apply to Twitter. That Elon Musk has privileges. There's so many wild things to say. Tim Walsh said that the First Amendment doesn't apply to misinformation or hate speech. Okay, well, it does. Sometimes people say things wrong. The goal of the First Amendment is you say something wrong, and this guy says the right thing, and then yeah, I mean, the misinformation is all opinion. Right. So much of it is actually true. How about masks? You would get screamed at for masks. And guess what? They don't work. I remember it said masks don't work. Remember that interview before the pandemic? Before they knew how big it was like? Yes. He was like, none of us works. It was worth it. 2 face diapers on. It's bananas how easy people fell in line. That scared me the most. I know. It was, I mean, it's like, it's like, what were you doing? What are you doing? There's nothing that you do. There's a lot. There's a lot of people that are really pushed and don't know what to do when they get nervous. And they're out there. Do you think they're cowards? Do you think they're just lazy and they like what to do? There's both. Decisions out of their day. There's both. But there's also people that are scared of a negative response, so they say what everybody wants them to say. Somebody described this really very eloquently, and I saved it on my phone, so this guy nailed it. But essentially, they were saying, especially with males, they don't say something because they have an opinion and they really want to express their opinion. They say something and they consider, am I going to get in trouble if I say it? And then if that's the case, they don't. And or am I going to get in trouble if I agree with them? Probably not, because I think people really go after you. They love what people do. Like if you want to talk to people, it's right to choose. If you want to say, I agree with right to choose, but you'll believe it or two of it. And he goes, I think I agree with the woman's right to choose. I also think it's kind of crazy. It's really funny because he's brilliant, but it's just that's really what it is. I mean, that's true. That is what it is. It is what it is. I mean, factually, that is what it is. And this is coming from someone who's from Georgia. But I think that, if you look at all the things that they have that distract us, all the different things that are in the news constantly, whether it's the Diddy raid or fucking J-Lo and Ben Affleck breaking up, you get force-fed all kinds of shit while the border while they have apps where people can get lights. BP1 app. What the fuck? That sounds like I had Charles, brilliant guy, and we were talking about how hard it was his family to legally immigrate into this country and how difficult it was to get a visa. He's a brilliant guy. He started basically, he's one of the original guys at Facebook. And he's this guy who did it the right way. Every step of the way, there was tremendous anxiety when he get his visa renewed because he didn't know if he was in the country because he could arbitrarily get, not good enough. He had to prove to be here that he has skills that an American does. Yeah. He's a real expert in something.
You know, there's down to about, it was about two years ago ish, maybe a little longer, and down the road, and yeah, we're a great guys. Yeah, well, that's right. So thank you. But so I went to the TK with him, and this was like before he really hit the news cycle, and we walked in right, by a couple of thousand migrants there, and so we yanked one of them out and interviewed them, and used Ed to help translate it. I mean, the guy's like, I think he was there with his wife and kids for like 2 years, and I asked, why don't you just go across? It's an honest question. Like, why don't you just go across? He said he wanted to do it the right way. He's like, I just want to do it the right way. Oh my God. He's running around with this little battery cell phone for 50 cents. And I'm just like, I'm like, why don't they just? Because nobody's anti-immigration. No, that I know. And it's
No,
like,
yeah.
The immigration process, and maybe we can get some more people in here quicker, legally. If you do that, we have to know who's coming in and documentation of who they are. Yeah,
Meanwhile, that's
So,
and they want them to. It's even crazier. They're pumping them out in states. It's so transparent. It's happening right on everybody's face, and it's wild grab for power. And the only people, which is really crazy, they're the only people that are talking about people who aren't really connected to some sort of executive corporation, a bunch of producers, a bunch of people telling you what to do.
yeah.
I mean, this is something that the right wing wants to discuss.
Good point. Have you done any like Eastern Cross there?
Yeah. I talked about Phil did this investigation. It was on network. It's gotten so bad that he has to start network for news.
Good for him.
He's a great guy. Great guy. But he was essentially, talking about this. They really don't know how many people they're coming through that are criminals. They're dropping off their identity for the Mexican side. They just get rid of their identity so that when they cross over, you don't know who they are. Gang members, cartel members, guys escaped from Venezuela prisons. No one knows.
Yeah.
All you have to do is get over here and work with a key card, go out to New York City, to a nice hotel, free food. And meanwhile, there's people in Chicago that what about us? What about Americans that pay tax dollars? You guys don't give a fuck about it. You haven't done anything. Why? Because they know they're Democrats. So they know they already got it. Statistically, look at the numbers. Statistically, we're good. It's just win them states.
It's fucking man. I've been diving into the shit for quite a while, and ever since these Afghanistan withdrawal, that was like, I was just.
Did you talk to Tim?
A little bit.
He told me some shit. He told me some shit. You can't imagine. So he said the worst things he ever saw was the Afghanistan.
Do you know who Tyler Andrews is? That's the one Marine that suicide bombing Abbey gave killed 13 Marines. Yeah. And so I everybody was on the show, and I was like, we're gonna get this fucking guy, like everybody was. And but I was like, so I'm on Instagram and messaged him back and got in. Man, he's like, I'm so glad that you reached out to me. I was literally just praying with my fiance that you would reach out because we just did an ABC Good Morning interview for 7 hours. They released 5 seconds of the interview because it made the administration was so fucking bad they wouldn't air it. So I got it, by YouTube. They didn't like the real footage, which was actually like from his cell phone that we did previous and shit. But man, like to have like his, testimony about what happened that day, and then the care afterwards, fucking atrocious. God, I must be in the second story, and I watch a 23-year-old kid hobble up those fucking stairs with one leg, one arm, all kinds of shit going on. I mean, I just like, this didn't even have to happen. They had the guy in the sun that killed him, and nobody gave. I just, maybe they. I mean, I can't see quarterback. Maybe they should have asked. Eliminated him. I mean, he's talking. Before we got into insurance, he was talking about, like moms trying to kill their babies over the wall, getting caught up in razor wire, just seeing a fucking baby dangle there by the leg. And there's like no, there's no repercussions. That one wants to fucking cover it up. And so I started to team with the former CA targeter, Sarah, really good. Yeah, man. We went over to Vienna to interview this guy, who's the leader and commander in the Northern Alliance. There was a kind of fight in the Taliban. The Taliban pretty much government. Yeah. I saw the career. Yeah. With all our shit. Crazy. So, got a bunch of info sued and still kind of looping all back around the southern border. I mean, so once Taliban took all of our shit, this could go on for a while. But so now what they're doing is they have the passport office over there, just making legitimate passports. Now there's 20 terrorist organizations in their training. Hamza bin Laden, who was killed, is actually fucking alive. He's married into all these other terrorist networks. So he married Mullar's daughter. He married who else? He married into all these different terrorist networks. And so these guys used to be like competitors, kind of, just like the UFO guys. They all hate each other, but they all have the one common theme, like disclosure. These guys, the one common thing is, let's go take over the Western world. So he is basically Hamza bin Laden is married into all these terrorist organizations. Now they all have one common goal: to come over to, the Western world and ruin our way of life. And so what they're doing is they're funneling as many of these terrorists into the passport office, creating them legitimate, real passports, and then they sprinkle them. They get them flights into all over South Central America, and then they funnel them up through the Darien Gap into the U.S. And so, there is zero. I don't give a fuck what the FBI or any of these people are saying. There is zero way to track how many of these fuckers have come in to the U.S. So, now what we're going to see is October 7th, we just saw in Israel and in the mall in Russia, and everybody's like, oh,
do you think by design, like the leading border tourists allow people to come in?
Absolutely, I think it's by design. I mean, they basically told Border Patrol, stand down. Like, do not do fucking down. We're going to blast. I mean, remember the horse that they said was whipping people of being like the reins?
Yeah,
of course. I mean, I think it's by design. From the government. I think that I think that the government is more incompetent than it's ever been before. And I think they have one common goal, and I think the goal is voting. You know, they want them to vote, but I don't think that I don't think they're confident enough to realize the death and destruction and the other repercussions that we're going to face by keeping that border, you know, because they don't have, you know, that they don't have anybody with any experience. That they don't have any solid intelligence stuff going on. That's telling them, hey, this is what's going to happen if we all jump together. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. It does make sense that all the care about is get the people in, don't worry about the consequences. But the more insidious conspiracy would be that they want, right? Because it gives them an opportunity to clamp down. I mean, unrest. They got really good unrest. You know what I mean? 2020, right? All through, or even before 20, up to that election. So I don't think they need to import terrorism. Yeah, but it's a different kind of, the kind of unrest that you get from people blowing up Target is very different than the kind of unrest you get from a legitimate terror attack.
Yeah. I mean, you know, them people, you ever think about why nothing's happened yet? Like China. If you looked into the power grid, yeah, dude,
it's not good.
Lights out, buddy.
It's so easy to kill.
Yeah.
The power grid, it's so vulnerable. It's really nuts. It's not because anybody can target it.
Yeah. I mean, China, you know, we have those, we have, you know, we get those transfers. Well, everything's imported from China in these huge, you know, transformers. You can tell they're shut up if you know. But all of those transformers are imported from China, and they're not even them or Mahler or Trojan horses or anything. And it would, I mean, these transformers, it's like the little box outside your house, you know, the green box. It's, I mean, they have to take overpasses, you know, just to transform this thing. So you're talking years out. The number was like 9. If they took out 9 transformers, then the entire unit would have power. On top of that, the Department of Energy actually invested because somebody was, it got to say that whatever they decided to look into it, and they wouldn't release the results. They wouldn't release the results. So you know, our water treatment plants. I've been talking about this shit for years, and then cell phone towers, and FBI director right comes out. Turns out our grid's all China's. They're also buying. Yeah, they own military bases. Like it's a very wrong strategy. It's very. They're doing a great job. They undercut the competition, U.S. cell phone towers, all sorts of things. They position them around military bases. My baker's playing all the time. Yeah, and this is how is this? How are they doing this? Is it incompetence? Is it fools running it? Are they corrupt? It's like how did they? I mean, one of the things that really fucked us, we got away from manufacturing and we relied on these countries. We really felt like when you couldn't get shipments, it was like, oh, wait a minute, how much shit is made over there? Everything? Like how much medicine is made overseas? How many different things that we need that we constantly use? We don't even know. Yeah.
Welcome. How you doing, China?
You see,
you know.
I mean, no.
Aren't expecting much change.
Doug, I'm not here. I'm watching a fucking podcast. I don't know. Fucking, I've been up for 12 hours. How you doing? How's your day? Excellent. Very cool. Are you excited? All right. Well, all right. Well, rejuvenated when that happened. So, when do you get paid?
Mayfield reports.
Yeah. Fourth quarter of thousands of labor contract. The U.S. likely disrupted commercial.
This isn't like a small place, right? I mean, it's not like a corporation, somebody's shop, right?
2,000 vehicles of safety. 2023.
Okay, it's a big market, but under one. Okay, well, then it's probably going to be tough on you, like meaning you may not pay for training. That's something in California. But what he's doing is just greater. You're not getting probably yet, but that's okay. You show how you can get the job. I'm not saying you already get the job, but just know. Normally, like, what's your outlook? Do you know? No. What? How much you making per hour? Okay. And when does that? When you start making money? Okay, so today at 10:30, okay, that's good. So that sounds different. Okay, I might. Well, how long is Oh, okay. So it's paid. Perfect. I didn't know. Okay. So you need to ask first on what page. Yeah. Absolutely. Around. Because then you exactly. Absolutely. So if you know, go to the first and say to them, from this time to time, I work 8 hours for a grand 40 hours. I was not paid. Please pay me, or I will take my request to another. And you take it later. You don't have to come out and after you, but you can provide information. You will see other remedies for your. So, what does that mean? That means that they got
Some of these aid groups that set up makeshift stations.
exactly. That's what you don't want to go on in this job, where you gave up time, whatever is there, and then they are Doug. I'm just telling you, like, how business people all the time, and particularly with new and they'll and the big the pay cycle starts next night, and you're like, no, 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 no. Okay, what's that? Exactly. No, you're getting booked. I should tell them, and they make it the job. And that's fine. Find a job that the work that you're not you. So you tell them, go in there, 30. You say, I demand a check. Well, you can't say that. It's 10:30. I'm scheduled to work at 2:45, right? They'll say, yeah. Okay, I have any or any other information like that. And I should, according to the state of California, you're entitled to like 1 10-minute break, 4 hours, or 2 hours, 30-minute break for 4 hours unpaid. But you're, and I believe like 10-minute breaks are pays. So you want to know that. And if they're like, this is probably what they say. Oh yeah, get it. Okay, well, then you have to consider. You don't want to work. You don't have a job. Money. Okay, then you probably look at it and want to. But if they're like, oh, then you know that they're going to respect your work. If they're like, you know, you just have to well, just know this might not be your role. Okay, additional. So you, this is the conversation that I'm having. I would say, you know, like basically, okay, so we're going to do it 10:30. Okay, do you know my schedule for the rest of the week? These are normal questions. You would have to be like, yeah, you're gonna, or we'll call you. Okay, fine. And some other housekeeping thing. When do we get? Will they do it every Friday? Is it weekly? Is it bi-weekly, which is every other Friday? Is it semi-monthly, which is on the 15th, the last day of the month? There are many different ways to do it. And you just want to be privy to this. Because what they may do is this. The owner of the business says, hey, yeah, we need to hire some people. If they don't work out after the first couple of weeks, just cut them and you don't have to write them a check. Because most of the time they're going to do it with the previous business and just not give a shit. And if it put a little bit of pressure on them, they'll write you a check.
It's going to get a whole lot worse right now. I believe this is now the 4th deadliest hurricane we've seen.
It's not pressure. It's not pressure. These are reasonable questions. Pressure on them would be to them. I need an hand right now. Is that technically what you should do? Like you should know all the policies and stuff before you start. Yeah. Most places don't work that way. So how do you get it out? You just be very clear, like, what your schedule is, what your pay rate is, when you get paid. Are there any benefits? That's fine. They probably don't have any, but you never know. They may say that or they may say, you know, once a month have a picnic, whatever. Businesses have benefits occasionally, depending on the job. And it varies. Some are extremely benefit oriented. This one probably doesn't have many. What I don't want to happen is what I've seen happen with a lot of people. They come in to want to work, and okay, the business doesn't know if they really hire them. So they tell them, oh, you have a job, but maybe you don't do a good job, you're just going to get rid of them. So if you're setting up boundaries, that also tells the business, you know what, this person, maybe I can't push them around, but I can understand that they're asking reasonable questions and they should be asking, and that's a commitment that they want. Once I get it all worked out, then we're going to pay them days, they're going to get all that other shit. Then they're going to do that for me when they are stocking the shelf or they're hanging up customers. They're going to, instead of being like, well, maybe count $20, that feels off, but whatever. No, you're going to get all the marker, or whatever the cat policy are. You're going to go right at the beginning by setting time.
It's the easiest, most exciting way to play daily fantasy because unlike other apps on PrizePicks,
so that's great. And then you're working. That's cool. And then you know, like basically, you want to know which they may not have to do as I understand, like a normal place is like, oh, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. That's normally what it is. I know. Exactly. And you're going to get in a position if you don't make it. So you can say, do we have a schedule? And he's going to say, come in. And you say, okay. Do we have breaks? He's going to say, work is I haven't asked you about the break. Ask other employees. You can find out a lot of this information on their own fees. But you can't say things that involve your pay.
Where the old Gerald was, the blocked off there.
Of course, I know exactly the kind of person for whom you're going to be. And just be aware that fucked at every turn. This isn't a lot of business. It's one guy's shop, one guy's store. And yeah, I mean, there are what I don't have to do is very this guy has a big he tells anybody, yeah, you can work here. Just come on in. It's really easy. No background check. There's no stress. You don't need anything. Come in. He likes you. Right? You're hired. And then what? Then you're gonna work. And you might be like, hey, when do I get my first paycheck? Oh, after training. Oh, okay. When's training done? Training's done when I say, okay, well, there's no fucking clear here. And do you want to this guy? What I don't a week or two or a month or a week where come in 3 hours, 5 hours, it would normally add up. But he's just like, oh, he's barely working. Shit, I gotta leave. And if he's stand-up guy, he's gonna, but it just doesn't sound like it. I can already tell that people who work there are scared. They're already giving you energy. You haven't even really worked there. Have you worked before? Okay, so you've already worked for a fucking week. You've never been paid. And you have no schedule. Oh, good. And then you can ask, when is the pay scale?
Officials have been urging electric.
It's a simple question. If they're willing to ask you, or if they're willing to give you a schedule, you can ask them when you're. Did you give this guy your security card? Okay, good. So, yeah, you probably get a check. This shit is probably not corporate, but he's got enough money to have a store, and it's a great job. Work, don't forget that. So that means under normal circumstances, you should be getting a check on Friday for last. Okay, does that make? Do you punch in at this place? You punch in. Do you punch in? Perfect. Okay, good. He's got your time clock. Your time clock. And you can. I think it's reasonable to ask what the case is. You can ask. Yeah, so it's even simple as I appreciate the schedule. Is there anything else that I need to know about the job? Like, are there any, I don't know, benefits? Are there any benefits? Is there a schedule? Is there anything else that you need just so I know? What are you done? I don't know. I'm new here. So I know that I've got I work here. I know that I've got do you know when I'm gonna perhaps get paid? And that schedule is, and you happen to know if there are or a break, you know, that kind of stuff you can certainly ask about. Now, maybe like, look, this isn't a meeting. We don't do things the way that people normally do. Get up and really get. You want to go to another place outside, go get another job, be very close. And if that's the attitude that they give you, as much, you know, you how badly you get it, but it seems like you tolerated it enough. What I don't do is get frustrated And but it sounds like you're really good opportunity. You work hard, you do what you want, respect, you're timely, show up on time, believe you stay until you should get done on late, and you always volunteer, lend a hand. You do really. I don't take an advantage. One easy way to get particular is when you're a young, new employee, and that first time that and and so that you do, and now what's probably or what I don't want to say, and they're kind of the aspect it's probably similar business owners, and so I just about as well as anyone. The person comes up and it's about them out, and if they don't like you, and you're not going to come back and ask for your money, and they'll put pressure on you, and but that what also happens is, oh, you're weak trained. Okay, that's fine. You get paid. I know you see, and I hope this well, and you get paid off for this, right? But what can happen? You maybe don't get paid this correctly, and then and you've only got you're actually 3 weeks of that, and then you have to look at your statement. Well, well, beautiful, and miss a week of pay, but I don't think it's cool. So other places, make sure that you communicate with them that you work there. First, you call and whatever time. You say, look, I work here. I've never done it before. And please contact me. They will say, we'll have some research and they'll talk to the owner will then right with that. Or if they say no, then you have the right to tell them that you're going to take another organization. That's the California. But you don't want to that. You want to have a good relationship. So just call them and say, talk to your manager. And well, then you, I mean, it depends on how. Of course, if you do that for me, for most places, and I hang out on they shouldn't. You want to go down there and speak with a manager, whatever. You talk to them. You say, "Oh, work. When can I check?" And if they then you say, "I'm going to submit a complaint with the California Department of Labor." And what the California Department of Labor will do is they will say, this job is has been found guilty of not paying an employee. So what you'll probably get week of check, and then that's it. And is it and they don't really easy for you. Literally all things. One go down to the place and if they say to say with all due respect, then I'm going to a claim to the California Department of Labor. And once you see that, how much is it? Because they don't want a strike. It's bad. They have to handle the department and invest in something, especially something small and especially cut and dry. You work there, they didn't pay. Did they tell you how much they were going to pay? Perfect. Exactly. So then and and it'll be if you go there, you're nice or respectful, you just ask, hey, you can almost, but go to the person, you just say, I know it didn't work out. I got another job. It's going really well. I never got. I checked. Just refresh. I work on this date. You need to know what date you work. So just write that date or whatever, and whoever makes that owe X amount at X amount rate or a check of X amount, and I want to know what and if they say, yeah, I get that one, okay, I understand. But you have to understand, I work here, and it's not quick for me to work, and you're not paying. So I to go to the California Department of Labor. The second that you send that, how much is it? Just to get rid of it. If they don't write for it, then you come to me. We'll go to the website, to the Department of Labor website, you submit a claim. They'll get back in like 3 weeks or so. They'll have somebody dependent answer that, and they'll search it and they'll think about what to do. You'll get
Allegedly stabbed the woman several times on Friday in her face, chest, and body.
don't let
Called police as it happened. The kid's father told KTLA he loved his ex. She's a good mom.
all right, you know what? And as a fire on your job, well, don't let it. You want to keep that fire going. It's not fun. All you have to do is 5 hours, no big deal. And then you're gonna clock it up, be able to do with it whatever you don't stop finding other jobs. You have you have a and that is better.
In an area west,
Oh no,
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz
and
said
let it's unfortunate exactly. And
says
I would tell you that you're not about to become a creator. It's too expensive in California nowadays to start your own. It just is. You don't have a huge backing for another business that perhaps bankroll your plan and
says Walz is like
yeah, but that's not great. Not, that's really that's not good enough to pay salary for excellent employees, and that's what you.
better than it was originally.
Well, okay, okay, that can work if it's uh all of the um laundromat, vending machine, all of those. So I'm not. I think that
70s at the beaches, upper 70s to mid 80s for metro.
I'm not going to just know that
Sunny and very warm right up
a
to the
very just
metro areas.
and also it's getting worse. That I would say people like I was a kid, you never vending. You just wouldn't. It's just not something or morally do that. Nowadays they're gonna do that's why they were like 10 years ago but nowadays for one don't eat the shit that was put in there because it's unhealthy and you have to spend $25,000 on the machine and perhaps release the area and then somebody comes and defecates or breathes it or just puts it out. Why? Because they felt like it. And you really don't want to because if you put someone off, all they have to do is just literally go around to where all the machines are, unplug them, cut the plugs, and now you have to go and have an electrician come out, do all that. I'm not with all that said, I think you can make a lot of money. I think you can make a lot of money. Especially I my friend was still alive. I think he was the absolute best introduction that possible. His family still his family it's like one of these and I'm sure a lot of the absolutely illegal, and they only want to try well that's the I'd be like I know his dad. The thing is his dad he speaks Canadian. And when I said his dad daily, and he would just talk a little bit, just ask me how the business is going, how many client watches he had, and every day he would be high. A couple of years went by, and we actually did have time. We had more listeners that we know what to do, and you could just tell there's no point in this man. He always went you and I know this very well. So if somebody said you need to have 10, you deliver 10, and then well, deliver 12, they say you deliver 50. Why isn't it 20? It's 20. Why isn't it 50? It's 50. It's a glass. Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%. Can you still hear me? Okay, one of my devices. I'm not sure what happened with it. Yeah, I definitely the body type. I could tell you. I can tell you. I don't know if you figured it out. If he did have something else that a lot of people. And if I could tell you one thing about him, made him more successful than anybody else in history, it would really be like flashcard. Like, okay, so you could put cards, flashcards, and destroy the call. You could tell you everything and make it money. You basically around the they tell you like it was going out of style. He knew cards really well. So he was able to see a card and know exactly how to bid on it. He knew to make it up. Exactly. Yeah. And that's really, I mean, he's like the end of art. I think it's being from our buddy art. He would you'd come here and there everybody had cards and everybody had stuff. And he would take notes of it. Additional at a valet. Sometimes that's just high level cards and it someone that. And then the excellent. Then there's a um, his life. I, I'm pretty sure some insurance fraud scheme, something. Um, but eventually, yeah. So he told me all his friends the stereotype, but a lot of it drive might be like this. Okay, and they could pay eventually, and so he would have that whenever there's he would tell them bring that in, and it would water it, and then they would get insurance. They could make insurance on it. They make money. They wouldn't lose all the money if they would have lost. So he basically used that to a small business that was worth sold it for $1 million. Then he took $8 million and built a better company, and then that one I think for every he had to make 5,000 that he brought. So I would say he made probably $10 million. That business that wasn't a profit. Probably $2 million.
Traditionally are the attacked.
Yeah. So I mean, he had a. I mean, I know. Is it it? How? Pretty good, but not like it. And so he would invest in real estate, and he would just buy them in like random Southern California. Like he bought like a beach house in Oxnard. Like he built like a huge house. And when I say and the way he was like very basically just like Home Depot and just be like, all right. And he was like, and so it took him a year or more, all the legal, because to do things correctly, he never, ever, ever wanted to write a book. Remember, when we make this really successful, we're gonna have to start. People. I remember we're gonna have to start paying people. I remember him. It's never gonna. And I'm like, what? Like, we're gonna. And it was like, okay, so I could get more sight, longer business. He wanted to sell not a penny. He would not accept a penny. No, he would accept $1 billion, and I think he would give after like 10 years, which I would have made anyway, and I did not want to.
Presidential nominee is that it does add a.
No, he did not at all. I'm the only person. He lost his ass on this. I made hundreds of thousands of dollars. No, of anybody who made out, I didn't get. I didn't lose my life. I made a fucking man. No, I got all Google Play. Traditional or radio. I got more than and he did not me. In fact, he badly. I wouldn't love. So he had owed me. You know, I'm gonna make why? I don't like the same thing happened when I was in there. The state changed the law in January 2020, which is also and he wasn't coming in the office, and I also was getting paid. And the reason why was he would pay me more than any of his other business, and he didn't want me to know that he had one week making 3 or 4 times more than it would just everybody. And not that they didn't think I was, they knew I was, but they thought they and he never let his assistant, right, like, who was to basically and he owed me 16,000. Your normal one would never allow like $60,000, but it was during COVID, and I recognized that it was an and I had to because he'd be like, oh, come on, like what about This isn't like business. This isn't like bidding on a car. And I wouldn't accept a dime what and what he owed. And that was when he was 15. And then he was pressured on me to start working. I told him that I was going to work. And I found another job. And, so I had all the opportunity write him, and I just told him I'm going to seek other employment. I never did it, and I never and I never did it. I never went to the state. I never did anything that I could have done it. And the one thing that I did, I kept because he was getting stressed in California. I didn't want to. We all kept. Yeah, and his, I feel, to legislation, you say that, and I, you know, his personality, because you've grown up with him. You know how passionate that he had, and he couldn't take it over again. And when that happened, exactly, and he basically, I remember, I actually, in December 2019, I said, it's time to close the doors. He's like, I'm like, we're just about to expand Florida and Texas and the whole country. We can do that. We're getting food here in California. We're going to be food in California. And that's, and I know how you are attorneys. Our normal attorneys. Now we had to get better and you just are going to be able to afford this type of litigation. It's like, bro, you don't worry about it. We'll be fine. And I just remember, look at have to pass these hard tests, and we cannot pass. They cannot pass this. It doesn't happen. Even our lawyers, we're getting paid basically like take your side. Still a very different argument. Couldn't get it out of his head that he was not going to be the on-demand car wash. Like, that's what he was. He had a very anywhere he goes, anywhere he could just be like, hey, do you want your car washed? That's a button. While they're having it, and he's making things money. That was a and to know that there's no longer perhaps that he couldn't take, and eventually $5 million. And when you read that kind of number, you don't have the damn right the money that you have in Las Vegas and have subpar hookers and just try to forget about empathize. I don't endorse that type of thing, but I am. Completely. And people, I mean, I had Judy, owner of, and he was Jacob of like high. I mean, I'm not saying we were propelling this man to a different lifestyle, a different. He had friends now, celebrities, he had signed celebrities, and people were starting to fight about this. And I think that can, and you don't want to get that up. But at the end, why he put in like $10 million, which is just a huge amount of money, and just be like, all right, we're done. So he kept on, and then they five, and it's just that kills it. Word. Yeah, I think he built this house, and I don't think like it's just really this was well because I just knew so I would do including like go to synagogue for an hour. I get to work, call him. I was his. He'd wake up and I would tell him all the shit and all good and bad, and he was like sit in bed, and that's how he was every single day, and he loved it. He absolutely loved it like it. And because when I as another employee, I made him comfortable. Things weren't bad. Oh, great question. Yeah, he did. I mean, okay, well, he hired, and he would say his cousin shit that he never had. The only reason why he hired is because he made him. And I would say that his cousin wasn't a real man. And even when he was like, don't do that. Like, what am I saying? His cousin, and he'd be like, all the time. And I would have to have he'd be like, I couldn't wake up. And I'd say, look, if we can go through strategy. They make alarms that vibrate on your bed. They make alarms that you put across the room, and you have to actively get up so that you don't get this. And I completely understand his cousin who owned the business. Don't do any of that stuff. Just we're gonna get. I can remember this was wanted to get some T-shirts to someone in Glen, and he would run because the cousin was just hiring him. So the cousin was gonna deliver T-shirt by like 5:30, something like that, and the owner I need them there at another and the person cousin I can't do it. And the person on what do you mean? And he's like, I can't. I got it. I've got some. What do you mean? He was asking like afterward. So what do you mean? Yeah, and he was pretty lazy. Just from what I've heard about, but nevertheless, died in this. So it turned out that the are having to do that you can't go to it. And he said, and his cousin, what do you mean? He's like, look, I got it now, and I got a girlfriend. Like, I'm trying to get a girlfriend. Yeah, a date Friday night. He's like, I can't. I can do it like a little later. His cousin was just like, nope. If you don't do it, you don't have a job. And I know.
Not the only story that I'm getting in trouble for.
Yeah, and I really never. This is why it wasn't just what he did. It's when the owner said, "You need to do that tonight," and he said, "I'm not going to do it." But he told him, "I'm not going to do it." Oh, okay, you're done. And it was a good thing. I remember this is how this motherfucker would operate. He would call me. He wanted to tell someone something. He'd have to put him on speakerphone so that he could. And I wouldn't do it. If you just said, "Oh, okay, that's fine." Usually, but I would certainly make senses. And yeah, I mean, normal, like, why would, okay, so he would be in Northern California, and he'd want to activate our recruiting. So he'd say, "Get him a job, put me on speakerphone," and I put him on speakerphone. And we're all sitting there like, "It's Friday, you're fly fishing right now. We know you don't give a fuck about this. We're gonna do our job until 5:30, and we're gonna leave. But we're gonna like no differently than if you're wasting your time." And he thinks he's doing really good things. He was a business owner, able to tell all of these employees like, "Oh, I have a like there is a
So remember this story about
a business owner, I believe he's Armenian, and let me just love Armenian. I really do. At all during this, anything it would be because overall, I really one of my former friends was a business owner. All friends, and this business has like has everything he talks to. So the business started. I'll say it. I'll make it quick. I believe it's kind of Rudo, if you've seen that. And the reason why I say that is because this guy, well, we had, I think it was a and he was a and I didn't really come to church. I would come to find out a friend of our of the business when the John would go on the radio, do some kind of advertisement, whenever he tells some kind of story, the guy will be like, "So if John buy like 10 billboards, come out for this." Basically, there's a lot of competition there. And I could see that a little bit, but it's like a particular community, and particularly meaning like you think you're gonna apply it. So that you go get and what don't get bullshit. You're welcome, Big. Bye.
the other way to allow them to go on in his chambers, and then the sheriff finds out that the judge was looking the other way, and because the sheriff's in trouble for this, is pissed off that his career's on the line. So he shoots and kills the sheriff
8 times.
8 times. Insinuates there's a little bit more to the story.
Yeah. And what is on those phones?
What is on those phones? And was this somebody, this woman?
Like they recreate, you know.
Or was it the
You know, have you heard of? No, dude. You have to. Who's he? He is the number one for this. But he's but he's not like or anything like that at all. He's really. How do you not be? Just to have a conversation. He's there. Not for money, but
But the way I asked him, well, how did you, like, how did it happen? Does everybody have this? You know, I was just pinging him with questions. He said it's like, well, had it since the beginning, and that I mean, he was saying if you look at how animals communicate, they kind of communicate telepathically. And he was talking about, you know, caveman times, you know, he used to point at you, grunt, nod head, look at things, and everybody would know what they're thinking about. And he goes, and then we started traveling in groups, and then language was kind of born. And he goes, language actually slowed down our initial form of communication. Was, you know, it wasn't maybe as descriptive, it was just as deliberate as speaking a language. And then you introduce technology. What he was kind of saying is, you know, that our brains have kind of dumbed down, you know, thousands of years of technology now, language, and all sort of things. I don't know. Exactly. We don't hear it all the time. We lose it. And basically what he's saying is we're losing our instincts. I mean, that makes sense. That's not what the appendix is. Isn't the appendix just food? Yeah, I don't know. What is the reason why the appendix is moving away? I think that's what it is. I think it's a change in diet over has made it necessary. So it's like slowly being phased out of human anatomy. That's why it ruptures something. I don't think it has a real function anymore. What did you say? The appendix kind of helps gut, helps out the because that's what it is to your appendix, like the immune system does. We also to regulate the gut benefit of bacteria after gastrointestinal issue. What is the appendix form and what is the appendix like? There's a thing speculated about what the origin of the appendix is and why we don't treat it the same way we do humans. Modern research. Okay, here it is. Worm-shaped tooth has a large intestinal body. It's an organ that is tentatively and often removed indiscriminately to avoid complications due to infection. However, modern researchers believe the appendix has many key functions in the body. It protects the body's internal environment from infection. What is the original origin of the appendix, though? That was the thing that I had read. I think it is something about processing fiber. The vestige. Okay. Support the theory of the appendix of the single organ was once used by our herbivores ancestors. This is it. It was found that in herbivores and vertebrates, the appendix is comparatively larger and helps with the digestion of tough herbivores foods such as the bark of a tree. So the thing is like we're changing, right? We don't that is changing, its function changes. It makes sense we don't use the mind the same way our ancestors did before language. We probably lose this connection that animals have with each other. Yeah, there's all kinds. Did you heard of people? Did you heard of people on the? How do I describe this? Me and my wife said on the communication the other day. If you heard of people that they start preparing for their death, but they're not realizing preparing for their death. It's like an intuition. They're unaware that they're going to die, and so they start preparing everything for the departure, and not even realizing that that they're gonna pass. Yeah. You know what I mean? So, I think we lost a intuitions, and we don't really know how to go back and exercise them. That's what I think it makes sense. I think technology distracts human beings from human interactions. Kids today are growing up socially unbalanced, and their progress is growing. There's something about people technology
that is certainly limiting kids' abilities to interact with each other person to person. And over time, that's probably going to be the norm. And if you wanted to think about the rise of spectrum disorders and the lack of emotional activity and empathy that people have, that seem to have those, especially with spectrum, and then accentuate that with added technology more population have these problems. It's like, I think we're moving towards becoming a different kind of person.
Yeah. This person works on this podcast the other day, and it was talking about how this is unverified, but it was talking about still conversation. They were talking about how in I remember the humans begin to lose their peripheral vision because they're looking at a phone. So that it revolve. I guess you could, I don't know about deep.
Wow. That makes sense.
Good. It's yes. Go anywhere. Everybody's
narrow. Right. And look at most phone usage. Like, what's the phone? I bet you wow.
I'll bet it's
Okay, let's say it's just 4.
yeah.
That's,
And you're up to $4, 25%.
so if 25%, that's got to be
Damn.
especially, and especially if it's not like completely normal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't. Yeah. It was like, I mean, it was way.
Yeah. Just makes sense. Well, we're in a weird doubt, weird.
It's this stuff all just scares the hell out of me. Psychedelics, and accessing, their information.
Yeah, I think it's limited, and it's limited. Right now, doing some research on it. The FDA is going to approve MDMA therapy for the benefits for patients dealing with PTSD, and they stopped. And they decided more to see. Meanwhile, real results. And there's a lot of people who should be doing something. It's not hurting.
Dude, the best.
Sure.
I got my best home green. I worked at the agency for a long time. He was blown up, survived like the first fucking car, like got up, like right next to the car. Then it's I don't know some of the brain symptoms, but he got fucking shot in the head by 38 special round in the middle of the road, survived, and I've stayed with the whole process. Anyways, he walked, was dead 5-6 days out every week. Hadn't had sex with his wife in over 2 fucking years. Couldn't go outside without sunglasses on because of light sensitivity. And I've been telling him, hey, you have to go down to the side of the game thing. Nothing else. It's going to change. I wasn't even aware of all this stuff. I knew about the and stuff, but he was hiding from his wife. Told me, and I got him and to this program. Did I and did 5 of me. Left his fucking cane there. Went home. Banged his wife. He doesn't have glasses anymore. And is not. And that was about 6 months ago. And I just he's still like good to know. That's why. And it should happen. What did he? That it was 4 years. 4 years living through that shit. I mean, cracks with one eye that God. It was like, you'll go back and see what, like, if more benefits show up. No, I'm not going to do it. But he's like, not only, but he's like, I'm like, good. I'm at peace. So I feel fucking great.
That's incredible.
You know?
But imagine if the drug company itself, like, it would be treatment centers everywhere. Are you suffering from PTSD? We can cure you. Your eyeball. And then you go into that place and you hooked up. It would be just like fucking these GLP-1s that they're trying to keep people this way. It'd be everywhere. Yeah. Everybody would be, everyone has trauma. Everyone has trauma. Come on in. And they'd just be selling it.
Yeah. You know? And, I mean, even I haven't drank almost 3 years. Yeah. Just, I went down. I became experience. Like, it was just like, you done it? Why not? What was well, addiction. Yeah. Well, it is right now. 3 years, but I mean, it, like, do you want like weeks?
Yeah.
Yeah. So went down to Mexico, and I just didn't have guys on my show. And the first one was Eddie Gallagher, who was talking about I was like, oh, screw it, these, I'm not following this. And then, you know, the one that really got me was I have this guy on his name DJ Strictly, and he saw that DJ's a fucking beast, bro.
Yeah, I follow.
Like, takes things to a whole different level. But yeah, we were hey dude, you should really fucking think about going out. And I was like, all right, you know, I've done a ton of research. I talked to guys and understand like how it works now and stuff. Fuck it up. And so I went there. I just would be more of the home with my family, 2 little kids now, and it was. I felt like PTSD type stuff, and maybe not, but I went with anxiety, be in the moment with my family, and so I went and did the and we took pills, and like I didn't get lots of pills, but the first visual I got was just sitting there like in the air, shaking the fucking Morocco. And it's like I was like, this out. Well, then my head it like split open like in the mirror. Yeah, dude. It was like I watched my head like peel like a fucking banana. Like it was just like, and then another head just blossomed out of it. Whoa. Yeah, I was and then already said again. I'm gonna and it was to me like I guess I just told the concept of it didn't feel it was like 12 hours. It didn't feel like 12 hours. It didn't really feel like 5 seconds. I got like this kind of thing. And just had these screens. It looked like all black, like you're in space or something, and then these lines, these screens that were going in my vision. And what was in the screen was it was like kind of a slow pace. And so like I could see what was going on through my peripheral. But if I tried to one particular thing, then they would like just disappear until I stopped trying to like concentrate on the whole area. And I could like look at it like, oh, that was that's when I was 5 years old and my dad was like yelling at me. That was, it was like, but it wasn't living traumatic. It was just like passing me. Yeah. Like, yeah. And so I just let him like pass and went into some other stage. I don't really understand, but it was a bunch of like these walls, stuffed animals through his maze. And then the last thing before I did the experience was China. So I Chinese Asian. But what, it's like, oh, very good. Well, yeah, what came out? Literally, it's a week long. It's a lot. It's also a metal concert, by the way. So it's probably had like metals walking in something. But so I lights of my eyes clear, like, and it wasn't like all this shit down. And I didn't tell my wife stuff. Your eyes look like a lot like the white was a lot whiter than in my brown eyes. Yeah, and then it was also like, everything that I was testing that was like this, going back to intuition. Like I didn't go down. You know, it just fucking happened. Like I was drinking. So like I said, do you think there's a problem? Oh, fuck. Big. But, well, drinking problem is great. So, I mean, I used to drink close to 2/5 of everything. Yeah. And, but, you know, then that was coming in, and I didn't have anything to do. And process a lot of what it is. Didn't have friends, severely depressed, heavy, you know, and that just, it was like drinking many bottles, and then but by the time there, it was yeah. Yeah, it is. But anyways, came out and I just didn't want the wine anymore. Just take out of it. Didn't need that. Just Ambien anymore. And cold turkey, weed, quit weed. And yeah, but anything just relaxing. And it was like, it was zero effort. It wasn't like I'm not going to do sugar and I'm not smoke weed. No more. There was just no urge. It was gone. Wow. Yeah. Some sort of work, but the fact that is banana. Yeah. It's not like people are suffering opioids. It's an enormous. And if you know that could help all struggling, just struggle. And it's yeah. As far as I don't think people die. You know, I'm a shows what
Hunter Thompson used that during the governor was like 72, whatever it was, when he wrote Fear and Loathing in Patreon. So he created a rule the Brazilian scientists were coming to him and give him this treatment. It became and it spread. He started correcting. He was giving campaign speeches. He was denying it, sweating, and like a maniac. And Hunter essentially derailed his campaign by saying that he was it's very really fun and ironic. I think it's a quick addiction. Yeah. I mean, it's a fun experience. That guy fucked everybody. He would do actual journalism mixed in with fiction, and he called it there was a understanding that some of it was not real, and you had to figure out what he was just going to do it this way.
It was a cool. He was a cool.
Yeah. Oh my. Yeah. But the fact that I fun.
Yeah. Yeah, because they say you
can't get
honestly get addicted to it. But
yeah, I don't. I've heard of certain psychedelics, but I think people do psychedelics more about just people that do it to escape. And I think they escape reality. They used to escape that reality way too much. I think there's abuse with everything.
Yeah.
I think you can really abuse at least some psychedelics. But benefits far out, and there's a lot of people in this country who have access to all the things that can help them.
Yeah.
And the fact that you go to Mexico and do that,
it's ridiculous, man. I mean, it's working, and it's just like what? Why do you let us? I'm speaking, for the veteran nation right now, but why can't you just let us get better?
Right.
Like everybody knows 22 a day, which there's like 40 something a day. Veterans. This shit was a fucking game changer, but I don't think. I just don't think.
Well, maybe the RFK can help.
Yeah.
If they get in office.
Yeah.
If they get in office. But when you hear about all this shit that's going on, I mean, October hasn't even started yet. Whole month. Who knows what fucking happened? Us leading up to the election.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of
and not only that, forget about organization. Like to forget about there are people that are on and maybe state actors, who knows, trying to Trump. What about this fucking recruits that are buying all the rhetoric every day for democracy? I think that this is the one thing that will mean in their life. The one great that they can accomplish. I mean,
and respond to their names.
I don't know. I mean, there's so much that goes into this. First shooter, right? What was he, 20 years old? 20 years old. Then you got, Trump basically done for about 8 years. I think he showed up about a year before the 2016 election, right? I went in. So we're going on 8 years now of the media just slamming over and over from democracy, going to run the country. You take the 20 years old. I mean, Since he was 12 years old. That's all he.
Yeah.
12 years old. That's all he's.
And little kids.
So, is it a very well treated act to kill him? Is it media manipulation that we really got too far into? Now we're seeing consequences, of what that kind of pushing an agenda like.
Nice.
It's probably and the fact that 24% or poll.
Nice.
Those are the toughest motherfuckers.
Yeah.
People that answer polls. Now don't answer polls. How 24% of those retards are dumb enough to think that it's a good idea to defeat Trump. That the people should be able to decide on it. That's what's really crazy. They think they're right and you're wrong, and no matter what, stop you from getting your vote. They have to stop you from voting in the direction you were going to vote. Oh man, it's just a scary time. Scary time. Yeah. It's weird, and also weird and chaotic in the sense that this is all happening at the same time as the rise of podcasts, social media, and new ways to get information. So more people we are now. Like during the like people against the Vietnam War, they're against the troops in the Vietnam War, but they didn't really know. They didn't have like access to it like we have now. Yeah. I don't know where this is, man. I mean, part of me, it's part of me is gonna end some type of a civil war. That's terrible. Yeah. It seems like it's pushed in that direction. I mean, I think it's just going to look a lot. It's a cold, right? Yeah. See these together. Mm-hmm. You see first states banding together, you see states banding together, you see, a lot of sending national guard down to Texas, to try to secure the border. You got, these extreme. Look, I don't whether, and so like states are making these like super harsh laws. And I can't remember how many states now constitutional carries. I can't remember. I think there's like a state or two left in constitutional carry. But I mean, I think basically what I'm getting at, I think the lines are kind of like being drawn right now. The alliance is kind of forming like, hey, let's pass these super red laws, super left blue laws, and it'll drive everything out. It was on. Do you know what I'm? It's like happening naturally. Yeah, I don't know what this is. I hope that we develop
Jason,
how to communicate better, work together. And I think some of that facilitated AI, it's done correctly, first AI, where people instead of like whatever beliefs you have, what it is, people have it laid out. Yeah, laid out. Where they couldn't, can't deny it. Yeah, I love like the and journalists. Like on off the rails, yeah, it's just if the country come up. Every time I feel like that. I feel like
But anyway, people who just lost for themselves can't critical think anymore. And so like on my I'm like, don't say 500. Let's not like the let's not say these Democrats fucking Republicans. Like, just give me the policy, give me the problem. Like, let's just leave all that out, because if you leave all those adjectives out, then it forces people to go, well, shit, I don't. It forces them to calculate because they don't know what their side is about that particular issue. Unless you're talking about something like that. But you know what I mean? Yeah. If you leave those adjectives out, then I think common sense will start to make a comeback, because it won't be so trouble. It'll be like, well, actually, I don't know where the party stands on. I don't really and that would some people don't have time to form their own. Yeah, it's so much easier to just agree on whatever. Yeah. How did you get started? Well, I used weapons and tactics, and I took on a read with Dominic, and then I got, put it that way, a lot of from the community, and I was like, it's very egocentric community anyways, and so like, I'm really fucking up this shit, and so I just, dude, I didn't, I was like doing camping stove reviews. I bought a farmer.
There you go. How you look? Will Schiller, long time. How you living? What's good? How are you? I'm well, thank you. We miss you. How was school? Did you do well? Good for you. Excellent. Hey, do you have kids? You have the kids. Go to the kid. I know you do.
Author of Going Into the Big Short, my podcast against the rules. Rise of sports betting is due to our team in Las Vegas and
Okay. Okay. Here's
Announced that he's
it's absolutely okay. Do what you
over the years. Nobody
yeah. Amazing. Beautiful. Amazing. I love it. Beautiful.
Coming up in the big start off with remarks from Fed Chairman Jerome
I love it.
for the National
That's amazing.
Assembly's decision to lower for the first time in 4 years. Following
Hey, Cameron.
always the anticipated monthly jobs report, analysts aren't expecting much change with predictions of 144,000 new jobs created, up a couple thousand from the month prior. The unemployment rate is forecast to remain steady at 4.2%. And after a rough start to September, the markets have rebounded, especially after the Fed's supersized interest rate cut. For the quarter, the Dow has gained more than 8%, the S&P is up 5%, and the Nasdaq more than 2%. Apple may release an iPad-like smart home display next year. Silvana Anao has details.
It will use a new operating system called Home OS, and it's based on the software that runs Apple TV. It will include apps such as Calendar, Notes, and Home, and Apple has tested prototype with magnets so you can mount it on the wall. It will also support Apple's AI technology, Apple Intelligence.
President Biden says he won't intervene to stop a potential dock worker strike. Mark Mayfield reports.
While speaking to reporters in Delaware, Biden says he doesn't believe in the Taft-Hartley Act, a law that would allow him to delay a strike with a court order. Thousands of longshoremen are set to strike this week amid stalled labor contract.
Morning radio tonight. Would work in the ride and Al one. There's a bunch of other ones that Anthony from his own show. He was doing like karaoke with machine gun, and he's fucking built the television studio in his basement. He was like, he can do that. I like doing something. So we started out doing this little some reach. Green had his own internet talk show, and I was one from my figure out how to be. I can really see the seeds of my podcast. This is amazing. That night was in talks with somebody that was going to have my thing. It's just to do it now. Nothing with nobody. Just be 100% just fucking around. And in the beginning, all the like, why are you wasting? They come over my house and my kids were out. So like, every day we were spare bedroom. You'd hear, Mom. Kids are arguing. So it was from that, move into like a little office somewhere, and then moved into a warehouse, a real studio. Started having some there, and then started gym here. Let's put a gym in. Started, and then it just got all or never did it. Put a podcast. Just watch my never did that. Never. It just grew. All the same. Just I talked to. Watch your show. What's up? The way why it's because I can tell like that guy direct energy an article like this is this is like some producer guessing for the week and you're not really I can do it. There's no reason. Yeah, when I started, we started cameras, the timers. Mike Love was the first guest, and so my wife was running that. Got it. With no lights.
Water, food, and other supplies.
This is I started on Christmas. Wow. But it's also because a lot of people want to say the podcast is saturated. Like I've heard, I don't believe. I think you need to get here. That's you.
Thank you. Well, I studied and still, and I just want to make it different. I copy the person. And,
Randy, yeah, you really did it. And it's a great thing. We need more voices, more different people that are doing the same kind of thing, following, talking to people, having these long form podcasts. Like the one with the guys.
which one?
Is it John Al?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. Is
right?
let me check.
She blows an obscenely
Let's
expensive
say.
on designer clothes, gifts,
Resume.
champagne,
Yeah.
ruined her relationship.
6 hours. Yeah.
James, billionaire
Yeah.
tycoon,
It's 6 hours. It's amazing. It's crazy. Listen, Sean, I really appreciate you. I appreciate what you're doing. Appreciate how you do it.
Every time
It's good to
she-
become friends.
Thank you, Fred.
My pleasure. All right, everybody, watch this show. Ryan.
Against the Manhattan $1.9 million.
Paris Hilton's dogs live better than we do. She's got some designer dogs, and she has a doggy.
Good job. Well, it's what really. I mean, he. Weirdly, I got the one. It's like he's a character. He's this frenzy, but what fucking Republican? That was
Awesome.
right. One of those. Yeah. Fucking those things. They never. It's so on television. There's no. This is probably one. It's always one the bipolar brain.
I think like part of what we used to have, and you could make journal topics in what shape or form, and then some focus people, and nobody that the under, and so where there's a lot, and then that that's when you're like nobody cares.
Or it's totally because it just get amps. And that's a real you don't know what.
Well, it's also a completely novel thing that we weren't prepared for. So, was social media. No one was prepared for the world now. No one was prepared for it. Like, literally, everything freaks you out. The show is that show and how it's just so contrary to the rest of the history. I mean, it was always the news. They wanted people to they only had so much control.
Exactly.
And now, 24/7.
And it's basically made to convince you more of it.
Yeah.
Like first you, but you eat the top for the next 65 days. The next year, you're gonna get that.
Yeah.
First, like it's totally fine. The bigger problem is presented maybe an opinion you get told, and that's body where this take a step back and consider it's not a lot,
Right.
and then you think to yourself, where do you go? Like if a friend of mine works at, he showed we were playing and what's incredible is friends and like exactly in some ways, and he was trying to like threads and the way and this 2 plus 2 it's that. And then it with folks that are just for and that's so version the information kid gloves, so it's kind of like there's a lot more because there's just a few things that you constantly consume, what the algorithms want to amplify, what is it, and I think that finding a way to blend the two is probably what is best in the sense that there's probably some people here that doesn't and there's probably a little bit.
Is there heavy consideration for it?
I don't know. He described the gate part and just sounded ludicrous.
So does it 2 plus 2 5?
Case for your vote in the vice presidential debate. Listen on iHeart's 24/7 news channel.
Search debate on the free iHeartRadio app.
Hey there, it's Michael Lewis, author of Going Infinite, The Big Short, Moneyball, and Liar's Poker. On the latest season of my podcast, Against the Rules, I'm exploring what it means to be a sports fan in America, and what the rise of sports betting is doing to our teams, our states, and ourselves. Heading to Las Vegas and New Jersey and beyond to understand America's newest form of legalized gambling. Listen to Against the Rules on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app, search Against the Rules, and start listening.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Some say they are the eternal, mortal enemy of mankind. Others say they're so similar to us that we can befriend them. Like us, they're born and they die. Like us, they fall in love, marry, have children. And like us, they hate and fight and destroy. But truth be told, they're nothing like us. They are powerful and ancient, and they
It's a bizarre thing that was going
Exactly. Basically, which is
Oh, and everything.
well,
Because everything.
you know, we have. I don't know if you saw this in the area in COVID. The city of San Francisco brought together their board of whatever, and they eliminated classes, including a bunch of AP classes, and part of it was this reason because it felt it was an explosion. And I think what it is there's all to kind of like even the start. But if you things like math, like take a step back. What are the odds Steve Jobs or literally Elon Musk capable of that? I suspect maybe. And so part of the responsibility as adults is so that can find right. And I'm not thinking massive answer, but I'm saying there are people that particularly but wow, the little I felt the I could build up myself and I didn't feel so marginal. I'm sure there's a lot of people for some it's just that to a boundary was possible teaching them stuff. That's really cool. So I understand the intent is there's a small group of folks that get shut out and the person that's Steve Jobs that Elon Musk is held a little. I think that it's all. So you gotta. We're doing just.
This episode is amazing. Boy, just remarkable. I'm sure you want to ask look longer, healthier, and a healthy life to just like it does for us. There's a reason having a book is important. So how do you know it's as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, farmers and fresh developed by certified nutritionists provide for dog meat, and their food is human grade, which means it's made the same quality and safety standards as food. Very few foods are made to this strict standard. Let's be clear, great the food is fancy. Just means it's safe, healthy. It's simple. It's people care about what goes into your dog's food. Farmers make it easy to help your dog. Essentially, fresh food is pre-portioned. I'm not personality every plus precise cookies help your dog. One of the look, no one. I need this for every. It doesn't matter. It's always a great time starting with your health. So try the. You can get 50% off your fresh food at the plus fruit shipping. Just go to the farmers. Visit this episode page to learn more. Correct. Limiting the concept of gifted classes. But the reality is to find regular classes, particularly mathematics and other things, they're going to find too easy. They're more advanced students. Those people should have some sort of an option to sell and inspiring, and maybe intimidating, but inspiring. Part of the reason why kids go to school together is how hard it work so much harder. Look how much he's getting that. And it really does work that way. It's how human beings in how they grow together.
It used to be that if you went to high school, you would really going to a specific high school to get really good at something. You were like,
Yes.
right? So,
Right.
if you knew it, like you say, wow, incredibly talented in this one specific thing, go push the boundary and see what happens. I think we owe it to ourselves to say that.
Yes.
100 Americans in the United States. Don't you think that we need a bunch of for people to think about what their things are better?
Yeah.
We step back. You have more great actors, but you have more scientists, and you created a way for them to just go teach them something where their curiosity. That's okay. Sure.
It sounds great. It's just a matter of resources. Also, this is my whole I'm not whether or whether there's a lot of sitting in the class for. So instead, you drug them and you give them medication that lets them think, and now and I think for a lot of kids, balance is really interesting. Maybe over this, but they're really excited by life. Maybe there's something visual personality that excites them, and and instead you have this very rich system that wants to get children. The idea of sitting still for an hour, a subject will or necessarily motivated.
Well, we're going to.
They don't have a lot to compete with. You guys
We are going to get computers that are able to. What that means, the way that he himself, right? Those are very different, in my opinion. But what that means to like how we use that is very limited. Like years, in third year, you have a PhD assistant in your pocket. In memorization, spell check, grammar, fact, 4 years. Teaching that is probably important as interpreting. Like, how do you teach kids to learn? Not to. So we have to education, and we have to figure out a way to solve it. You can't send the children, the generation, our kids, to go and have. That's great. That's great. So, what can you do? I think that you're, in a lot of can't explain, but today we're going to be able to the same way. It's going to happen, right? So the way we interpret things, the same way that motivate to operate together. That stuff. And so today, the school system is unfortunate, kind of a like, look, teachers most,
Most people say that
the top people in society. And the reason they want to have teaching more kids how to think, not to make more of it. You can just, use search engine, use ChatGPT and find out. But why? What were the things that happened? What would you do differently? And those so far, so which means you have to put them in a position to catch up. And then after, in and this is a lot of that. I put it in, you get these emails that say you want this. For example, and so those are like, and on the other side, one person was very happy on Medicaid, and my ex-wife had under no circumstances taking our child. All kids are different. And then the crazy, and we said, straight. And then COVID, and you're just you're sheltering. The school, and so what do you? Everything was the little class, the way that they would, right? So it reintroduced itself in a way that we could have controlled. And then we saw footage. And then we no more video games, no more iPad. We're going to dose. It is our turn. But then here's what because it was like great year. He reset, and this is amazing. And then I do a lot of people. Yeah. And then it's again. So at least we. And I'm not him not being brave in this thing. Playing basketball, how, having to watching, or because from what I know, kids watching or listening to songs on they get next. And I was like, what did that do? Like, so at least, my son was right, just a little bit. Be there, watch, and these shows racial, they're used or TikTok. Yeah, because TikTok, and it's helped. It's not a cure, but it just goes. If you and I heard this. If you take your the kid will from others. The critical. I don't know if this. That's what I was talking about. Was that if you so like in class, if you get a food to agree as well, no device, the kid feels because it becomes like normal. Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't know. College, which is like the most elite, if you will, private school in the UK. It's kind of where like they have matriculated college. It's like memos to parents and the head. When you get a child, we're going to what is you are going out of this. You're going to stick it in, and this is not. And can you?
Wow. Mandatory.
Mandatory. I thought incredible. I don't know what the impact, but that's
well, it's great. They're not sharing or Snapchat the addictive quality of these phones, which is, if you think about evolution, and you think how we to civilization, we essentially softer, that took a long time. Like, this thing is hitting us so quickly, and one of the is creating a disconnection, even though we're being connected to these social media. There's a disconnection and normal behavior, learning, interaction with each other, all the different things. And to learn how to little
he'll call, or even
And not only can we get the message to your audience, we can also show you how it's working in real time. That goes from
it's like this.
right.
And I'm like, hello? Oh, yeah. I'm like, and then he would. just find building blocks. But look, being able and be that conversation is going to be people be connected. You may not that it's like stupid. Just try to, and then I would for kids, very right, and I almost again we're not we're asking and one we're taught our kids to memorize salutations. So on the one hand, it's really and then on get in. How are you? And I'm like, man, and because like they would say, thank you, and I'm like,
right. But what concerns me is more in terms of being children, basically, get being really can't say to what comes up to what would be broken years. It seems like particularly development 48, 57. When I grew 0 and I got low triple really interesting. So you get people what, and you get a species, and is there going to be normal? Is it going to be emotional and like very small?
I think that you have like this angry, these like I don't know. First saw that was good. And entirely it was and we made it and wonderful. Just enough. We're able to economic all parts. Then you get a little. I think we lose, and we get. What I mean, the last. I think what we haven't forward from the another like a moment. So what if you've had enormous money by a and the and so they'll in this one way because the money and doing but then shocked and I'll be so if you go all piece the first you have these we're able it was pure then early duopoly Microsoft and what was extracted but it was somewhat because most of those companies basically and it to step in try to on behalf of everybody and then and the internet and all of us you didn't have it actually you just need you didn't and then explain. So we economic and then you have I think we've had 10 and again I'm the other nerd from the verb or the and I think or the like well it seems inevitable urgencies where it try to steer it in a way that benefits and I think is so that we giant we really communicate very well. People here yeah, very easy. Because the person
because it's perfect. Oh, I've had. I think is a little. So there's so there's going to be negative, and I think uncertain. It's not. Let's not. I'll give you. Or just. You know something? Yes. So, random. And the doctor. What? And so place, right? This is not okay. You're to look at and try. So for every a week, they take it out. 7. So you're kind of wait. 7 of the 15 might go. 3 of the calls. Sorry. 3. So these ones. But the problem. And so, what is right? It's not. We have of women the base and what's so call it here there'll be a that's 6 the surgeon and innocent you got all and now you that's and the okay show me what and the 14 not the whole right. If you do it, use the breast cancer because it gets and it's like, but it's not just lung cancer, pancreas, stomach, colon. If you look, so if you're like you get this forward, we should all do that. And it will like that's cool. I think between you're gonna see crazy in the and this is maybe but it's I think it's one of the what's amazing so there's an element we actually theoretically forecasted
it's like theoretical, and they okay. But when we live up all of material, but if you had to, don't you think? Meaning, if you took selenium, if you took boron, all of these are strongest. Now you can make one, send it all. Awesome. So why? Because you haven't. I think that robots in the next 2 to 4 years, you know, you just read what's on Earth. That's going to be crazy. It's going to be all kinds of. We don't even. So the point, that's like, so our is going to imagine that's made. Is that bad? You can just go. Why would that? You know, in the air. Maybe you could do. So instead of a building, which is bigger. So that's like, and I think, and then after, I think you just robots, but it's, and those things will make an imagine if, like Tesla's, and they were the okay? Now what happened? Well, first you don't away. I suspect those were right. So the people now can inflict the physical you now have psychological elements, the judgment. So my robots have dangerous work. Unless the game's played, I think it allows judgment. You know, it'll take a while for computers to I have done as a disservice to what is some folks, and I think you know how to get yourself right, you know? Now you just it uploads, right? You some crazy you leave your mind to focus on, right? Creativity to write your next to think because you're I think these two are and they're going to
meaning physical role, and they're going to do or like I think you can still have more if someone's calling the if they have any thought, no problem. Pick that up. Again, it to focus on the thing. I do, but we well, I see there's the best option, right? It gives people more creative pursuit. I think there's art and people like a form. It likes but and these people maybe aren't maybe they're very those I worry. I think like I don't agree. I don't. But we have and each time now, and this goes back to like news, politics, just working together. But in substantial, like I saw 1,800 whoa. Single digit. And it's a that was agrarian revolution, industrial. So it is possible. I don't know. Put a lot of, but that's what. What are your I'm pretty simple. I grew up on, and so what I can. There are a lot who are trying, and for can't figure it. I agree. And so I didn't.
Positive, but I'm not even doing it for that reason.
You know, my parents. I think. Right. On the social safety, I think it's area. Your parents, but some parents just get a check, and this is that a substantial universal. If let's just say great 70% of the truck, that's a one of the things that work your day. It makes people feel self-sufficient. People feel valued. It's a sense of purpose where they can look. Build a building. It's a part of it. If they check that out, and then what? That's the worst case scenario. You just get a lot of people computers online and have the drive. The job, like if we were sitting here 1900, right, we would have a lot of, and we would
they're going to come. And I think now when it was like not obvious, new job, it's like all factory and a factory, and then you. I would hope this next, where our in a period where our certain what this but I think out and talk and play because the past we have a when they're unable have a real to invent. So I don't know, maybe there's to Mars, and you're building from the ground. There'll be all and I think that
yeah, sure. Made their way. Yeah, but they want to that's capable of sustaining human life and to try to people have a guy. You know, cast of
so true. What that just 400 group of prisoners.
Yeah.
And this is
right.
So, but I do. Like, look, we're in this. We could be anywhere. We could be in right? Be it, right? Be it Perth. You don't know. You know?
That could, instantaneous with people. Talk to people.
So that's an amazing innovation that we have. So basically, is a semi. It's a. Is it silicon? Is it something else? And the problem is track the that is bound by energy, and we're at infinite, and at a, what I say, we're at the point where right in the is the margin to generate the next. It's going to cost even with and because of AI, we're at the point where get an answer. It's going to be big. Zero. The cost when you put them together, what you accept, we will be the world here in Mars. We need to harness these communications. We made it. Now that's all these are not. They're actually not. These are like technical. Everything. You want to hover? We could probably.
Well, then, quantum one of the things we talked about is massive, and so they're really hose, specifically power A, which is wild.
Yeah, I'm at feet.
Devs.
No, I'll touch.
On the latest season of my podcast, Against the Rules, I'm exploring what it means to be a
Okay,
sports
well,
fan. And with the rise of
maybe a bit.
I'm heading to Las Vegas and beyond.
Today, it costs 20 years. If you go basically, in fact, so it costs because you can sell the end back to. But if you look at the cost, and you would say, well, how does this make sense? If the generation keeps falling, why is my this is like doesn't make sense? We have a regular burden that sets 2,000 in America. We're giving you in this area. But in return, I'm going to price, but I'm going to the infrastructure every few years over the next America improving the current, which I think because it is aging and most secure, meaning folks penetrate packet. So, and then it's in critical. I think that really out in 2020. So I think that people
all in one app.
you're going to see, which is everybody for the our I mean and that energy. So but this is
AM 640 live every
when you look like that, $10 trillion,
tough slate of games.
they can do to make. But when you, I would say two different. There's the old stuff. I agree with you. It's a specific with it. How to manage. But then what you have, this is where I am. And what I'm close there's a technical problem. What I mean, some of the next generation even that will take carbon. The only place sufficient. Are you really gonna? That's how it's. Schlep all the way to the place. I find hard to believe. What is the? I my folks, but it's like it's a certain
people are trapped in their homes
form of that uses material to create generate. What's the best?
reactor.
The unfortunate part
So like
is
if solar cell, you know, and it's super clean. So my point, actually, some pretty
people sell service
that are going,
whether it's coming
but I think not quote super hard. There's
tech with
profound tech that haven't, you know, we just got what's called what's it like you put you make, you know, 100 and
emergency
and we're,
high
so that's the old and we should things as far so that we have an infinite, you know, most of there's like the when we have approaches. But isn't the problem with interest countries, India, with power, realize
Yes, when you so nothing's great.
and real problem that and the power they can get.
in U.S. history.
I think you're touching what I think objective is a single
one of the most costly, or one of the costliest storms in the history of the United States, because of that storm surge. We saw the storm surge.
So I've how does collapse where we're in Sweden, and you know I was part of the but we were fighting Hindu, and it was incredible. 99,
We're seriously
just a struggling, and so we stayed, you know, they went solid to father alcohol. It was dysfunctional. It really and so, you know, fine, but that under
Those guys are not okay.
and I am that I think folks work, but also that there are not, and that's like when that this
rollover crash one.
should we sure, and I you know the biggest, and I think probably maybe it's definitely, you know, but it was and say
the PG&E outages.
so are we going to, this is why my current vein of which is like, you know, the Democrats do so much fighting over in the sense some of these more, but
Also, get it wrong. And that is, and you have 2.5 that are extended Russia, China, and Iran. That wasn't. That wasn't.
Glenn County, they've also seen.
I just don't. If this
summers in some of those areas.
all this,
So,
whether you know, the it's all off because we will destroy. I we have an the village. We are sleeping. Can't walk.
One of the things about us, the kind of that's necessary to sort of see the future of see where this could go, especially the history. How many times he was talking about the example of the world civilizations that were thriving, that were us because for us, we have this ability to look forward and to see, make that leap and see the potential for disaster that all these things have. And this freaks me out when people talk openly about how we have to win with Russia, with Ukraine. Like, what are you talking about? What does it mean? This sounds insane. And then applauding the long-range attacks into Russia.
Sweet change. So his team of attorneys steps in to make sure that he gets the medical treatment that he needs.
Good job. Very.
You sure? Yeah. You know, there's no any day. There you go. So tell me what your official job is. Wow. With regards to, you know, sure. That's a legend. That's the one that sport. I designed my Perry, and Perry is a 3, a 2 1. Very cool. Great job, Brad. We have another one. Mothership, the comedy club. You walk in, right? A giant system UFO. Very cool. Obviously, well, yeah. I was strolling the streets yesterday and came across the Texas Toy Museum. I'm not one of the but this thing I saw was all of the trees back when I was a kid. I don't know if it was the 70s, early 80s. 52, 57. You are? Yeah. Well, I look. You go over there. I had a lot of. I did too. Believe it or not, you'll have to. Fortunate people. This was good. I'm about to truck, you know. So, in the Army, I go into federal service, and a lot of mostly in counterintelligence, which is supposed to be basic the bad guys from this perspective. And in 2008, I changed my job at national intelligence, which for you may or may not know, it's outside of DC, where I live on the other side of DC, living on in the Chesapeake Bay, so my kid was there. It was really, frankly, so they were everything. 3 hour each way. Why did you move closer? Well, I wanted to give my kids a good quality of life. I did not want to get the city and exposed into kind of the craziness that makes sense. Especially DC's crazy, especially right now. So, I'm not. It's like You bring these foreign dignitaries, and the first thing they see is just the dereliction. Yeah. It's a very poor reflection on what the American spirit is about. But that's for another conversation. Yeah. I think that. Yeah, but one of the Christ, Jesus. So in 2008, for a little while, and basically the integration of national information and local, state, and tribal. So after my country realized the significant problem getting national information down to the cops around the definition is more about it. So they couldn't allow to be information. So one of my and shortly thereafter, I got probably who came to me and said, look, I'd like to be for a program, part of it's very new, very secretive. Now, when you're, it's not people, it's secret for a millions have some sort of security and so it's really just so you so great question. And what occurred to me was something my early in counterintelligence, protecting technology, critical technology, for example, and some rocket technology, tomahawk, like that. So, kind of from the same time, I had been so I was and security aspect for a particular program. So, what this security making sure that can't penetrate our organization. That's all it work for just decent information security and operational security. So remember that. It brought me and I would tell you because it was so it was a facility that was known to be intelligence. We have an intelligence officer, so I can't say this specific location. And the top floor, I think it was and for the first time, James looked at it, doctor, PhD, and I hit it on the rocket. And the number of rockets in the U.S. government. Now, he's a humble, amazing, he's very smart. And after he said, I want to ask you, okay, sir. And he said, what do you think about your? And I said, well, I do. And he said, well, what do you mean you don't think it? I said, no, that's the place. You asked me to work with. Frankly, they don't. I'm too busy working at and very serious, staring the street. Well, don't let personal matters get the best because what you may challenge any preconceived notion of think something is or not. And so, the backdrop. People come up with UFO science fiction as a kid, to Star Trek, Star Wars, like a lot of people were. So, I grew up, I guess, in GI stuff like that. So, that was in certain college. I studied with a focus on parasitic scientific method is something that has been near and dear to me. And then, of course, later on, as a special agent, that when you're conducting investigations, for me, kind of the old justified sort of guy. So prone to, if you will, or description or even the UFO topic. I just never really considered it.
So he said that to you, and then so we're talking 16 years ago.
Yeah, I did. 2024, early 2009.
So this is towards this bizarre, whatever.
Yeah.
So he says that to you, and then it's the steps after how to get into this idea that these things are big traps.
Yeah. Great question. So for some people, there's kind of two ways to process information, at least in my experience. There may be others, just in my observation. Some people kind of look at this epiphany where it's, aha, gosh, this is real. For other people, it's kind of more of a slow, gradual realization. I think for me, I was more of a slow, gradual realization that this is this is really about UFO.
These things.
Well, it was first of all, reporting, right? So the official report from the field, there's official video and whatnot, describe vehicles doing things and bringing things that, frankly, anything we have at home was something ridiculous. So I knew these F-16 or an F-22, an F-35. In the they are still conventional. They still have there's an additive for jet engines. They seem a little it's such a bad. Conventional displays air and whatnot. These vehicles, for the most part, any type of associated characteristic you associate with flight. How does it? This airplane, and you have lift, drag, and if you build wings, lift, fly, you have to have that thrust. The things that are encountering didn't have neurons, control surfaces, they didn't have cockpits, they didn't have engines, no obvious bullshit. They were doing things in ways that frankly defied anything that we had. We were pretty certain we didn't have these technologies here, and even more complex things that countered over military and over system military solutions. So, from that perspective, got a real pretty concern on it.
So you said what was the thing you saw?
Just part of the challenge. Most people in this country, they're familiar with video, right? At least by the but those are the compelling of all the government has. And so that could be released to the general public. There's stuff 4K ultra high resolution, something like that from certain military intelligence. You have to look. What is that? What is that? That data, right? So you got and then you've got radar data. That's confirmed. The video. And then you've got trained pilots can recognize what miles away and make a split-second decision. Is a friend of for a level. And there we go. So you have now 3 separate will collection of the human eye, gun camera, all describing the same event at the same place, at the same time, under the same right? And so keep in mind, former special agent intelligence is just in front of it. You know, as I said, I think it's now that's there. That is really ever. You know, there's something there. So was there an was the first thing you saw that you what the fuck? No, I didn't think made you realize there's something here conventional wisdom or conventional propulsion system. I think for telling moments when I attended, boy, I'm going to go back. I attended with some individuals who were already associated with larger and I attended dinner at a decent hotel. A Brazilian gentleman attended this dinner, and the dinner was sponsored by the famous billionaire. Yeah, and by the way, he's American hero. And people don't realize it's self-funded on behalf of. He paid it for himself. He really is American. But anyways, in this very, very smart who an investigation about the event that occurred for several days. It's actually looked at and the police and had over video and photographs and translators. To me, it was more and explaining, and they had some of the interaction that William had with these scratching my chest, really that point for the profound. So dealing with technology. He showed he was and he brought up he was showing photographs and reporting everything. Which was very good language. But for me, I think this is legit. And I are gone. As after one into the reports, the field reports, speaking to the scientists, it became evident. It's very here. There's some cases where UAPs living in formation. Being provided most of it where regularly forever not that I tell you that in incidents where there's appears to be some sort of provocation where one of these seems to be coming to live but maybe trying to demonstrate orange cake video. Haven't been clear, so let me put it into two. There's a pedophile, and the hero chatter back. You see it that like Okay, and see it, and all of a sudden, an object was whizzing right by the concrete and like feet away, and it was explicit. I won't say it here, but you can imagine what a pilot is very surprised. That was one. I think I have I've spoken about. Let me preface and on occasion still will the U.S. government, and so I want to be mindful. Right. Shaped wedge shape, triangle, yeah, like a wedge. Across
Sure.
the
With the vaccine.
so, yeah, but silver medal and that's a better way to describe it. And it looks kind of like
And that is something important.
Saw something. To me, it was I never thought here's a couple things for the very first time. So, particularly disc shaped craft, it's a wedge shaped craft, diamond shaped craft, triangle shaped craft, boomerang shaped craft. They're all so it's very, very interesting. And obviously, the military is very concerning. And I think when you look at the standards we had, like, for example, you have a number of looking at things going on for me. Like I said, more than eyewitness testimony. And Moss, backyard doesn't really go. I'm honestly provide information to make a conclusion. I'm not. If you start describing you're probably equal to it's an aircraft. That's why having many categories was so important. Because they are roughly what a normal traditional aircraft. At that point, it was some sort of beyond general. And that's for guys like me, right? When we're seeing performance that far exceeds anything we have now. Very, very we don't come.
And you'll visit.
No, we're and that you have to interesting with window. In some cases, other cases, or examine myself. But at the end, you think it is right, or find it. I didn't see information even when I because you're something that we recognize. We say, right. So I say there were no, there could have not instead of obvious times like I didn't see anything like that. I saw things that were just left questionable, and they were backing it up. And some of the data, sensor data we had, one way, some of the other technical data, other intelligence we have, and discuss now that this is the stuff that give the analogy here. Warheads, we're going to we use to process that war, both in combat. So Yeah, that for me was very compelling. And it's lots of people think that there's only 3 videos. Those don't even scratch the surface. There are that telling community have. Has there?
What is it? Mutual.
I don't want to. Colleagues have been very this topic. Has been. He is the one who's he's more big around the American people. He comes to us what we've been doing. I Pentagon. He saw them, and up to that, he was very secret. One of his officials asked, "Hey, have people for videos, investigations, like that?" So when he you can imagine, like, right? He was actually pretty why was I these videos they're yet it was guys the high school was being told that was a that's probably they got him. This is BS.
Yeah, well, his this was something that at least gets some weight. Just to conversation, just where people met. These are real. This is a real thing. They're not just the one that just 4 days ago.
That it was which by
an break in the sky.
Is to advance. There's going to in ATIP. I owe investigation the post, right? And it's why we were always but it wasn't yeah. And otherwise, kind of go that other again the backdrop 5 observable. This is not a this is not a this is something different.
Right. Just the video footage that you
civilian
is like the old. This is trying to have a lot of people point to the possibility that there's some sort of secret programs, some secret propulsion. That's completely different than the conventional propulsion systems that the U.S. government has. They're operating. And the problem is always that, like, the Kenneth Arnold, the Roswell, the time where it just wasn't there at all.
Joe, I'm so glad. Just so happened. Wow.
Glasses.
Sorry. You're done. It's a the portions are highly and so if you this paragraph you and that is like take a look at the date. This is already great. Paragraph. You want to scroll? 6.
Okay. This prepare for the reiterate that this phenomenon occurred in the New Mexico in the past 18 months and are continuing to occur. That these phenomena vicinity of sensitive military installations. And if you look there, go the highlighted. The observers scientists, office of special investigations, the U.S. Air Force, military security inspectors, military personnel, and persons of various occupations whose reliable question. Scroll. And that really says that on the date, the date of May 1950, and says it was determined that the frequency of unexplained air failure such that an organized reporting these observations. Right. So this thing is recognition that we serious problem to the it's just not 19th engineered technology. Right. That's proof. And we have entered space. And we have we can't I that this product yeah. Highlight official government let's look at it wasn't yeah observing some cases are multiple not do by in some cases, but temporarily the only two cases that would be Russia. Now in 1950, where it was China at the time where Russia was trying so temporally because it makes sense. It would be like Carter, but the very first time the 20s discovered when he goes because so easy America has some technology because but in 1950 that wasn't the case. Right. Do they have these crafts? There is no craft in just New Mexico, but here I do. I think you'll take a look at and really and I think you'll find okay, which one? What part of it was the highlight? You see the top of it, which from, which to it, so investigate. It's hard. Yeah, it's a doc. Oh, right. Department of the Pentagon. Yeah, Director of and just flying. It's hard to read. Flying disc. Flying disc. When I doing atomic vicinity of thing river. Okay. That's just yeah. The data 1952. Right. So this is verified. Those were all these that anybody right now. I mean, like if you really think the best example, sure. If you find
Shut the fuck
crazy, it's like half the thing. Yeah. That's for you. It makes me suspicious. I know. Yeah, the government. Big shit, the old 20 vaccine. Well, right? At least yeah, blah. And I much more. But that's review. So your question, you were going to a military about this. If you go back and do stuff like this is the 1950s, they're not interested. You're like, look, what is going on? Right. What is you've got a carrier are interrogating the ship. You know what? I want to see this videos out reporting on the tech log, Anderson, pilots, that's their you're not interested. I'd rather and the further back you go, the less interested they were. So it was really as we're trying to out what's going on. This is what happened. Yeah. Military, the national security perspective, the other stuff interesting, the general public perspective, they're interested, but from a national security perspective, they're like, hey, 3 decades, right? And so it is a little frustrating. You want to demonstrate, this is nothing. This is this pattern. But they're more interested here now. So do they have? You're saying 3 decades, but obviously, did they have stuff in the 1980s, the 1980s? Some of that stuff to talk about. There are reports, intelligence 5. I can't say where or anything like that, but on where UAP encountered other countries. I have a server. Why? Because well, we know. Again, I can't say how we know. We're not in trouble, but just so we know not a States phenomenon. Precisely. It is not a U.S. phenomenon. In fact, in other countries, whether it's in Latin America or in Europe, Russia, China, there is topic newspapers. I think it was a China Morning. There's something called I initiative where we're trying to broker a deal with the United Nations that would allow all the institutions for the United Nations. Okay? So we also went on set, topic, some released AGB footage that showed MiG interaction with these UAPs. And there's also a thing. If you go to Latin America, they don't have the same level of stigma and taboo associated with this topic that we do. And we talk about they have in the Patagonia of Argentina. There is a near Campo de Las Lajas. One of the chiefs was telling me that their area they're called to view, and call it town because many people are so frequent there that local actually built an observatory, an observation to look at these because they were so frequent. So this is not new. This is something that's been around for quite a long time. Maybe, and I could be wrong, but this is my assessment. The reason why people have a conversation here is because our government had placed so much emphasis and interest trying to stigmatize this topic that it almost now we should be having this conversation and people still want to. They think it's crazy. Tinfoil hats, all this other shit. We're talking about an issue. You have a former director of national intelligence, Radcliffe, a former director of CIA, Brennan. You have former presidents coming and saying, yeah, this is real. Right now, where it's from, I'm not sure what but the acknowledgement, yeah, this is it's not ours, and we probably should do something about it. So if we go back to the history of the debunking of it, like the Project Blue Book stuff, Allen, after he left Project Blue Book, he became a proponent of UFO disclosure. During the book, it was his job to essentially dismiss everything and to come up with some sort of reason, mass hallucination to attribute all these things to something that was very easy to explain. Is there any documentation or any discussion of why they chose to debunk everything? Yeah, you have to look at the was at the time they were doing these investigations. It was at the height of the Cold War. And, despite what people think, the Cold War was pretty hot. And we had the Russian States who gave proxy. Neither side wanted to let the other side know what we had and what we did, right? So if you have these now, the last thing you can do is tell the other side, this is what we learned from it. More importantly, this is what we don't know. And so both it's very quiet. Interesting. At the classified, I believe in the late 60s, where there was this relationship. We were putting up a tier radar system to detect vents using ICBMs, and they were doing right because none of us really trusted each other. But we did look before you hit that, see something on the horizon. Before you hit the give us a call because it might be right, and we don't free because each side is UFO and ICBM. Right. It's real. That exists in the United States and Russia. So that is an how much sides take this topic seriously. Jesus. And so when Philip Corso was dismissing all these things, did they have any film footage, anything about that Project Blue Book that was definitively not ours? I'm not aware of it. It does exist. I haven't briefed on it. I wasn't to that. I was more focused on here and now. I would people who had attended certain meetings, very senior level, that was discussed, where they saw certain footage. But I'm hearing that. I did not see full footage. My focus was more on the current what's going on now. But why was the effort to try to create some statement taboo? I think it was because of that. Because you have Russia and this weird stalemate where neither one wanted to tell the other side what we know, what we didn't know about UAP. And really, I think the focus from the national security perspective, like say you're a general and I'm a general, look, we've got a real here right now. As long as you are zapping my people, that's going to be the focus right now. That's the real threat that I have to deal with now. We got Russia dukes at me. I'm pointing this at them, and at the time, let's focus on Russia. And that has been the issue on why they didn't want to address the problem open to the general public back. And they also several studies that suggest most people would be very uncomfortable with that idea. There's something else that does most potentially even right here on Earth, and that creates a sort of societal disruption, right? They didn't want to cause panic. They were afraid that people would kind of like run on those. When people get panic, they do kind of strange things sometimes. And I think that you're worried about that. What's the most compelling modern? Oh my God, I can't talk about it. This is my frustration, Joe, because I know my comments, right? And to this day, there's video that's in on a basis that is very common. And how do they have well, we have consequences. Right. How is it getting filmed? Any of it filmed by the general public or all the entire stuff? So let me back this. There's general public filming stuff, but from the Department of Defense perspective, our focus, now, Arrows is a different story, but we had to be very, very careful of what we call intelligence oversight. Back in the 70s, particularly the defense, was kind of doing. They were spying on students. They were spying on citizens. Great. So Congress passed you can't do this kind of stuff on right? You can't conduct on a three rules and laws. 40.1. No mas. So the part of which is focus on military. You don't get person's information in investment into a Department of Defense database, especially intelligence. It's a super of U.S. person's information. It's pretty much so. Specifically at military information, I was all this super safe. At the end of the day, you can't keep living that day. You got plenty of from the military. Overwhelmed. There's absolutely no doubt that we didn't have to get it because we had better collection systems from the military looking at stuff and getting this better insight.
If you can't tell us about, give us understanding of what you're talking about.
Yeah, sure.
Without being
yeah. Okay. Yeah. There is video. I read it. I can't see what I can't see where it's from, but an object that how large short like once the block, you're huge. There is one of these objects underwater that was by this speed calculated between 450 and 550 knots underwater, and it was bigger than the offshore it was passing, because you could see in the video the offshore you could see this thing just sits right by it.
Oh no. Yeah. So that's a lot of them reported as being transmitted.
Right. Right? Now it's all the issue was unidentified. And for several reasons, one of them, just because nobody can think, but because the word flying out means flight. So you have to have flight. Things don't have wings. That term isn't accurate anymore because I was just see them underwater, super high out. But again, there's all the options. Now we get the latest description of it to help describe the multi-domain or transient characteristics that we're to see and record that these things can do. And that's I'm going to tend to address super important. We have vehicles, right? We have seaplanes, and plane on water space. Seaplane is neither a really good plane or a good boat because it's a compromise. It's an compromise between an object and the air and the sea. That's what you need a real. Same thing with the spaceship. The space glide down, the airplane, break, time performance purposes. But what we doesn't have any of that. It's not, these objects aren't slowing down, changing their performance capabilities. They do the same thing that we're here and possibly in space and underwater. So that is a fundamental different type of technology we're used to dealing with.
Is something in space, time, gravity, rather than using something like a jet propulsion thing that lasts air up and things that go fast, but they're doing something that alters the gravity.
Yeah, so go through everything. Yeah, so we do some of the scientists on the team, folks like Rudolph, the folks on the names, Dr. James, that doing the calculations mathematically on how this is going. And the consensus by the scientists, like physics expert, astrophysics, they were saying that initially government for years was trying to identify different product technologies that could explain different performance characteristics. And it was communicated that the state had this consensus. If you had temperature and one thing, all these now become possible. And I think and so if you had to create this bubble in a localized that instantly affects gravity, I think that it's like glass is gravity. It's not gravity. That's an effect of gravity. Gravity is warping of space-time. And that's people about that you hear the term, but they don't realize space and time are actually they are one opposite sides. And so you can't have the other. So you have this ability to create a bubble from the warping of space time to gravity. That then the way you experience time, I don't is perhaps different than you might experience space time. Most of it, because it's up to the effects of gravity, which would explain potentially why there's motion. It's a completely different way of looking at how we physics and how we, as humans move about. Everything, this may be something. This is I said I can mention Ross. If I tell you, if I push this that way, right? Are there any how there is that 3 years ago? About this team. Really should have. He's incredible. He also has helped start the government. He's been involved in art organizations, almost classified. But he was with his science, and he gave a science about the specifics on how this. I'm not going to say we have no sure up, but I do to our skill about a 3 hour lecture on this unit. And that very much for me, but a long searching look at the end of the day. This is how it happens. And that was wow. Give us how it's possible. Yeah. Yeah, well, sorry, a single. So you have and you create this using and it interacts certain minutes. And after we can get material exactly what certain skin of the craft is in the cup here. And I'll have this bubble or you see so unfortunately there's a video that wasn't well, it's probably good. This is a two-dimensional of a okay, and in essence,
and what he did in his life.
Rhodes Scholar, Army Ranger.
so what you created a grid stack that looked like stack. You have this. You have and Los Angeles, and 5 hours. function of distance over time, and in essence, you can mark that linear. So I 5 hours. Okay. If you had the ability to compress it a little bit, and you were able to allow it to be a little closer together, now it's what took you 5 hours. You can do it in 1 hour, and you can do it in less time. But to the observer of the universe, you would see this incredible hopscotch ability to take a shortcut space time. And so simultaneous acceleration, velocity, now becomes, and so that is what these, and so it seems like scientifically you understand mathematics and some of the theory posed, a lot of things become possible.
So these are theoretical predictions of how things are moving.
Yeah, and I'm a scientist. There's a whole lot of stuff that if you can do that, it's like, yeah, makes sense and may describe that people are
Welcome.
seeing.
How are you? What's going on? What's up?
Going on to move some of that stuff through.
What's up, Peter? Oh yeah, definitely. Watching. Do you know who Joe? Yeah, what he's talking
How much is theoretical and how much? I am possession.
but that could be the world's greatest hacker. Now, I'm currently, I got 3 robots over there. I have 5 robots over here. You go on Kick right now. I am the most popular motherfucker on there, and I don't. I mean, like, hacking's taking, like, maliciously taking the information of someone else. I don't get into a computer system. Maliciously. I'm not creating accounts legally, and so I don't think. There you go. All right. Sounds good. Best wishes. Very cool.
I believe there's a fraction of people in the government that do want this conversation to occur. And equal fraction, very mad. You know, just in your show, it is going to work. And I am the other shoes. You're going to hear all sorts of stuff. People make stuff. Right. People are in the government that want this to be discussed now. There's still some people that do not want this.
Steel man, meaning could you why
Sure.
research stuff? Why?
Sure. From the perspective of three options. They're good, they're neutral, or they're bad. So let's Right?
I
Okay.
agree.
The problem is no. And that's
Word.
they don't want us to. But Hiroshima and Nagasaki vaporizing 500,000 souls. They didn't stop us from developing the atomic age. They didn't stop the proliferation of weapons. They didn't stop the testing and the Nevada of atomic and nuclear weapons. And now, how many nuclear weapons? A lot. They didn't stop Chernobyl, Fukushima, and Mile Island. So, say that to help us. I'm not sure. Data. And Minot and North Dakota, UFOs, they stopped, they interfered with nuclear weapons, and they brought the which, by the way, but in Russia, no, they turned them off. Right? So that's scary. Their capability, whether to attack, defend themselves. So they turned them on. This is a Russian report. So this is I don't know if you remember the
Sounds good.
intelligence problem. And I think it was onto something like that.
On the
And then
flip,
this is the actual intelligence report.
there you go.
It's
This
foil.
is people last night. Just
This is there's some people. Obviously, there's no. That's
word. That's man.
CIA did. Or
Word, dog.
but I can.
I can understand. I'm picking it.
We cannot prove here.
That's amazing.
But we do. I fear that
Word.
fear that you want to know how. Even if
Where's my
5%.
word?
Right? Then probably should not tip our hand. Public
Take care, dog.
Guys,
Excellent. Enjoy yourself. Take care. We'll see you.
However, you want to go. Just stay safe. Okay. You know, the cat's out of the bag. We're that reason is the
Cool,
military potentially of some of these individuals who want to keep it secret because of well, but they have to be. That is the role of the national security apparatus, right? Even if there's a 1% chance, they have to consider that in the planning and in the decision-making matrix. So, again, going back to what I said, I respect that. I don't agree with it, but I can respect that. That is the reason why that I would say, okay, look, in your heart, you really do have the best interest of the American people. You are a patriot. I can accept that. Again, I don't think it's your decision to make. I think it needs to go to Congress. It needs to go to the president. The American people decide. I think America handle the truth. I think America deserves the truth, and let the American people decide if it's in their best interest.
I agree with you, but I also see it from their perspective. They're probably insanely busy already, and the last thing you want to do is get involved. And you're trying to let people know about this and not.
That's right. That's right. But you know what? Because you and I are having a conversation, and people are making a lot of the truth. People are still trying to
right.
And
after the 2015 which was one of the biggest moments in UFO disclosure, because and you see something like that, especially in New York Times 2017, people really respected it. It's like, this is a real story.
Well, and it's political. I mean, how many people go to Congress and have right? One of the only leaders has literally a congressman and congressman is side by side. This is important. It's a very rare opportunity. So, you know, I believe it's the right thing to do it. Like saying is that we're at a point where people act like it's on one quartile to death. I think we have a shelf life. People like vegetables in the refrigerator. And the point where it's strong and it becomes a big mess, right? And so that's my thing. What I'm trying to do is give the government an ability to work that it's too selfish for the last 6 decades, and it was way out.
Right.
How do we get ourselves to the truth?
Is there a reality like a 100%? There's mild, straightforward in the past.
Decades, I want to make a political issue.
Yeah.
And I think and I think you give those guys don't make them stress. Now the company talk to them.
Right.
You give all 100%.
Let's get through it all. Whether it's all in state and did it in first place.
Now,
all these United States security.
you talk about two divisions. The problem is all the divisions. So let's say you have company A, and let's say the Department of Defense, 50s, 60s, I come across this interesting technology. I have no idea what the hell it is. It just came out of the script. And I go, tell me what you figure out about it.
Right.
10 years, company A is a multi-billion-dollar operation. Company B goes bankrupt. 200 people lose their jobs. And you know, people who have stock, investors in the company, lose their money. Right? Fair advantage. The money is fair competition in the U.S. government. So if you give an unfair advantage from A to B, you're talking serious liability. There's SEC violation. There's all sorts of concerns. One has to pay attention to it because someone's giving an unfair advantage to one company over another. So there are liabilities that we have to recognize. It's not just clear cut forgiven for that. You know, it's going to have to be some additional protection. Or if that occurs, you need to figure out how we deal with that as well.
So that would be an impediment to release. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, these are big.
Yeah. Well, this is a discussion that we've had on here before. If you did buy and bring the people who don't like, hey guys, what the hell is this? You proxy agreement. You bring some sort of undisclosed facility. That's the brightest. You know, what the fuck is this thing? Yeah. You have. Otherwise, like, what else do you do? You know? I mean, how else do you find out how these things work? If you were going to do it in a manner, you would bring it to defense contractors, because those are the only people that are capable of making it. They make their jets. They make the, you know, every stealth bomber, whatever. They make all of it. Going back to a colleague of mine
the comparison. Look, Lou, imagine back during the days of Da Vinci, and all of a sudden, reading Da Vinci in a garage door. You have no idea. You don't even understand the variation, right? And internet, you know, where do you start with analysis, right, and explanation of the technology? Physics hasn't even been discovered yet, right? I mean, garage doors seem like magic, right? It really does. You know, I magic. Where's the horse? Where's the stream? Where's that? It's kind of bananas. Press a button, your door opens, and you drive in. And it's done to the air, which is bananas. Actually, that's right. Yeah. So this kind of technology, I'm sure you're aware of this. I'm aware. I never got into it. I did not. How could you know on? Because I wanted to be isolated from prejudice and jury, and I know it seems strange. It's kind of something that goes with myself. I didn't want to have any preconceived notions of going in. Most people kind of, I suspect, would and say, well, everything they can about UFOs. I wanted, I just want to be very, very careful to preserve investigative integrity, right? And we're all biased. That's just the way around. We all have some degree of bias. So let's be honest and truthful here. It doesn't matter what bias it is. We all have some degree of bias on whether it's food or people you want to date or whatever. I wanted to be as possible. And so I really kept it very, very focused on the here and now. And, what can we see today? Right. You're aware. I tangential. Very sort of technology. That's and brought in as a trouble. But they just sort of said, tell me what this is, Roger. And then one realized this isn't ours. Yeah, I get the overarching story, looking at the details, and I've never met him personally, so I'm very. I had dinner with Schultz and Jeremy Corbell, and informally had a fascinating conversation. And Jeremy's a great guy. He's really done a lot of stuff. He's doing a lot. And he got me really way back with his documentary of Bob is whatever. But that's fantastic. It's essentially going over the story from the 1980s to today, which is totally the same story, which is nuts. Come on. There's a lot of story, obviously. Like there's things that discredit his background. But the reality, what he's saying, is essentially we're seeing his craft, which is very strange. So he described how they worked, they moved, how they would turn sideways, sort of project this, whatever this reaction devastating person that was essentially in and they would douse this thing, project their heat on it, create warp, gravity, this thing that allowed this craft to move away or defy our understanding. And each of these diagrams was like, how essentially he felt like the whole thing didn't have any scenes, which now in 3D printing. So now we know the skin of the craft, skin of an aircraft, that's some bolts. Exactly. But now construction, but back then, he didn't know what he said, like in place, like they were doing, it's like smooth, like wax, melted wax, and that it had a little instrumentation inside of it, and it was designed like a small things, like it was something that was like 3 feet tall, and that all these things seemed to operate through the being itself, sort of connection to the craft, some sort of strange way that it didn't have anything to do with pulling levers. It shows everything. We've done experiments where we had pilots play with a helmet. I can trip the spot, right? Yeah. How's the helmet similar to you see the new video of the patient? This video of Counter-Strike. Is it Counter-Strike or is that it? So Counter-Strike is a pretty popular 3D game, and this guy who does not have his body has this Neuralink. He's the second notification, and apparently with each iteration, it's more and more sophisticated and better. This is from this person's point of view. He's playing this video game entirely. So he's was the first guy, the first notification we had him on. Essentially, is like having a deep thought because you don't miss. Look at it. You're trying to shoot at instantaneously across everything. Wow. Yeah. So he's all this taking place entirely. This is all we do this entirely. So we can do that. Right? Is it really that important? That someone who's a friend from the town realized that right. The process of the brain is much faster, it's longer, and has to be the user. This is almost instantaneous. Right, of course. It makes sense. Not the game, actually. Is beginning to that AI augmentation to enhance performance. So I don't think that's out of the possibility. No, just go. 5 right. To so far, send video across the world instantaneously. All the stuff that we just completely take for granted. That I used to give a briefing to some folks because this goes back to evolution. I used to songs, and I would discuss the word in a Latin of para, P-A-R, and then what I would do is say the word production. I'd ask people if you hear the word production, and people would describe obviously something that before the word and around with another type. And then I said, what about the word? And then people would first responders, some sort of medical life saving is going to be the benefit. And then I say, when I say the word, people stop for a second, they kind of people slice. So I mean that. The reason you are because you can the word paranormal is tricky stuff. Science, by definition, everything is paranormal. It becomes the cell phone that they use today, still absolutely paranormal. And so I would do this exercise, like these are once considered paranormal. For example, the Inca saw the Spaniards, the conquistadors from the reconquering, they saw them on the shores, and they saw these humans armor, and they assumed it was a single monster, and that was normal. It was like running out with metal skin. Same thing with people thought medical how she was young. Now the situation is for my guys in combat, they actually prescribe as therapy, right? And so we all these in history where we think something is completely weird when in reality it's not. It's just people understanding it. And we have done such a good job of stigmatizing this conversation that the moment
say the word trauma, if you say the word UFO, that people are thinking about flexing to react in a way. And we have to program first a little bit before we move forward. How do we stigmatize this conversation? Well, first of all, what's good? What talking about things in our airspace that's perfectly that we can, that people, wait a minute, and millions, billions of dollars putting it in the universe to find microbial. And by the way, I have just that we spent to find technicians of intelligent radio signatures in our own way. Right? Well, is it possible that 4.5 years that maybe intelligent maybe found us first? Is it possible? Could be. We have these limitations. When I was in the when I was learning to be microbiology, technology, we learned from Homo sapiens, modern species, has been around in 100,000 to 200,000 years. I'm not a big fan. They say it was only 1,000 years ago that introduced the idea that there's only two types of life on this planet. Either you are a plant or you're an animal. And the last, if you look at the last 5 minutes in the 24 hours towards midnight, discover that is not nature. In here on this planet, and the days we discovered that it was the life sharing all along. And we saw water cycle children. And it wasn't the last 120 years. Think about it. The last 10 seconds on this planet, 24 hours. We actually, in fact, if you all the biomass of every animal, the biomass of every fungus, still not the bio, this hidden kingdom of that's actually not, and that curved glass, steel tip. Did we discover that yes, the miles from the that is and it always and it wasn't until the last 120 years discovered that. So is it possible that there's something else that's just as normal to this world? Is it possible? The answer is because we always discover new ways can exist. I was absolutely ultimately all the way. It turns out it wasn't discovered at the deepest depths of our oceans, where these things called life. We discovered there are creatures that thrive in life, and they thrive in photosynthesis, a completely different way of life to sustain life. Right? So every time we're the way out, and I think that when this conversation, if there's one thing we know, we're usually wrong.
Well, we exist, and we send things to do send things to space. You know, in the sense that something must be doing that. It probably emerging civilization, which is essentially what we are, right? And like these 200,000 is nothing. The existence of Homo sapiens, things that are stones like map to things that fly through the air. If you look at Wilbur Wright, for example, you go from that, you probably that's only like, what, 50 years, something crazy. That's nuts, right? And you just take that and everything moves exponentially. You take that and imagine civilization that's been around 10,000 years, so 100,000, a million years, something that does. How about we have 50 years and we have 50,000, sure. And so, and then for me, when people say, well, space is huge, and is it possible that things are coming from outer space? My response has always been the same. Look, I just and could they be from outer space? They can be from inner space, space in between, and I say because the universe is more complex than we give credit for. Every time we had physics, we thought that was a solution. Then all Einstein realized that space and time are actually connected. Everything's relative. All of a sudden, we have quantum mechanics, which is this spooky action. This is right where the whole universe is behaving in a way that looks like the way it works. I we have only 5 fundamentals that we can base our reality upon. If you touch it, you hear it, smell it, you can't interact. And so, beautiful night sky, like you have here. Beautiful as skies are. If you were to look at this through a radio telescope, you would see a whole reality. So you got to be able to see things in different spectrum. You pick up ultraviolet, so you see a whole different reality. Just like our cell phone. You can see in cell phone, you see in the Wi-Fi, and GPS, you would interact and different. You would see reality. So we can only interact with a small sliver of reality that we perceive because we're humans. But I was actually beyond that. And of course, scalability issues. The universe is immensely huge. And what scientists know, if you look in any direction, you can see roughly the visible, let me emphasize, visible horizon of our universe is about 9 billion light years, plus or minus. So that means 13.9 billion light years. So light years fastest light travel in a year. Well, they travel fast. In fact, it travels up 180,000 miles per second. So 7.5 in 1 second. So imagine how in a year, multiply by 13.9 billion. And that scientific explanation that the universe is visible or stuck in the middle is roughly 27 billion light years. Scientists are that's only 10% of the whole universe because the universe is big and so vast, far light years around reach Earth. So that's 100 billion light years, right? So we're in the middle. As crazy as it is to try to, if you can side the 100, how about 1 times 10 to the negative 19, all the way. It is roughly scale as much speed that is the size of the universe as we are the size of the universe. So there is this issue, plus or minus 1 order of magnitude down. The universe is too big or too small, meaning the universe lie in those tiny flip. So, well, the idea that postures, I really, they constantly with this. So where's the evidence? Elon's face said that aliens are the red zone. I don't know. I think he probably says because he wants something like I probably some stuff like as human beings, right? How many people are in a helicopter? And let's say health particular, and so what happens? We could fly over, we shoot it with a light, it falls asleep, go down, test for blood. Now think of it wakes up, hinders water. You're not going to do this, man, but something was down and open to me, and I woke up, right? To this day, see, right? We have a panda that exhibits. What do we do? So we don't just we wear sounds wearing because they don't want to see. They want it as least as possible with the natural flora and fauna there inside. I think is it reasonable to theorize there's aliens and stuff? When you say, well, I don't believe it, but I also want to hear when we say aliens, and then also say something from another planet, or we say intelligence is like us. I move. So it's possible. So it's very simple. Sure, especially if you have technology. Now, as far as those are shitty pants. Yeah, that's crazy. It was really dark. Zapped you like what? You never know. Use camouflage. Right? Stealth air. So, absolutely. So it's not strict to suggest anything coming here that doesn't provoke this. Probably wants to get dead. Do I have any evidence to suggest anything among this? I don't. Because whatever it is here, and by the way, you have seen people in our government that say it's here where it is. But these things can also be the worst. These things can be something that is as natural to Earth as living beings were when we first discovered them. Maybe they come along. Right. The most large things that people need to understand is that most of the ocean is really essentially grounding. It's around less than 10%, which is what more the bottom. So yeah, that's right. And these other like this enormous apparently was this whole rig. How many is so okay. And I'll take again. Everybody look at the Air Force program, program, which is a program straight among other things was to detect UFOs. That's fact. Actually, both take a lot of advanced technology. This was one. Fast forward. There was information that was released publicly. The Navy has can't talk about it. I don't have a true talk about it because they have equities underwater. They're interested in there's anything underwater they can perform beyond anything we have. And I remember one individual privately we were tracking this thing, and I won't say speed 100 underwater. And it was bigger and you know they were yeah. And they just kind of come out. What do you do when you encounter that? You just sit right on. You go around, just like that. If there's been interactions with these things, I would discuss any details about that. It's not for me to discuss. You know, find out what. So this thing here, and they followed it. Let me. Great. Talking. It's not classified. Portions that might be. There's an individual who was a helicopter use in the Caribbean, and they were doing coverage. Maybe has fire missiles, has run out of fuel, and the predators they grab it with that, bring it back to you. And we try to make sure that this cruise missile is doing what it's supposed to do. So they're out there. When they take it down the line, you got the helo pilot, pre-chief, other pilot, and as to break this cruise missile, is something huge and round, and what's described to me as black as it starts to rise to the surface. The water begins to churn very much in favors the function of the tic tac and the roiling layer. The frogman is trying to climb the line back up. Right? And we go like an emergency sale. What the hell is going on here? And right as it's about it, by the size of a small and round, right as this the surface sucks the missile down and disappears. And let me tell you this. Really should get to say, from the line. No. Yeah, but it didn't. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, so that was who's that guy? The frog? I don't know. I don't even. Who's gonna fucking up? Well, I want to hear. Oh my god! Oh, yep, black. They're not right. So that was.
Yo, dog. What's up? What did I put? Okay, just a moment. I can't see. Let me change.
All right. First, we're giving away cash. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Grand. That's grand. GRAND. Enter it by AM 649. Accident attorneys. If you heard an accident, call Jane. It's 1-800-9.
Okay, what are you saying? Okay, so the best way, are they all? Okay, so make sure that very evenly. Did the I hired you to do this? Okay, so he's checking that to make sure you. So just always know that you're being tested. Okay, I can't see what it is. Tell me what it is.
Follow us on social media.
Okay, press key.
This cracked me up. Where's Kamala Harris on Friday?
Press key.
Of course, you're going to be in the cage.
Now here's this. Look at the make and model. Put it into YouTube. Tell you how. That's exactly.
Video. It made a left turn and stopped right in the middle of the I don't know if it was you or what happened, and it wasn't moving. It just started flashing its lights, and a cop had to come over and push it out of the way and off the road. And they called Waymo, and Waymo has no idea what happened. Do you remember? I mean, a few months ago, all everybody was awakened in San Francisco because all the Waymo cars started honking.
Who has a kid in the fourth? Come on.
There was some event going on, and there were a bunch of Waymo cars all showing up to collect passengers after a show or a concert or something. And something happened to the internet, and they all stalled out at the same time in that neighborhood. I don't get this. I just don't understand. How come all this electric car stuff doesn't actually work in real life?
Goes haywire.
I mean, they keep pushing this stuff on us, trying to force us, trying to ban us. Oh, which reminds me, right? They want to ban gas-powered cars. You won't be able to buy one at all by 2035. And in fact, a big percentage of car sales in the next couple of years
Come on, mate.
I don't know how they're going to enforce that. I they're going to force people to buy electric cars. I am driving my car till I'm dead. That's what I decided. And I'm going to buy an extra gas-powered car soon and go hide it in my garage.
Well, what happens when they ban gas stations?
Well, I know that's going to be the next plan. However, they have no electric charging stations. See, this is the thing. This whole thing is so terribly because it's all based on emotion and it's based on fear. It's not based on rational thinking. You don't have I've said this 100 times. You don't have a power grid for this, and they haven't built the chargers. Do you know? I forget how many billions of dollars they allocated for the federal government. They allocated, I think, I can't remember the exact number, many tens of billions of dollars to build charging stations around the country. You know how many they built so far? And this is 2 years into the program, 8. Honest to God, 8 charging stations in the whole country after they appropriated billions and billions of dollars. Because Biden and Kamala are on the same team here when it comes to forcing people to drive electric cars.
Come on, babe.
Even though we're all happy, gas-powered people are happy. There should be freedom. If you want to drive electric, go ahead. Some people love it. Have a good time with it. Some people love their Teslas. Doesn't get me mad. I took a ride in Mark Thompson's Tesla a couple of weeks ago. Seemed like a real pleasant experience. So I don't have any ideology against people driving electric cars. But good Lord, if you're going to do it, you got to have charging stations and you have to have an electrical grid. Or you got to build nuclear power plants to power the electrical grid. I just don't understand. This Waymo thing is nuts. I see a Waymo car on the road, I stop and I pull over and get out of the way. I'm not crossing the street in front of one. I am never going to take a taxi ride.
Oh, me neither.
I mean, it's just crazy. And the thing is, it's like the Verizon thing this morning. When it goes wrong, nobody explains why, because they don't know why. Because there's like millions of components that make up the software, the hardware for something complicated about an electric car, and even more so with a nationwide communication system like Verizon. So you can't. It's not like used to your car broke down. Well, what's wrong? Looks like the carburetor blew. Whatever. It'd be one part. They've changed the part and they're done. Now, every time one of our cars breaks down, we got to take it to the dealership, and they have these computer specialists with all kinds of complex equipment, and they do scans, and there's screens and everything to figure out what went wrong inside the engine. And it takes weeks. Every time we need a repair, it takes weeks. And they're backed up from here to the end of time because all the repairs now take forever. You can't just take it to a mechanic and it's done in an afternoon. I don't see any of this as progress. I'm all for progress if it works, but a lot of this progress doesn't work. So there, take that.
Well, thank you. Can you let us know when Verizon is up and running?
Well, let me see.
You make a text.
See, it's funny. I've got a little warning thing. All right, I have SOS on top of my phone, right? Because with Verizon and an iPhone, if you don't have a phone signal, it tells you you can still make an emergency call, and it uses other networks for the emergency. I don't know what the other networks are. But 8 o'clock this morning, the first notification I got, it was offering a satellite service if I wanted to send a text message. And because it was a new phone, I thought, I guess this is the upgrade, and they're trying to notify me, hey, you got a new feature on this new phone. Well, that may be so, but it was because the phone detected that the system was down. So I never explored it because I figured if I try to send a text using a satellite, it's probably going to cost me $117, right? So I didn't even bother. No text is that important. So it took me a couple of hours to realize that this SOS and this satellite offer that they were making me was connected to the Verizon message. So I don't know. I mean, I've heard some people speculate because of all the flooding and all the damage back east. Maybe that set like there was some kind of domino effect, but that's just speculation. Because I don't know what's going on. So like I said, it didn't bother me. Although I realized I couldn't order lunch driving.
Oh, no.
When cheeseburger time came,
That did upset you.
I'm on the 101 and I reach for my phone. It's like, I can't order my cheeseburger. Now what am I going to do? Now I was pissed.
So what did you do?
I actually drove to the burger stand and ordered it in person.
No.
Yeah.
How did that work out for you?
Huh?
How did that work out?
Very good. They cooked it. There weren't many people there.
Okay.
Because
You did it the old-fashioned way.
Did it the old-fashioned way. I made it quickly, and I was out of it. Suddenly, it was 1987 again. It was very comforting. All right. We come back. There is a whole list of bills that Gavin Newsom has signed. Some of them are really wacky. One of them involves octopus. I'll start with that one, since I think it'll interest you the most.
Okay.
There's a.
I'm not a big fan.
Have you eaten octopus?
Come on.
Well, you used to eat meat.
No,
and fish and things.
yeah, but no.
So you're not a fan of octopi in general? Is it octopi or octopus or octopus?
I forgot. I'm gonna have to go.
All right. Well, in any event.
Now I'm curious.
Do they freak you out? See, they freak me out.
Yes.
When I see them.
Yes.
I've only seen them in aquariums, but their eyes and their mouth.
Octopuses.
Octopuses, really?
Yeah, it says octopi is a common misspelling.
Oh, that's the Latin?
Yes. Yep, that's exactly right.
All right. We'll sort all this out when we come back.
Great.
This is going to be a weird afternoon.
It's already been really weird.
It's already been really weird. There's probably no hope. It's this. Deborah Mark, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Firefighters are trying to get hold on the more than 43,000-acre fire that's flared up in the San Bernardino Mountains.
Evacuation orders have been issued for the Seven Oaks area. Firefighters say wind, dry vegetation, and steep slopes allowed the fire to flare up in an area that was not contained yesterday. Nearly 1,200 firefighters are on scene. Ground crews are working to build containment lines as other teams are directly attacking the fire. Helicopters worked overnight to attack the fire until they were grounded due to poor visibility. Even more air resources have been requested. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
A security guard has been killed during an attempted robbery at a pot shop in East LA. It happened just before 2 this morning at a 24-hour dispensary on Whittier Boulevard. LA County Sheriff's Lieutenant Daniel Viscaris says 2 men walked into the shop and tried to rob the place.
A shooting occurred, and as a result, the security guard was fatally shot.
He says the shooters took off in a dark-colored SUV. Governor Newsom has vetoed a bill aimed at creating first-in-the-nation safety measures for large AI models.
SB 1047 would have required artificial intelligence companies to establish a playbook for testing AI models and to show those plans to the California Attorney General.
But ABC's Mike Dubusky says the legislation was limited to companies building and training models that cost over $100 million. Newsom vetoed the bill yesterday, saying smaller, specialized models may emerge as equally or even more dangerous than the models targeted by the legislation. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says the Department of Emergency Management is providing travel trailers to people in the wake of Hurricane Helene. DeSantis says it's meant to help people whose homes were completely destroyed by the storm.
There's other homes that had major flooding. Maybe they have to muck and gut the interior. You don't want to have to travel an hour and sleep and then come back to work on your own. So they put travel trailer right there on your property.
Only ripped across the southeastern U.S. last week as a Category 4 hurricane. It weakened as it moved through Georgia and brought torrential rain to the Carolinas and Tennessee. We're going to go to the 10 next.
Are you looking to sell your home quickly and easily and not deal with repairs and not deal with the hassle of a long selling process? Well, look no further than Seller's Advantage. Here's how it works. Seller's Advantage has thousands of satisfied customers, and they will buy your home for a competitive cash offer as is. They will close in days, not weeks or months. Because it's a cash offer, there's no waiting on mortgage. Because they're buying as is, there's no waiting on repairmen and contractors. Seller's Advantage is the fastest way to sell your home. It's stress-free. If you're ready to sell, call Seller's Advantage and get a no-obligation offer at 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-2747, sellersadvantage.com.
Seller's Advantage will buy your home, make it easy so that you don't have to worry. Sell happy with Seller's Advantage.
CRE number 01961658.
Southland weather from KFI, sunny and hot, low 70s at the beaches, 90 inland OC, upper 70s and 80s metro LA, 90s to the triple digits, valleys, the IE, and the high desert. Right now, 81 in Laguna Woods, it's 86 in Rancho Santa Margarita. We have a crash on the 10 in Montclair.
From the 10 westbound, right before you get to Monte Vista Avenue, they're just now clearing this from the carpool lane over the shoulder, but it's already slow. From Elise to Vineyard Avenue, heading into Laverne, 210 westbound of Town Avenue. Got an accident involving a semi over on the shoulder. In Riverside, 215 southbound before Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Still got that disabled vehicle. They're trying to get this over to the right shoulder. It's heavy from the 91. And in West LA, 405 northbound before Santa Monica Boulevard. Got a brand new accident in the left lane. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Jenny Harmon.
The countdown is on, and there won't be another presidential debate before the election, but there will be a vice presidential debate. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz for the Democrats. Kamala Harris is going to stand up and fight for your freedom. And Ohio Senator J.D. Vance for the Republicans. We're going to close down that border. Two vice presidential hopefuls go one-on-one for the first and only time. Tomorrow night at 9 Eastern. Hear it right here. Or listen on iHeart's 24/7 news channel. Just open the free app and search Debate.
Hey there, it's Michael Lewis, author of Going Infinite, The Big Short, Moneyball, and Liar's Poker. On the latest season of my podcast, Against the Rules, I'm exploring what it means to be a sports fan in America, and what the rise of sports betting is doing to our teams, our states, and ourselves. I'm heading to Las Vegas and New Jersey and beyond to understand America's newest form of legalized gambling. Listen to Against the Rules on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app, search Against the Rules, and start listening.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
We finally know about when to expect the long-awaited remake of Stephen King's 1975 classic Salem's Lot. The new project follows TV miniseries adaptations in 1979 and 2004, and 1987's A Return to Salem's Lot, which played in theaters but didn't include any of the book's characters. As previously reported, the film, which stars Louis Pullman, Mackenzie Lee, Bill Camp, Hilo Aspect, Spencer Treat Clark, Alfred Woodard, and John Benjamin Hickey, will debut on the Max streaming service after having been previously earmarked for a theatrical run. King himself is said to have praised the new film version of Salem's Lot, which is slated to drop in October.
All right.
And that's what's poppin'. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio.
KFI is the only station that covers LA and Orange County from the ground and in the air 24 hours a day. Will Cole Schreiber, KFI in the sky. I'm homegrown. I know where things are. I know how to get around. And, it's coming handy sometimes because really nothing can replace human eyes out there. Rely on the one station that has actual human eyes watching from the skies. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, Will Cole Schreiber, KFI in the sky.
John Cobell Show, KFI AM 640, live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. And we're on from 1 until 4. And then after 4 o'clock, John Cobell Show on demand on the iHeart app. I think, I forgot how many bills. It was like 700, 800, 900 bills were sent to Gavin Newsom to sign or veto. Do you know every year between 700 and 1,000 bills are sent to whoever's the governor? Every year this goes on. How did they find another 1,000 problems that require legislation and regulation? Every year. And they're running out of ideas that matter. And some of the bills now are getting really weird. Newsom signed a bill banning octopus farming in the state of California. I am not making this up. It is now illegal to raise and breed octopuses in state waters or what they call aquaculture tanks. I guess, it's like gigantic aquarium-like tanks where they farm fish this way as well. And they breed the fish, they breed the octopuses, and they make more, and then they sell them to eat. What do you think it looks like when octopuses mate?
I don't even want to have that visual.
Somebody has no job. They have to breed. How does a male octopus turn on a female octopus? I guess they got about 16 legs there.
Yeah.
And water shoots
so
out.
gross. I mean,
Octopus sex is gross. I've never seen it. You tell me.
I'm just imagining. And as I said, I'm not a fan of octopuses anyway. And then imagining them having sex,
They're probably very happy. The law recognizes that octopuses are highly intelligent, curious, problem-solving animals.
I didn't know that.
We could use that here at the station.
If we could.
Wonder if one of them could become the news director. That would be. They're conscious, sentient, and experience pain, stress, and fear, as well as pleasure.
Well, when they have sex.
Equanimity, and social bonds. They have long-term memory, and they can recognize individual people. And here's an experiment that proves some of this. 8 giant Pacific octopuses were introduced to 2 people over a 2-week period at a Seattle aquarium. One of the persons, always approached them with food, which they then gave to the octopuses. Okay, so that's friendly humor. The other one approached with a bristly stick, and they started scratching the octopus's skin, which is very sensitive. The octopuses didn't like that.
Mean.
After 2 weeks, the octopus's responses to the 2 humans were significantly different. When the stick carrier approached, the animals would move away, and in unison, they would line up their water jets toward this person to make a quick getaway.
Wow.
But when the feeder came calling, they came up to the side of the tank and turned their jets away. So this is proof how intelligent they are.
This is why you shouldn't eat any animal. Because they have feelings.
You ever had octopus?
You asked me that before. No.
No, I just want to make sure.
Have you?
No. But if you go to enough Italian restaurants or even Greek restaurants, you'll see it on the menu. In fact, when we were in Italy, if you went to a restaurant or a region where they serve a lot of seafood, there's always like an octopus dish. Because I kept teasing my wife. I said, "You want to order the octopus?"
Oh yeah, you're going to eat octopus? I'd like to see that. Maybe Chef Bruno will cook you up some octopus.
No, don't give him any ideas. No.
I gotta write that one down.
Oh, no. When did you turn evil?
We should definitely put that up for auction this year.
You should.
Oh, God. That's disgusting.
I love it.
You were grossed out by octopus.
But I'm not going to be sitting. Yeah, but I will not be sitting next to you when you consume octopus. I'm just going to tell you that. I'll be moving away. So you know when I move away that the octopus is coming.
You going to turn your water jet on me?
Yeah. God, yuck.
Yeah. So I definitely never ate it. I've gone to the aquariums and they just freak me out. There's something about them.
I mean, I don't want them to be murdered. You know what I mean?
No.
I'm not a fan.
How do you cook it? Boil them? No, that's lobster.
You can fry them too.
Yeah, but see,
is that what calamari is?
That's squid.
That's squid, yeah. I know it do octopuses have ink that they squirt? Yeah. Yes. So do squid, because some restaurants color their pasta black using squid ink. Yeah. That's disgusting too.
Yeah.
All right. So you're in favor of the bill?
Yeah, I don't really like farm fishing anyway.
You seem mixed though. It's like you're grossed out by octopi, but you don't want them to die.
I don't. No, I don't.
Okay.
I mean, I don't. Just because I don't like somebody or something doesn't mean I want them harmed.
Oh, I do.
I know.
That's what gets me through the day.
I know, but I have a soft spot for animals more than I do for certain humans.
Yeah, this is humans only. I can put up with animals I don't like, but humans I don't like. All right, completely different bill. Newsom has vetoed the bill. And I'm surprised he did this. It would have required any new car sold in California to be equipped with a warning system to alert you if you drove over the speed limit by 10 miles an hour or more. And I thought for sure he'd put this in. put this into law, and it was starting with 2030. Every new car, truck, or bus would have a passive intelligent speed assistance system. In other words, a nanny. You're going too fast. You're going too fast. Slow down. It's dangerous. And the defense for this is, it's in all the news stories. Well, the European Union already has this. The European Union is colossal nanny state. That entire continent. And for some reason, that's supposed to be the winning argument. Well, the Europeans do it. Europeans do a lot of stupid things. Now, I want to be able to drive 85 miles an hour. Like yesterday, we went down the 210 freeway. And Sunday morning, we're on the way to the lake, which is another story. And we're flying down the 210. It's fun going 85 miles an hour.
But that's against the law.
And everybody driving. One guy was caught. There was one guy pulled over by the police. But when we saw the police were occupied with that guy, he just keeps sailing along. Why can't you drive 85 miles an hour on a wide open freeway in California?
Because what will you do, John, if something comes in front of you and you have to slam on your brakes?
Probably have to run over. You have no choice. Here's a word to the homeless. Don't go wandering onto the freeway, all right? Because I'm going 85, and I don't know what I'm going to do. So anyway, Newsom's rationale was that the federal law already regulates vehicle safety standards, and adding California-specific requirements would create a patchwork of regulations that undermines the federal framework. Since when did he care about that? Requiring 100% electric car sales does the same thing. I'm thinking somebody wrote a check. Somebody must have wrote a check. Because
you?
No, it was not me. I can't play in that league. You gotta write 7-figure checks to get this kind of influence. So there's this is where I know that something's up, because there's no intellectual consistency. Otherwise, he never would have agreed to force electric cars on everyone in California, mandating that gas-powered cars not be sold. They're not doing that in most other states. The auto companies said they might have to put this feature on all cars in this country because California is such a huge market, and it's too difficult and costly to come up with two different types of cars, one to meet California demands and another to meet the other 49 states. So I don't know. This was a bill written by Scott Wiener, who, thank God, is termed out. He is the biggest, most irritating nanny of them all. And I think he's running for Congress. And I hope he gets elected to Congress and goes to Washington and gets out of the state. He is an insufferable stooge. The number of stupid ideas, and maybe before the end of the year, if there's a way to list all the stupid ideas that Scott Wiener has pushed, it's an incredibly long list. Every single idea that really made me crazy, always authored by Scott Wiener. Jackass. All right, we got more coming up. Oh, I'll tell you about the trip to Lake Arrowhead, because I actually saw that big fire develop. Like practically in front of my eyes.
Really?
Yes.
Help put it out?
No. We got in the car and we left. We went down the mountain real fast.
Okay.
More coming up. It's a lot of odd questions today. Deborah Mark, live to KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Well, there are new mandatory evacuations ordered in the San Bernardino Mountains because of a wildfire flare-up. The community of Seven Oaks is now being threatened by the fire that's burned more than 40,000 acres since September 5th. That fire is more than 80% surrounded, but fire activity picked up in 2 areas over the weekend. A third multi-million-dollar mansion in the LA area has been covered in graffiti. The vacant Mediterranean villa in Bel Air was once the home of movie producer Arthur Freed, and more recently, Ibrahim bin Laden, Osama bin Laden's half-brother. Workers at ports from Maine to Texas are set to strike tonight in what could be the most disruptive walkout to the U.S. economy in decades. Southland weather from KFI, sunny, highs ranging from the 70s to the triple digits. The
This report brought to you by ChooseChangeCA.org. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 405 in West LA.
405 northbound before you get to Santa Monica Boulevard. Got an accident blocking the left lane. It's stop and go from the 10. In North Hills, 405 south at Nordoff. Got an accident making its way to the shoulder. Also in Sun Valley on the 5 north at Lancashire. Brand new accident scooped to the shoulder there. In Montclair, 10 westbound for Monte Vista Avenue. Right now they're holding all lanes trying to clear an accident. And it's going to be a crawl as you make your way past that. And in Tustin, 5 north at Jamboree. Got a stall in the second lane from your left. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Jenny Harman.
The countdown is on, and there won't be another presidential debate before the election, but there will be a vice presidential debate. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz for the Democrats.
Kamala Harris is going to stand up and fight for your freedom.
And Ohio Senator J.D. Vance for the Republicans.
We're going to close down that border.
2 vice presidential hopefuls go one-on-one for the first and only time. Tomorrow night at 9 Eastern, hear it right here. Or listen on iHeart's 24/7 news channel. Just open the free app and search Debate.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
If they haven't landed yet.
If they haven't landed yet, then we're going to have to spend the holidays listening to our father go on about landing a Cessna in a storm, except he's going to call it a hurricane.
I talked to Mom when they were in the air. They were 20 minutes out, and that was 3 hours ago.
Right. Yeah, they're coming on my phone, too.
Kids, something's happening.
She says something's
I love you both.
Dad is...
The last thing my mom ever sent me was a text message. It said, something's wrong. Your dad is... My dad is... What exactly, Mom? What is he?
Tragic news out of the Caribbean this evening, where Dr. Peter Richland is feared dead.
From Wondery, the makers of Dirty John and Dr. Death comes Blood Ties, a new scripted audio drama starring Gillian Jacobs, Josh Gad, and Amy Landecker.
My name is Gillian Jacobs, and I play Eleanor Richland.
I'm Josh Gad, and I'm playing Michael in Blood Ties.
Michael Richland. Richland, like the company you work for. Blood Ties is mystery, intrigue, revenge. You really don't know what exactly is going on. You don't know what anyone's agenda really is. Blood Ties.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown, the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by getting your stream on. Starting us off this week is the comedy English Teacher on FX on Hulu. That's followed by Chaos on Netflix. In at #8 for the second straight week is Bad Monkey on Apple TV+. Back a spot to 7 is the new season of Only Murders in the Building on Hulu, followed by Slow Horses on Apple TV+ at #6. Debuting at 5 this week is the new romantic comedy Nobody Wants This on Netflix, starring Kristen Bell and Adam Brody. Falling back from #2 last week to #4 this week is the drama The Old Man on FX on Hulu. The top 3 starts off with the new Disney Plus Marvel spinoff, Agatha All Along, starring Catherine Hahn, jumping up 1 spot. Last week's #1, The Perfect Couple on Netflix, slides back to #2, and that means after debuting last week at #3, The Penguin, starring Colin Farrell on Max, slides up 2 spots and is your top streamed show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio.
Save your home, get tons and tons of fire insurance.
Oh, wait a minute! You can't get fire insurance!
So, let me give you a takeaway.
They'll handle.
Your house is going to burn. You are going to die.
Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Check out that show, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And Eric Cohen, the Israeli Special Operations veteran, we just talked to him last week. Well, we're going to talk to him again because something really great happened over the weekend. Israel dropped 80 tons of bunker-busting bombs on the head of the Hezbollah leader. And he was buried in a with a lot of other Hezbollah officials. And if you see the video of what's left of what used to be, I guess there was a building over the bunker. Boy, you drop 80 tons of bunker buster bombs, that does the job. And for some reason, the feeble old fool, who's our president, is demanding that Israel declare a ceasefire. It's like, no. We took care of thousands of their Hezbollah soldiers with the pagers and then the walkie-talkies. Now they wiped out a bunch of Hezbollah leadership with the bombs. They're on a roll. Keep going. These are terrorists. These are terrorists who've killed hundreds of thousands of people over the years. Great ceasefire. Good Lord. You don't pull the team off the field when they're blowing out the opposition in the first quarter. Let's keep going here. There's more terrorists to kill. Go after Iran now, too. That should be next. Anyway, we'll get to that with Aaron Cohen coming up after 2 o'clock. But you should go to Instagram at John Covell Radio. I think it's on Facebook, too. Deborah and I did a little a taste test. What's that? A taste test. It's a taste test of these Israeli snacks that Israeli parents feed their children. We talked about this on the air the other day because the Wall Street Journal had this story about why are there so many people with peanut allergies in America, and it's not true in other countries. It's not true in Africa. It's not true in Israel. And a Johns Hopkins researcher noticed this, that his foreign students were perplexed by the obsession with peanut allergies. They get on a plane, and there's an announcement about peanuts, and you go to a restaurant, and there's warnings on the menu about peanuts, and they said, what is this? This doesn't happen in our home countries. So he tested out a theory, and it turns out that in most other cultures, kids under 3 are exposed to peanuts early on, and you build up antibodies, and there's no allergy. I mean, the allergic response in most places is less than 0.5%. Why is it so much higher here? And so there's a snack that Israeli parents feed their kids, and it's, what's it called?
Bombas?
Bombas, yeah. Anyway, Deborah and I tried it out on this Instagram video, so I think you'll like it. It's entertaining. So go to Instagram, Facebook,
Twitter, even.
And Twitter,
X.
whatever. We got all the platforms covered. So just go and watch the little video that Deborah and I put together on Bombas. All right. So yesterday, left early in the morning to go down to go to Lake Arrowhead, right? Because it's going to.
You wanted to feed the ducks.
Well, I wanted to feed the ducks, and it's going to get cold soon. I guess, I don't know. And the boat has to be taken in, right? Storage. So I want to get some last boat rides in before the end of October. So we're flying down the freeway, doing 85 miles an hour, and there's hardly any traffic, and the top was occupied, and we don't have those speed warning things yet. We get up there, and I go out onto the lake, and I go from, the west side of the lake to the east side, because that's where they have the gas station. And by the time I got to the east side, I got out of the boat, I filled up the tank, and I started smelling smoke. I hadn't smelled it when I got into the boat, but I smelled it at the other end of the lake. And then I got back into the boat, and I started circling around. And I noticed these billowing clouds over the horizon looking to the east. Puffy white clouds. Now, up in the mountains, there's a lot of weird microclimates, and sometimes clouds do form at the far end, thunderclouds even, but I'm circling, and every time I looked east, they started whiter and puffier and spreading out, and then they started turning orange and brown. And I thought, well, that's not good. And it was this line fire erupting as I was circling around the lake, which was between Lake Arrowhead and Big Bear Lake, and had calmed down. It was still burning, but it was up in the mountains where it's geographically impossible for firefighters to travel, right? It's just inaccessible. Something started it up again because the humidity was down to 12%. The temperature was in the mid-80s. It was hot and dry and windy.
Do you think maybe you did something in your boat?
No, I didn't.
Well, that's when it started happening.
Well, that was very accusatory.
I was just asking.
I don't start fires.
Not intentional.
No, I'm in the water.
I don't know.
I get blamed for everything.
To me.
I get blamed for everything. So So I'm driving around. I took pictures and I sent them back to my wife. She was back at the house. And she goes, "Oh, that's not good." She goes, "Let's get out of here." I said, "That's probably a good idea," because I always make fun of people who stand around. I was reading about in Florida, right, with the hurricane. There's I guess it's a beautiful town called Treasure Island. It's off the coast of Tampa, and it's gotten wiped out. I just love it. And they talked about this hero guy who saved the neighbors. There was one woman, 90-year-old woman in a wheelchair, and he saved her, and he saved the rest of the family. And then the second family, he would swim out, carry them back. And his house was underwater up to the first floor, but everybody ran up to the second floor. And the reporter said, "Well, you had an evacuation notice for 24 hours. Why didn't you follow it?" And he goes, "Well, they cried wolf too many times. We always get these warnings, and then nothing happens." And that's the biggest, that drives me crazy. If they order you, if it's a mandatory evacuation, go. And then if the fire doesn't hit or the flooding doesn't hit, you come back, be happy. Just go to a motel for a night. You can afford one night in a motel, all right? Just run it up with a credit card along with all the other junk that you buy. Go to the motel, come back the next day and say, "Oh, wow, look at that. My house is still there." It didn't get flooded out. It wasn't blown down by the wind. It didn't burn. People get mad. "Oh, they cried wolf. They're always wrong." They can't. You cannot predict fires and storms. All they have to do is wiggle a few miles one direction or the other. You get a completely different outcome. I don't know what's wrong with people. Be happy when they're wrong.
It's denial. It's people who have pets that don't know where to go with their pets. I understand the frustration of having to get out, but I understand that you have to get out.
Well, yeah.
I get that. I know. Yes, it
it's
does.
burning to a crisp.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, Aaron Cohen. He's the Israeli Special Operations veteran, and he's going to talk to us about the bunker-busting bombs that we dropped. Not we. Although I wish we were part of this. The Israelis dropped on the Hezbollah leader in Lebanon. That's next. Deborah Mark, live KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The CBS News Vice Presidential Debate simulcast. KFI will bring it to you live. Vance versus Walz tomorrow evening at 6 p.m.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Hope could be on the way. I'm Deborah Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. People whose gas and electricity were cut off in Rancho Palos Verdes because of landslides could receive $10,000 from the city.
The city's considering giving money to 280 impacted households from $5 million transferred by County Supervisor Janice Hahn. Nikki Newsham says she's lived in the area for nearly 20 years and says a lot of elderly people are being affected by the disaster.
Having the rug pulled from under us and seeing no assistance from state or federal is just, I cannot even put words to it.
She says the help's appreciated, but it's a drop in the bucket for most people who have already shelled out thousands to convert their homes. The council will take a vote tomorrow night. Chris Adler, KFI News.
A man who shot two Jewish men in LA's Pico Robertson neighborhood last year has been sentenced to 35 years in federal prison. Jeffrey Abrams of the ADL LA says Jamie Tran's acts of violence were the latest in rising threats to American Jews.
The Jewish community is understandably on edge. We're but a little more than 2% of the population in this country, yet we are targeted more for religious-based hate crimes than any other group.
Tran shot the two men near a synagogue over the span of 2 days. They both survived. Tran pleaded guilty in June to federal hate crimes with the intent to kill. A tough-on-crime ballot measure is getting support in LA. Prop 36 would repeal elements of Prop 47 and create harsher punishments for some theft and drug crimes. President of the union representing LA City firefighters, Freddie Escobar, says the state has its priorities wrong.
We care more about the rights of drug-addicted homeless people than we do about kids walking to school who are afraid to walk past encampments filled with drugs and violence.
Escobar was joined by two LA City Council members, the mayor of San Gabriel, and others for a rally in Venice. An abandoned mansion in Bel Air worth $20 million has been tagged by vandals who smashed windows and spray painted nearly every wall. Neighbors say the home partially belongs to Osama bin Laden's half-brother.
I couldn't believe it. I was freaked out because I even though I know the history of this house, I couldn't believe somebody would do this to it.
Neighbor Lori Barth tells KTLA it's very upsetting to think the tagging could happen in Bel Air. It's the third home in the area to get tagged in recent weeks. The broker says bin Laden's family moved out of the home after 9/11, and it's been vacant since. Visitor ID stickers at LA City Hall could become a thing of the past.
City Councilman Paul Krikorian says he understands the need for the security measure, but he also says the sticky ID tags often become plastic trash, stuck to City Hall's historic walls, elevators, and floors.
We ask people to wear these visitor tags when they're coming to their City Hall. I would prefer that nobody has to do this at all.
But since they do, Krikorian has drafted a motion directing the LAPD Security Division and the city's General Services Department to find a reusable alternative, like clip-on tags. In downtown LA, Michael Monks, KFI News.
A judge has lifted Georgia's 6-week abortion ban. The ban prohibited most abortions once a heartbeat was detected. The judge ruled when a fetus growing inside a woman reaches viability and when society can assume care and responsibility for that separate life, then society can intervene. And the U.S. says it expects Israel will imminently start a limited and targeted ground operation into Lebanon. ABC's Karen Travers says the operation is meant to clear out Hezbollah buildings near Israeli border communities.
And then pull their forces back. That's according to a senior U.S. official. President Biden was asked Monday morning if he's comfortable with Israel's plans.
Biden says he is comfortable with Israel stopping. The president says there should be a ceasefire now. The Pentagon says the U.S. is sending an additional few thousand troops to the Middle East to bolster security there. Southland weather from KFI, sunny and hot again tomorrow, mid to upper 70s at the beaches, 90s inland OC, mid 70s to mid 80s metro LA, 90s to the triple digits for the valleys, the IE, and the high desert. Right now, 80 in Tustin and 63 in Laguna Beach, 92 in Chatsworth, and the same in Van Nuys. The KFI financial update brought to you by Revive Real Estate. The Dow closed up 17, S&P 500 up 24, NASDAQ up 70.
Revive Real Estate just released a new tool that lets you see what your home would be worth after renovations. It's free to use. Just go to KFIRevive.com. That's KFIRevive.com.
We have a crash on the 10 in Mid-City.
So the 10 westbound riders are coming up on Crenshaw. Brand new accident. This is going to be blocking the middle lanes. In West LA and the 405 northbound before you get to Santa Monica Boulevard, they are clearing that crash from the carpool lane over to the right shoulder. But that 405 north is still a crawl from La Tierra Boulevard. Santa Clarita on the 14 southbound, right at the Newhall Avenue ramp, got a stalled big rig being cleared from that transition. Also in Newhall on the 5 south at the 14 connector, got some brush on fire over on the shoulder. Downtown LA on the 10 westbound before Alameda Street, got a disabled vehicle blocking the middle lane. And in Harbor City on the 110 southbound before PCH, that earlier stall has cleared. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Jenny Harmon.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like the Beatles Now and Then, celebrating all things Beatles. Legendary clips, deep cuts, live performances, and all their solo hits. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search the Beatles Now and Then and listen now. iHeartRadio, free never sounded so good.
iHeartRadio.
Hey there, it's Michael Lewis, author of Going Infinite, The Big Short, Moneyball, and Liar's Poker. On the latest season of my podcast, Against the Rules, I'm exploring what it means to be a sports fan in America, and what the rise of sports betting is doing to our teams, our states, and ourselves. I'm heading to Las Vegas and New Jersey and beyond to understand America's newest form of legalized gambling. Listen to Against the Rules on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app, search Against the Rules, and start listening.
John Cobell Show, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And we're on every day from 1 until 4. Then after 4 o'clock, John Cobell Show on demand on the iHeart app. And you can listen to what you missed. We are going to talk with Aaron Cohen in just a second. Aaron Cohen is the Israeli defense expert. And he is a special operations veteran, has been for many years. The big news over the weekend was Israel killed the Hezbollah leader, Hassan Nasrallah. They've been going after him for years, and they Israeli intelligence infiltrated the Hezbollah movement to the point where they knew exactly where he was going. And he was going to a bunker 60 feet below the surface of the earth. And that's when they unleashed 80 tons of bunker-busting bombs to blast deeper and deeper and deeper under the earth until they reached where Nasrallah and his cronies were living down below, holding some kind of terrorist meeting, I suppose. Let's get Aaron Cohen on. Wait, hold on, I got to put on my headphones here. I forgot. Aaron, you there?
Yeah, buddy, how are you?
I'm fine. Israel has been getting inside the most inner circles of Hezbollah, I guess, for quite some time, from what I'm reading. What do you know about this long-term operation?
Well, this is probably a decade in the making. Israel's Mossad, or their our CIA in Israel, has some of the best, what they call targeting officers in the world. The targeting officers are responsible for recruiting and flipping foreign and enemy players into agents, and those agents provide real-time actionable intel, which has led to a multi-layered operation, which you're seeing unfold here. Looks like a Hollywood movie, and that's also by design. The Israelis will sit down and they'll envision something beyond Hollywood levels in terms of the script, because of the tremendous psychological impact that it carries. And the reason why is because the PSYOP is a monster part of counterterrorism. Whoever's, this there's an expression in Hebrew, which means you've got to speak the language of the Middle East, which is, peace through strength. It's the only way to get there. So Israel did in 1967. They took on Syria, Egypt, and multiple countries. Did again in 1973, and now they back off. These groups that are trying to push Israel into the ocean. So what you're seeing now, after that major operation, which maimed 3,000 Hezbollah terrorists, killed, I'd say several hundred. The media and Al Jazeera trying to downplay the embarrassment of it. But now you're seeing the results of the assassination or targeted assassination of the number one of Hezbollah, which is Hassan Nasrallah. He's been terrorizing the Middle East for 30 years. Nobody in the Arab world likes this guy. He's a bully. He's like arch terrorist, number one murderer. Killed hundreds of thousands along with Bashar al-Assad in Syria during that war around 2015, 2014. Marine barracks bombing, Hezbollah. The Buenos Aires embassy, Hezbollah. You guys go back 30 years. So Israel's using this time right now before Biden pulls the brakes on Israel, like he did in Rafah, which probably killed those half a dozen hostages, Hirschgolfer. Had Israel been able to continue operations in Rafah, the Imam would have been our counterterrorism hostage rescue unit, probably would have gotten him and those hostages who were murdered, just like we did with Noah Argami. I don't know if you remember that, about 2 months ago. The girl from the Nova Festival Rescue. And so what you're seeing now play out is that direct action, that actionable intelligence. Israel was probably following John those pages for about 6 months. Don't think that explosives were the only things that were in there. It was probably tracking devices, listening devices, helping Israel map out the entire portion of Lebanon where Hezbollah is operating, the command and control, all their weapon storage, missiles, and knows that they have to here. And so
just from what I understand, they have been able to track a lot of top Hezbollah officials for quite a time.
Not just all of them, John. All of them.
So they would know when their movements would signal a big meeting or maybe the start of some kind of an attack against Israel. They started identifying the patterns.
That's right. There was intelligence from what I'm hearing that Hezbollah was planning on infiltrating into northern Israel, into the Galilee, to reprise another October 7th style massacre. This time up near Haifa, near the Kinneret, near Tiberias, through the Golan Heights and through Syria. So Israel went into action. And what we're seeing now unfold with the recent assassination of Nasrallah, I'm going to introduce a new term to your listeners. In order to carry out that operation and drop the amount of ordnance that they dropped on Nasrallah's bunker, would have probably seen the use of a very elite secretive unit in the IDF called Sheldad, which translated literally means Kingfisher. And they're a joint terminal attack controller unit that specializes in guiding precision munitions. So these guys would have coordinated with the ground forces in the aircraft, ensuring that a target that was intended to get hit was hit with maximum accuracy while avoiding collateral damage. And how it works is those commandos, John, will infiltrate dressed as Arabs into the middle of Beirut, speaking the language, and then set up so that they can essentially surveil and confirm that the intelligence that they have is the correct target. And then as soon as they know that he's in that bunker, they'll start painting that target with what's called laser designators from a safe distance, and to make sure that there's a clear line of sight. And they'll emit a coded laser beam that paints that target with a signal that's only visible to the F-15 pilots of the Israeli Air Force. They'll coordinate that, and those missiles will hit literally within millimeters, John, of exactly where they want those GBU-28s, which are those 2,000-pound bunker busters, are going to go before they detonate. So they'll hold the paint, and then once they're done and all that ordnance is dropped, they'll exfiltrate undetected, looking like locals, to a predetermined point, and they'll disappear into the cover of the day, and they'll walk and get on some bus, disappear, and they get picked up by some helicopter or a boat off the coast there on Beirut, and then disappear, get picked up by some Israeli SEALs and Mossad agents, and then disappear back into Israel and crack open a nice little Maccabi or Gold Star beer. And this, again, part of a multi-layered operation, starting with the pagers, then going into the taking out of the Radwan terror cells.
How long do you think they've been plotting this? This sounds like an operation that would take years of preparation and training.
It's a good question. So the intelligence is never stopped. So the Mossad assets and the recruiting will go on for a decade, John. As far as when this particular operation probably started coming together, I would say it was the minute on October 8th when Hassan Nasrallah got a little stupid and thought he would join the Hamas party and then fired 10,000 rockets into Israel over the last almost year. And Bibi, after what he saw what the Biden campaign did with Rafah, and how much anti-Semitism is pouring around the world, and seeing how much that social media infused psyops, if you will, that all those anti-Israel narratives being pumped on the TikTok, which is what's brainwashing these 18 to 24-year-olds across the world, and that making its way all the way into the White House because they're just not strong enough to see through it, and especially 40 days out from an election, all that pressure started killing Blinken, started hitting Biden, started hitting Harris. They just couldn't see beyond the nonsense. And so Bibi's like, hey, we got to move, and we got to move quickly, we got to clean house now. The only way we're going to be able to really protect ourselves for the next couple of years is to dismantle as much of Hamas as we can, and then as much of Hezbollah as we can. You can't beat terrorism, John, but you can maintain it, and that's the way it works here. So
can you hang on?
To make a peace deal.
Hang on. Well, we'll do another segment, all right? Israeli Special Operations veteran Aaron Cohen explaining what was behind Israel's ability to drop 80 tons of bunker-busting bombs onto the head of the leader of Hezbollah. He has been running Hezbollah since 1992, Hassan Nasrallah. We'll continue with more. Coming up, John Cobell Show, KFI, AM 640, Deborah Mark, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A person has been arrested for allegedly stabbing a security guard on a Metrolink train. The stabbing happened last night at the Vincent Gray train station in Acton, where the security guard intervened because the alleged stabber was trying to fight with passengers. 193 people have been killed in Nepal by flooding and landslides triggered by heavy rainfall. Police said over the weekend 31 people in the capital are still missing and 96 people were hurt. Tropical storm Kirk has formed in the Atlantic Ocean. The National Hurricane Center says it's expected to become a large and powerful hurricane by tomorrow or Wednesday. We're going to a crash on the 91 in Anaheim.
91 eastbound is coming up on Brookhurst. They are already just getting that over to the shoulder. But on the flip side, 91 westbound before you get to Beach Boulevard, somebody changing a tire in that carpool lane. Santa Ana on the 5 south at Grand got a stalled truck in the right lane. Mid-City on the 10 westbound right at Crenshaw got that accident trying to clear from the middle lanes. And in West LA, 405 northbound before Santa Monica Boulevard, that earlier wreck has cleared to the shoulder. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Jenny Hartman.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now. Like the Beatles Now and Then, celebrating all things Beatles. Legendary clips, deep cuts, live performances, and all their solo hits. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search the Beatles Now and Then and listen now. iHeartRadio, free never sounded so good.
iHeartRadio.
Hey there, it's Michael Lewis, author of Going Infinite, The Big Short, Moneyball, and Liar's Poker. On the latest season of my podcast, Against the Rules, I'm exploring what it means to be a sports fan in America, and what the rise of sports betting is doing to our teams, our states, and ourselves. I'm heading to Las Vegas and New Jersey and beyond to understand America's newest form of legalized gambling. Listen to Against the Rules on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app, search Against the Rules, and start listening.
All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
The 76th Primetime Emmys are in the books, with FX's Shogun dominating with 18 wins, setting a new record for a show in a single season. Awards included Outstanding Drama Series, Outstanding Lead Actor in a Drama Series for Hiroyuki Sanada, and Anna Sawai as Outstanding Lead Actress in a Drama Series. FX also scored 11 trophies for The Bear, a new record for a comedy series in a single year, including Outstanding Lead Actor in a Comedy Series for Jeremy Allen White, Evan Moss-Backrack as Outstanding Supporting Actor in a Comedy Series, and Outstanding Lead Actress in a Comedy Series for Liza Colón-Zayas. Other high-profile winners include Hacks on Max taking home Outstanding Comedy Series, and the show's Being Smart for Outstanding Lead Actress in a Comedy Series. Netflix's Baby Reindeer is voted Outstanding Limited or Anthology Series, with Richard Gadd and Jessica Gunning scoring the Lead Actor and Supporting Actress awards in that category. Jodie Foster won her first ever Emmy, taking Outstanding Lead Actress in a Limited or Anthology Series or movie for True Detective Night Country. The Daily Show on Comedy Central was named Outstanding Talk Series and Outstanding Scripted Variety Series, went to Last Week Tonight with Don Oliver. All right, and that's what's poppin'. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio.
Yeah, it's the female mosquitoes that will bite you. I noticed one, I went to kill it, and it got away, and it flew off and hit the wall. I think that mosquito was drunk flying. I've had a few tonight.
The Tim Conway Jr. Show.
That mosquito went out. Enjoying yourself.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
John Cobell Show, KFI, AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Run every day from 1 until 4. And then after 4 o'clock, John Cobell Show on demand. We got cash to give away. Yeah, almost forgot again.
Your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Money. That's money. MONEY. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're hurt in an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com.
Money. Money is the word. Enter it at KFIAM640.com/cash. If you win, you get an email. Check your junk and spam folder too. Listen to KFI, winning keyword every hour, every weekday from 9:20 in the morning to 5:20. And next chance to win here at 3:20 on KFI. And we continue with Aaron Cohen. He's the Israeli Special Operations veteran. And Israel on the offensive, they injured and killed, well, they injured 3,000. Hezbollah operatives with those pagers that blew up, and then the walkie-talkies blew up, and quite a number was killed. And now they really went for it. They dropped 80 tons of bunker-busting bombs on a bunker that was 60 feet below the ground, containing all Hezbollah leaders, including the #1 guy, Hassan Nasrallah, who's been running Hezbollah since 1992. Let's get Aaron Cohen on. He's explaining what probably went on behind the scenes. Why was this guy Nasrallah? Because you went through his resume of the thousands and thousands that he murdered. How was he able to survive without being taken out long before this past weekend?
Well, it's a good question, John. I think the reason why he's been allowed to survive was for fear of escalating a larger regional conflict. And, Israel has been in Lebanon. They were in Lebanon since the 80s. They stayed up there for 20 years. They created a security buffer. And Barak, who's a former prime minister and former IDF chief of staff, eventually pulled them out. And it's, it's the same song and dance. We go in there, we smash. We quiet them down. Israel uses a ton of selectivity. We don't go after civilians. We do just the opposite. And, we level the terrorist infrastructure. And then as soon as we try and wave a peace flag, as soon as we pull out, they spend the next 20 years like Hamas did building tunnels. And instead of turning Gaza and southern Lebanon into the next Singapore, you see what it becomes. And so that leads us into our next phase. And again, I think this is part of a multi-layered operation, starting with phasers, then moving into targeting of the Radwan forces, which is their special forces terror cell, if you will. Again, all funded by Iran. After that, Israel ended up dropping tons of ordnance throughout Lebanon, using the intelligence indicators that they were tracking for probably a half a year, taking out thousands of missile battery sites that are literally being hit in garages, John. I mean, this is the way these guys operate. Well, which is fine. Israel's used to it. It's not our first rodeo dealing with these murderous fanatics. And now it's enough. And I think Bibi is just trying to be a very strong, real-time leader. Bibi is a son of Israel, one of our princes. Served in our top unit. His brother was killed in Entebbe, rescuing hostages, the most famous hostage rescue raid in our history. Sort of wrote the book for hostage rescue for all special forces units. And now what you're seeing, Bibi just on that, he's on that 5-yard line. He's trying to take out as much of these guys as he can. So what's happening now is artillery is now softening Lebanon. Commandos are actively going in as we speak. They're going to start targeting and neutralizing the rest of that military infrastructure. They're going to start looking for the tunnels that Hezbollah has been building for the last 20 years. They're going to start destroying those key positions that they're launching from. And this will sort of be a limited incursion. Israel's got a ton of experience in Lebanon. They've got a ton of experience in Gaza. In the last 12 months, a very battle-hardened generation now who performed incredibly. It surprised everybody with those, wow, this tech generation, they couldn't believe it. And now they're going to go take apart all that infrastructure in Lebanon. And they're going to keep doing it until Biden pulls the brakes. And hopefully by that point, they'll have enough damage done where Israel can then Iran is going to look for an out here, John, because they're so embarrassed that they're probably on the phone with the head of the CIA at this point saying, look, let us look strong, but we'll back off. And that's kind of what we're hoping. I would think that the conversation in Glilot, which is the intelligence center in Israel, that's probably what they're thinking is going to transpire.
Let me ask you something. A couple of times you used the phrase about Biden pulling the brakes, putting a stop to the mission. Well, are you talking about him shutting off the money and the weapons to Israel and forcing them to? What would be pulling the brakes? What do they have to fear out of Biden? What can he do to them?
So Biden did this in Rafa. Biden got infected by all that social media hate that was getting pumped out by TikTok, which is owned by China, which is getting pushed out by Qatar or Qatar, and backed by Iran with those algorithms, and basically brainwashing every 14 to 24-year-old kid.
Wait, so when you say Biden was intimidated by a bunch of teenagers and 20-somethings who are getting fed propaganda from China and other adversaries, and the president caves into that?
I believe that the Biden-Harris, the woke Biden-Harris, I mean, I'm not political, I'm just telling you, just calling it how I see it. The Biden-Harris woke administration caved to that political pressure that was being driven by social media, which was piloted by terrorist bots, John. That's the bottom line. And they were freaking out because it's an election, and they thought that those kids who were yelling and screaming, running across the campuses, and all this craziness that started popping up, started affecting the White House, and they got scared. So they called up Bibi. They're saying, you got to tone it down. The innocents are getting killed. It's a genocide.
Some of those kids were paid by Iran. I saw the news stories. They were on the Iranian payroll, these kids, and the organizations that hired the kids.
That's right. That means that the Iranians managed to infiltrate, John, And in fact, the pressure that was getting put on Dede, and that pulled the brakes on Rafa, and that's probably what's going to start pulling the brakes on Lebanon. They're going to start turning around and saying, hey, and again, I hate this political stuff, John, I don't go there, but that pressure will start to look like Israel's killing civilians when they're not, and now you need to calm down and back off. So Dede's just going to try and wipe out as much of that Hezbollah infrastructure as possible, and then I think Iran is going to have to take a little seat back and decide, do they want Israel to target their nuclear capability as well as that little island off the shores of Tehran where all the oil is produced? Because I'm telling you, Israel's ready to take it all down. They're almost waiting for a giant response, John. That would be good news for Israel because they will flip. Because our defense, John, relies in attacking.
Yeah,
that's what we did in '67. That's what we did in '73. Our self-defense is offense.
Yes, I think that's the best defense in the world is a strong offense and make the other side fear you. And the fear keeps a lot of war from happening. I think it was true all the way back to Ronald Reagan. It's true when Trump was president. The other side fearing that the president might be a little nuts as a dramatic effect on keeping peace.
That's right.
All right, I got to go, Aaron.
The Middle East understands, John.
Yeah. I agree. Aaron, good talking with you. Thank you for coming on again.
Good talking to you, John.
All right. And that's Aaron Cohen, and he's the Israeli Special Operations veteran. When we come back, you may not, I mean, there's a governor's election not till 2026. Do you know they already had a debate among 4 Democratic candidates? 4 people you probably have never heard of, but they do have prominent positions in government. And the reason I want to bring this up is you are not going to believe, after all the failures of the Newsom administration, of all the terrible things that we have to put up with in our day-to-day life in this state, these 4 characters are promoting the same policies again. So you ought to be warned up front about this crowd because they don't think there's anything wrong with all the policies that have made life so difficult for us. Deborah Marks live, the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Firefighters are battling a wildfire flare-up in the San Bernardino Mountains. Started yesterday because of wind, dry vegetation, and steep slopes. The community of Seven Oaks is now under an evacuation order. Evacuation warnings are in effect for Big Bear Lake, Angeles Oaks, and other areas. Nearly 1,200 firefighters are trying to stop the more than 43,000-acre fire. People in LA are showing their support for a tough-on-crime ballot measure and calling on others to do the same.
Prop 36 would repeal elements of Prop 47 and levy harsher punishments for some theft and drug crimes. LA City Councilman John Lee says the measure is an opportunity to return to common sense.
Everywhere you look, our streets are filled with people who are addicted to the worst kinds of drugs. And those peddling these substances continue doing so shamelessly.
Lee was joined by LA City Councilwoman Tracy Park, San Gabriel Mayor John Wu, LA City Fire Union President Freddie Escobar, and others. In Venice, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
An oak tree in LA County has become a National Historic Monument. Old Glory has been around since before the U.S. was established. It became a landmark this month. In 2002, developers at Stevenson Ranch wanted to uproot the tree, but John Quigley lived in that tree for 71 days to help save it.
That tree is an incredible team. I think we'll continue to teach now with this landmark status.
He says since then, teachers, arborists, and musicians alike have utilized the mighty oak. Arborists say the tree first sprouted in the early 1600s. Moderna is moving forward with a vaccine for norovirus.
It's the leading cause of the yucks, vomiting, diarrhea, and foodborne illness. Norovirus sent 465,000 people to the ER last year and 2 million to their doctor's offices.
ABC Sherry Preston says Moderna vaccinated the first patient in the U.S. in a phase 3 clinical trial today. She says the company hopes to enroll 25,000 people worldwide, including many older adults most likely to be affected by the virus. We're going to head over to the 405 next.
You looking for a way to sell your home, but you want to do it fast? You don't want to deal with contractors, repairmen, and mortgage brokers? Seller's Advantage will buy your house as is, and they'll make you a competitive cash offer. Cash offer means not waiting on somebody's mortgage. And buying as is means you don't have to repair your house. You don't have to call contractors to fix the place. With Seller's Advantage, there's also no agents, no commissions. They'll close in days because they buy with cash, and they might even offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving. Go read the reviews online and get a no-obligation offer. 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-2747, sellersadvantage.com. DRA number 0196-1658.
Southland weather from KFI. Sunny and on again tomorrow. Mid to upper 70s at the beaches. 90s for inland OC. Mid 70s to mid 80s metro LA. 90s to the triple digits in the valleys, the IE, and the high desert. Right now, 70 in San Juan Capistrano, 77 in Stanton. We're going to a crash on the 405 in West LA.
On the 405 southbound, right at Pico Boulevard, got a brand new accident involving a car hauler. It's trying to get over to the right shoulder. And on the flip side, 405 north, right at Santa Monica Boulevard. That earlier accident has cleared to the shoulder, but it's still a really slow ride. Mid-City on the 10 west of Crenshaw, still got that accident reported in the middle lanes there. Downtown LA in the 110 north, right at the tunnel, got a disabled semi in the left lane, and in Linwood, 710 southbound, right after Imperial Highway, got another disabled vehicle in the right lane there. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Jenny Harmon.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like the Beatles Now and Then, celebrating all things Beatles. Legendary clips, deep cuts, live performances, and all their solo hits. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search the Beatles Now and Then and listen now. iHeartRadio, free never sounded so good.
iHeartRadio.
Hey there, it's Michael Lewis, author of Going Infinite, The Big Short, Moneyball, and Liar's Poker. On the latest season of my podcast, Against the Rules, I'm exploring what it means to be a sports fan in America, and what the rise of sports betting is doing to our teams, our states, and ourselves. I'm heading to Las Vegas and New Jersey and beyond to understand America's newest form of legalized gambling. Listen to Against the Rules on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app, search Against the Rules, and start listening.
KFI. The information, the way they give us the format, it's all really good.
KFI is the most honest. The other stations, they do a lot of political correct nonsense.
It's rock.
It's everyday consistency, current news.
I love KFI because they tell it like it is.
They take shots at everyone.
Oh, you like listening to boring stuff? No, listen to KFI at 640. I love KFI. I love listening to them.
KFI, AM 640.
More stimulating talk.
John Kobil Show, KFI AM 640. It's live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and Ron from 1 until 4, after 4 o'clock. John Kobil Show on demand. Moist line 877-MOIST-86, 877-MOIST-86 of the TalkBack feature on the iHeartRadio app. If you're on the Verizon network, still not working, at least for phone calls. Occasionally I get a burst of text messages, and then the texting goes out again.
Oh, yeah, my husband is a Verizon client, and he keeps sending me emails to text in, and I do, and he hasn't received it.
Yes.
But he gets them from some people.
Verizon customers are in a panic. It's hard to believe how many thousands of years humans lived without texting, without a phone in their pocket. How did we build America? How did we beat the British? How? Without phones. We had Paul Revere on a horse yelling the British are coming because nobody had phones. There were no texts. And now we're on this terrible panic. So I still haven't seen what happened. I kept looking through.
They're investigating.
Yeah, and people are venting on social media. Like, what is that going to do? What's wrong with people? I'm reading these reactions. One customer went on X, the Verizon customer support account. It's been over 2 hours, and we don't even know why this is happening. We all pay a pretty penny for our Verizon bill, and this time should be compensated until the issue is fully resolved. Ease. Take a pill. Take more than one. Wow. All right, on to, and go to Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, and Deborah and I have a little demonstration.
Oh, Eric, somebody asked where they can buy those
The Bomba snack.
You can so I got that at Ralph's in Sherman Oaks at Hazeltine and Ventura. So you can get them at really any grocery store or a kosher supermarket.
And you know what? Trader Joe's kind of has a version.
Yeah, they do. They have a knockoff version, yes.
We're showing you how to eat Bombas. Well, not how to eat them, but put them in your mouth and you chew. Okay, but it came up because there was a Wall Street Journal story about how kids in other countries don't have peanut allergies. Why do American kids have peanut allergies? Because the pediatrician organization screwed up years ago and told parents don't feed peanuts to your kids under the age of 3, and that created the allergy. If you expose them early, they don't get one generally.
And John just wanted an excuse to eat peanut butter crackers.
Yeah, but I know peanut butter's not my thing. Anyway, so because apparently if you feed these to your kids. Although, again, we're not giving out medical advice here.
Because you're not a doctor.
And certainly you're not. Anyway, watch the video we put out. You might enjoy it. All right, now this is weird. I say up front, but that's the mood of the day. Weird news stories and weird events happening. In San Francisco, they had a debate among 4 Democrats running for governor in 2026. 2 years. And 2 months from now, there's going to be an election. Newsom is mercifully termed out, but after by 2026, it'll be 8 disastrous years of Newsom. Surely, people are going to vote differently for somebody else. Well, here are the 4 people. You probably have never heard of them unless you're in their family. But 4 Democratic political gubernatorial candidates: Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis, the state superintendent of public instruction, Tony Thurman. Oh yeah, he's doing a great job. Nothing better than California public schools. What did he do when they were closed for a year and a half? Oh, he didn't have to do anything. Good for him. A state senator, Tony Atkins of San Diego, and the former state controller, Betty Yee. This was an all-star event. This is Sunday morning. Who the hell watched this on a Sunday morning? A beautiful Sunday morning. Who would get up and watch a debate among 4 Democrats who are running for this office 2.5 years from now? So let's see. They were pressed about Newsom's track record and how they might govern differently. I think we could all think of probably 5, 8, 10, 12 things that Newsom should have done differently over the last few years. Do you know that these 4 candidates mostly sided with Newsom? They all support phasing out the sale of gas-powered cars by 2035. They actually support this nonsense. Holy moly. There are no electrical charging stations. Well, not no charging stations. There are few charging stations. A lot of them don't work. They're spaced out, hard to find, often busted, vandalized. And there's no electrical grid. And they're still pushing this, all 4 of them. Nobody said, well, maybe it needs to be modified. Push this out 10 years. They were divided on whether California should have allowed school districts to remain closed during COVID. You know, the governor never had a pair of gonads and ordered everybody to go back to school. Well, you decide. It's up to you. And so, hey, the big city schools run by teachers' unions, they're not going to go to work if they don't have to. There's no pressure if they're not ordered to. They didn't go to work. Teachers don't care. The last people you're going to find in our society to care about school kids are teachers. And they're the last people that the rest of the population is going to suspect. I don't understand the halo around teachers. I find it so weird because the teachers did tremendous emotional and academic damage to the kids in the public school system. And the parents still worship the teachers. It's fascinating human nature to me. You could, this was like if terrorists had come in and closed all the schools for a year and a half, we'd all be hating the terrorists, right? We'd want to drop bunker-busting bombs on their heads. How dare you close my kid's school for a year and a half? Don't you know that? But the teachers union doesn't. Like, they were trying to do the right thing. Hell, they weren't. They didn't want to work. They're like every other slob government workers. They just wanted to lay on the sofa in their pajamas with their fuzzy slippers on. That's what they wanted. So Koulonakis, Thurmond, and Yee said they would have handled the situation differently than Newsom. All right, so there was a break on that issue. Tony Atkins, the state senator of San Diego, said she wasn't sure. It's easy to Monday morning quarterback now. By September, and I can prove this, September 2020, they had definitive results that children don't spread the COVID virus very much. And when they get it, they have very, very mild cases. That was fact back in October of 2020. All four of them said they would push for a single-payer healthcare system. Yes, that the government would pay for all of Californians' health care. The government. Do you realize, take all the tax you're paying now, you'd have to double that. You'd have to double that and then some to cover all the health bills. But they're all willing to do it. Legislative analysts estimated this year that a single-payer system, that's the California government paying everyone's medical bills, could cost $400 billion. $400 billion. Our entire state budget is not quite $300 billion. So all four candidates want to more than double our taxes. There's no other way to pay it. In fact, Tony Atkins authored a bill 7 years ago that would create a single-payer system. Got to be somebody else running. All four candidates say their top priority to address the cost of living would be to build more housing. Except the government has created this massive housing shortage because it's very difficult to build housing for developers. There's too many regulations. They've made it too expensive and too long. It takes too long because of the regulations. They also... the Times California political editor Laurel Rosenhall asked about the candidates' homelessness policy, if they would support what Newsom is doing. She pointed out that Newsom has spent more than $20 billion on the crisis. It's $40 billion, but hey. And Betty Yee said she'd like to see more spending. Right. The $40 billion that completely failed is not enough. Let's spend more. This is just one example of their idiocy. And let's see. All right, one more thing. Prop 36, which is going to repeal large parts of Prop 47. Two of them refused to say. Tony Thurmond, the school superintendent, said his vote is still to be determined. Coward. Koulonakis said she's made up her mind but wants to keep her vote private. It's not about your vote, it's about what policies would you pursue. What's your mindset? Did Prop 47 work? Do you believe in letting people engage in unlimited retail theft? Unlimited drug use? Fentanyl dealing? What do you mean private? Well, when you become governor, you're going to be public. You've got to explain your policy leanings by then. Tony Atkins said she would likely vote no. Oh, she'd vote no on Prop 36. Betty Yee said Prop 36 is wrong-headed and is planning to vote no. So you had two no's and two cowardly, I'm not going to tell you statements. Yeah. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Governor Newsom has vetoed a bill that would have required new cars in California to beep at drivers when they drove at least 10 miles per hour faster than the posted speed limit. The union representing dock workers in the U.S. has signaled that 45,000 of its members will walk off the job at midnight, kicking off a strike likely to shut down ports across the East and Gulf Coast. And Basketball Hall of Famer Dikembe Mutombo has died. He was known as one of the best defensive players in NBA history and a longtime global ambassador for the game. The league says he died from brain cancer. Dikembe Mutombo was 58. We're going to go to the 105 next.
All right, it's the greatest time of year. Football is back. Over 1 million fans across 33 states got in the game last year by making picks on Underdog. Win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on your favorite player's stats, like touchdowns, passing yards, and more. I just got an account with Underdog. This is fun. It is easy and it's fast to get started and to play. The sign-up process is smooth, and it's another added level of entertainment that you are going to enjoy. You can win some real money, and so can I. Well, you can also root for your favorite players. Making picks on Underdog is straightforward. Head on over to Underdog's simple-to-use mobile app or go to UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign with the promo code John, and Underdog will give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick'em entry, plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. That's Underdog Fantasy. Here's the promo code John. You remember that? John. And claim your new customer special of free pick and your deposit offer. Must be 18 years or older in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Southland weather from KFI. Sunny and hot again tomorrow. 70s to the triple digits. This report brought to you by personal injury firm Owen Patterson and Owen. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We have a stall on the 105 in Linwood.
It is going to be on the 105 eastbound, right? It's coming up on Lakewood Boulevard, trying to get this over to the right shoulder. Downtown LA, the 110 north, right at the tunnel, got a disabled semi in the left lane. Also in West LA, 405 northbound before you get to Santa Monica Boulevard, that earlier crash is cleared over the shoulders.
Or that they wouldn't want to take a chance that someone may go back. No, they don't. This way. They are aware of the incredible bureaucracy and corruption that is lurking in the shadow in Russia. Everywhere. But like, there's something about the Russians, the remnants. Corruption is so deeply part of the Soviet system that even the overthrow of the the breaking apart of the Soviet Union and Putin coming and reforming all of the system, it's still deeply in there. And they're aware that part of the, it's a love for Putin is partially grounded in the fear of what happens when the corrupt take over, the greedy take over. And they see Putin as the stabilizer. It's like a hard force that says counter force to get your shit together. Like basically, from the Western perspective, Putin is terrible, but from the Russian perspective, Putin is the only thing holding it together before it goes, it collapses. Now, as far as out on this, a lot of people from the Western perspective say, well, it has to collapse, that's that's easier said than done. Exactly. And so anyone worrying about also the inflation and economic instability, suffering and starvation that happened in the 90s, collapse of the Soviet Union, and they saw the reform in the economic policy that happened in Putin's power, that they think like this guy's holding it together, and they see election as potentially being mechanisms by which corrupt will manipulate them unfairly to letting the people speak to their voice. They somehow figure out a way to manipulate the elections to elect somebody, like one of them. And so I think one of the beliefs that's important to the American system is the belief in the electoral system that voices of people can be heard in various government, judicial, whether it's, I mean, basically the assumption is that the system works well enough for you to be able to elect the population. Okay, so a couple hundred in mind on that. The first one is the idea of all political science, the overall, every society is sort of an oligarchy, really, if you break it down, right? So what you're talking about are people who form an oligarchy in Russia, and that Putin is the guy who can harness the power of the state to keep those people in check. The problem, of course, in a system like that, a strong system, right, and have somebody who can hold the reins, steer the ship, and the ship is violently in storm, is the succession. So if you're not creating a system that can operate without you, then that terrible instability, that terrible future that you justify the for is just a waiting for the future, right? And unless he's actively building a system that will outlive and allow the system to do what he's doing, then what he does is create temporary stability, because it's the same problem it's on where you have he's particularly good, but he's going to turn that into somebody else down the road, and the system doesn't continue because no one's really worked on it. You tell me if Putin is putting into place, I know putting into place a system that can outlive him and that will create stability with people in Russia like Hitler, he's gone. Because if the oligarchs take over after, then one might I mean, I would say that if we're talking about space, the guy maybe one of you has done a great job. Just saying. But the Rock's still out there. He's not going to be at the helm forever. So one would think that his job is to make sure that there's going to be someone who can continue to steer the ship for the people of Russia after he's gone. Now, let me ask you, do you, and so is he doing that? Is he setting it when there is no Putin, the state is from the beginning, that idea, whether one of the fascinating things everybody with English so I haven't I need to think more deeply. One of the fascinating things is how does power change Vladimir Putin? He was a different man with power than he is today. I actually, in many ways, admire the power. I think it's very different with Stalin and Hitler at the moment they took power. I think Hitler and Stalin, both in our previous discussion, already in the military. I think Putin was a humble, loyal, honest man with power. The man he is today is worth thinking about studying. Not sure that's all life. But it's it's kind of a beautiful quote. You have to really think about what does that actually mean? Like what one of the things I still have to do. I've been focusing on security in a couple of days, right? So I haven't gone to the place yet. So I feel like I keep doing the dark thing too long. So I really put myself in the mind about Putin leading up to the conversation. But for now, his big power when Yeltsin and one of the big acts of the new Russia was for the first time in history, a leader could have continued being in power and chose to give way up. That was the Washington, the United States, and science. Yeah. And so that was a huge act. Putin said that was the defining thing that will define Russia's act is going to carry that flag. That's why in rhetoric, he, after 2 terms, he gave away. Yeah, but it was a tough. Yeah. But like the story was told. I think he believed early on. I think I believe he still believes it. But I think he's deeply suspicious of the corruption of the shadow. And I do believe that somebody who thinks clickbait journalism is broken, journalists annoy the hell out of me. Hey, journalists are working perfectly. Journalists, great. So I have this perspective that journalists are seen as the enemy of the because people think journalists write deep, beautiful pieces about criticizing the structure of government, proper, steps that we can take to make it greater. No, they're unfairly tough on context. They're critical and shallow and think they call you a racist or sexist or they make up stuff. So I pull myself from the person that thinks that is the age of remove kind of shallow fake news voice in the system. The problem is, of course, that is slippery that you remove all the annoying people in the system, and then you can change what annoying means. Annoying starts becoming the thing that like anyone who opposes the system. I mean, I get the slippery. It's slippery slope. I can also put myself in people that it's okay to remove liars.
Immigration officials say more than
As long as
13,000 illegal immigrants
so here in lies traditional America, because we had yellow founding members. That's nothing new. But the problem is when you remove even though you remove both the crappy ones from and the ones who are talking to you're left to the government, right? The ones who are government's law. In which case, the truth as used here is a different kind of thing, right? It's a news government instead of fake news. Oh yeah, mixed into all that. Some of that. The problem I'm in the United States right now, trying to ease this out from all the clubs. I got 30 years. My job goes through the 14 all the and find people on the truth and pick out what they were and I have it picking out the false. How are people who have all who have lives or trying to help specialties on they? But if the government outlet for truth, a traditional American, not a society, that I talked about earlier, would see that as happen. Does that make sense? And I would agree with you. But it is clear that something about freedom of the press and freedom of speech in today, like hopefully the last years with the internet is changing. And the argument, you could say that the freedom of speech is broken. Because here's the belief I grew up on. I still hold trying to see multiple views on it. My belief is that freedom of speech results stable trajectory forward. So like remember, that was my sort of faith that there's going to be a lot of like stable thing that's true carried forward to the public. Now it's possible to go towards a world where nothing is true, where truth is something that groups of people convince themselves of. There's multiple groups of people. And the idea of universal, I suppose, is better thing is something that we can no longer exist under. Like, some people believe that the Green Bay Packers is the best football team and the Patriots, and they deeply believe it. What they call the other groups liars. Well, that's fun for sports. That's fun for favorite flavors of ice cream. But they might believe about science, about the various aspects of politics, various aspects of sort of different policies within the function of our government. And like, that's not just like a weird thing to complain about, but that's a nature thing. Like, truth is something to no longer. Well, let me romanticize the American history of this too, because the American is often just as biased, just as, I mean, I always look at the 1970s as the high water mark of American journalistic post-Watergate, where it was actively going after the abuses of the government and all these things. But there was a famous speech, very quiet, given by the Captain Graham, who was Washington something, and actually sent it to me. We get it off of journalism, like a JSTOR kind of thing. And she, at a lunch, sure, the government people for lunch, and don't worry, this is not going to be something that we make a trend. Because the position of the government is still something that carries the newspapers were the water, and until certainly the late 60s and 70s. The newspapers were still the water carrier of the government. They were the water carriers, the owners of the newspaper. So let's not with some angelic, wonderful time, and say to me, because I was talking about, let's not pretend the super age of journalism and all that. The revolutionary period in American history, and it looks every bit as bad as today. Hopeful messages. So please move ideas. Let's look at it. And then you have fluctuate in the truthfulness or believability of the press. And there are two there in higher periods. The funny thing about the social era, and I think it's terrible, but I mean, it resembles earlier eras to me. So I was when I was a kid growing up, when I thought journalism was as good as it's ever gotten, it's never perfect. But it's also something that you see very rare in other governments in the world. And there's a reason that journalists are often killed, red in a lot of countries, and it's because they report on things that the authorities do not want to report. That was journalism should be. Otherwise, it's just a different kind of propaganda, right? Talking about Genghis Khan. By the way, is it Genghis Khan? It's not that. It's either Genghis Khan or Genghis Khan. So let's go with Genghis Khan. The only thing they would say is the last certain thing I'll say. It's like, I don't know, Jeff versus Jeff. I don't know. And so first of all, your episodes on Genghis Khan, for many people are it's fascinating to think about events that so much in their ripples and so much human civilization. In your view, was he an evil man? This goes to our discussion of evil. Another put it is, I've read he's much loved, much in many parts of the world, and I've also read arguments that say they was quite a progressive at the time. So where do you see a progressive or see an evil destroyer of humans? As I often which is why what I try to bring to the Hardcore History podcast are these. So each show has, and they're not like soft, so they're not always really right in front of you. In that episode, the soft petting something had to do with what we refer to as a historical analysis. And it's because some historians have taken the position that sometimes, and most of this really, historians don't do this very much anymore. These are the wonderful questions I grew up with that blend almost the intersection between history and philosophy. And the idea sometimes the world has become so overwhelmed, bureaucracy or corruption or just stagnation, that somebody has to come in, or some group of people or some force has to come in and do the equivalent of a forest fire, clear out all the dead wood so that the forest itself can be rejuvenated and society can move forward. There's a lot of these periods where the historians of the past will portray these figures who come in and do horrific things as creating an opportunity for mankind, right? And creating a foundation for a new world that will be better than recurring themes. So this was the sub-theme of the comic. You don't need to tell you the story, but I'm going to bring up the historical arsonist. And this gets to how the column has been portrayed, right? If you want to say, oh, you cleared out the dead for well, then it's positive things. You say, my family was fighting. You're not going to see that way. Much of what Genghis Khan is credited on the upside, right? So things like religious toleration. And you'll say, well, religiously, the Mongols are religiously tolerant. So this makes them almost like a liberal reformer country. But this needs to be seen within the context of their empire, which was very much the Romans, which is the Romans didn't care on what your leaders worship. They wanted stability. And if that stability and kept paying taxes and required the legionaries to come in, then they didn't, right? And the Christians were the same way. They practicing as long as it doesn't disrupt their empire. But what I always found is Khan could still come in with his representatives to town, decide you're doing this beautiful living that they wanted to become concubines, and they. So how liberal empire is this, right? So many of the things that they get credit for there's some kind of nice guy. Maybe in another way of looking at it, just be a simple mechanism of control, right? A way to keep the empire stable. That do the other so hard. They have decided that this is the best. And I love that the Mongols were what we would call a nation now. I love the fact that they, I think they call it the term they used to use, like they were taking their master of these, right? They didn't know which side was the one. As long as you're all held to the company, you're maximizing the chances that whoever the gods are, you get this, right? I think it's been portrayed as something like a liberal empire. The idea of Mongol reality is more about conquering the world. It's like saying, we're going to bring stability to the world by conquering it. What if that's it? Right? He could make the same case. Or Hitler wasn't really the world conqueror because he wouldn't have been trying to make equal for all people. My point is that it kind of takes the positive moral stand out of it. If their motivation wasn't positive moral stand motivation, and the Mongol didn't see it that way. And I think the way it's portrayed is like this analogy, shooting an arrow in the bullseye rounded afterwards, right? How do we justify it in a way that they themselves have the Mongol point of view per se? I mean, something called the secret history of the Mongols. There's things written down in Mongolia, or like Persian or Chinese tribes. We don't have their point of view, but it sure doesn't look like this was an attempt to create some wonderful place for everyone in a better life than before. I think that's late putting a nice rosy spin on it. So there's an aspect to it. Maybe you could correct me, because I'm projecting my idea of what it would take to conquer so much land. Is the idea is emergent. So if I were to get the started out as exceptionally warrior valued excellence and skill of killing, not even killing, but the actual you can start out slowly and then immediately maintain the stability of the things of the conquering lands. You develop a set of ideas with which you can, like you said, establish control. But it was emergent, and it seems like the core first principle idea Mongol is just to be excellent warriors. That felt to me like the starting point. It wasn't some ideology. Like with Hitler and Stalin, with Hitler, the ideology didn't have anything to do with war underneath it. It was more, it feels like the Mongols started off organically. It's emerged, like this phenomenon of emerging. They were just like similar to the Native Americans with the Comanches, the different warrior tribes, the Romans, that led me to look into it more. They seem to just start out valuing the skill of fighting, whatever they had. Just pretty primitive, just to be the best warriors they could possibly be, make a science. Is that crazy to think that there was no ideology behind it from the beginning? I'm going to back up. I'm reminded of the line said about the Romans that they create a wasteland and call it peace. That is, but there's a lot of countries, right? Where you will sit there and listen. Historians for it's the famous trade-offs of it. And they'll say, well, the trade that they facilitate, look at all those kinds of things, but they come at the cost of all the people that they conquered forcibly and by force integrated into their empire. The one thing we need to remember about the Mongols that makes them different than, say, the Romans, and this is complex stuff in way above the pay grade, but I'm fascinated, and it's more like the Yankees we just brought up, is that the Mongol society, okay, they are in a nomadic tradition. Now, several generations later, when you have a Kublai Khan as the emperor of China, it's beginning to be a different thing, right? And the Mongols, their empire broke up. It was in seven stuff, right? Iran, places like that. They will become more like, over time, groups of the places were traditional. And the Mongols, like the Khaganate of Mongol, which is still in their traditional nomadic territories, will remain traditionally more Mongol. When you start talking about who the Mongols were, I try to make a distinction. They're not some really super special people. They're just the latest confederacy in an area saw confederacy going back to the beginning of recording history. The Scythians, the Sarmatians, the Avars, the Huns, the Magyars. These are all nomads of the Eurasian steppe. Huge players in the history of the world until gunpowder nullified their traditional weapon system, which I would like to. Their traditional weapon system is not one to copy, because you were talking about the greatest warriors should be. Every society I've ever seen values that. What the nomads of the Eurasian steppe was this relationship between human beings and animals. It changed the equation. It was how they rode horses. And societies, the Byzantines, which would form one flank of the steppe, and then all the way up the other side, you had China, Persia. These societies were all to create mounted horsemen who used archery. And they did a good job, but they were never the equal of the nomads, because those people were literally raised in the saddle. They compared them to centaurs. The Comanche, great example, considered to be the best horse riding warriors in North America. The Comanches, I always loved watching. There's painters, George Catlin, famous painter who painted the Comanches. Mongols, Scythians, and Avars, and all these people did it too, where they would shoot from underneath the horse's neck, creating a horse the full way. You look at a picture of somebody doing that, and this is what the Byzantines couldn't do, and the Chinese couldn't do. It was a different level of harnessing a human-animal relationship that gave them a military advantage that could not be copied, right? It could be emulated, but they were never received, right? That's why they always hired mercenaries from these areas, because they were incomparable, right? It's the combination who were shooting bows and arrows in the time they were artists, who were riding, who rode all the time. The Huns were broken.
because they would never slept everything that creates something that's difficult to copy. And it gave them a military advantage. I usually agree actually when that military advantage ended, so 17th, 18th century, when the Chinese and the Russians on the other used these firearms and stuff to break this military power of these various kinds. The most dominant, most successful of the Confederacy, break it down, they really formed the nucleus at the top of the pyramid, the apex of the food chain, and a lot of the people were known as lots of other tribes. That when the Mongols they incorporated into their Confederacy. And I'll go first. People go out and 5 years before we go to the job. So and I'll say that the difference that made the Mongols wasn't the weapon system of fighting warriors, armor. It was Genghis Khan. And if you go to the other dangers from the outside world's perspective, dangerous step, nomadic past history, always had some great leader emerge that could unite the tribes. You see the same thing in Native American history to the Greeks. You had people like right? Or Truman. You go back in history, and these people make the history book because they caused enormous amounts of trouble for themselves and neighbors that normally Chinese, Byzantine, and Persian approaches to step people always they would pick out friendly, give them money, hire them, and they would use them into the other tribes. Generally, Byzantine, especially the Chinese diplomatic history, was all of these tribes don't let them into confederations, large numbers of them, because then they're unstoppable. But some of them, perfect example, the Huns were another large, many large communities of these people, and they were devastated when they could unite. So the diplomatic policies ahead. It made them Genghis Khan united them, and unlike most confederacies, he was able, they were able to put together
to linger on the little thread that you started pulling on this man who's on as a leader. What do you think makes a great leader? Maybe if you have other examples throughout history. And great, and let's use that term loosely. Meaning great uniter of whether it's evil or good, it doesn't matter.
Up first, I explore the making.
Is there somebody who stands out to you? Grace, we're talking about military or ideology. Some people bring up FDR or the founding fathers of the country, or you can go to was he man of the century up there of the century, and Stalin. People had really modified in the history of the world. Is there somebody who stands out to you by way of finding what is a great uniter, a great leader in one man or woman? It's an interesting question. What I thought is, let's take Alexander as an example, because Alexander fascinated the longest time, fascinated ever since he was fascinated guy. But Alexander a hereditary mind, right? He was handed the kingdom. This is fascinating. But he did not to rise to get that job. He was using a lot of other celebrity figures in Prussia. These are people who inherited the greatest army of their day. Alexander was an imbecile. It's going to be great no matter what. If you inherit the victory, you're going to be able to do something with it, right? Alexander's father had been great. Philip, he was the guy who literally did create a strong kingdom from disjointed group of people that were continually beset by their neighbors. He's the one that was formed on things that he had learned from other leaders, like the leader Eminondas, and then laborious over his lifetime
stabilized the team, built this system, lost it.
Well, let's go.
And led from.
How are you?
And then, who may have been killed by his son, we don't know who assassinated him, but they handed the great army to oversee his son, who then did good things with him. You see this pattern. In my mind, I'm not sure it was Andy that great when you compare him to people who rose from nothing. So the difference between what we call in the United States, the self-made man, or the one who inherits fortune. There's an old line, slur about rich people. It's like he was born on the base and thought he did it right. Philip was born at home, so he then started his race. And so I try to draw a distinction between the Genghis Khan. There's two traditions. The tradition that was here in the United States, and that idea that he was a self-made man. One of those put athletes who are not bloody was an important distinction. The distinction that you have from golden history is that this is a noble man who is deprived of inheritance is of blue blood anyway. I don't know what there's certain Genghis Khan you have to go. That is a wicked amount of things to have achieved. He's very Attila's very Hitler's an interesting figure. He's one of those. The more you read where finding home lies, because if you look at his life, Hitler was a relatively common soldier in the First World War. I mean, he was brave. He got some decorations. In fact, the highest decoration he got in the First World War was given by a Jewish officer, and it was often talk about that decoration, even though it was a prestigious one. But Hitler's, I mean, if you said who was Hitler today, one of the top things you would say is anti-Semitic. Well, then you have to draw a distinction between general pretty common and something that was a rabid anti-Semitism. But he didn't seem to show a level of anti-Semitism after or at the very end of the war. So if this is a defining part of the person's character, and what we consider to be his evil stems from that, what happened was not he's change himself. Hit by something at the head, and your whole personality changes, right? It almost seems something like that. So I don't think they call that really great. The interesting thing about it is, what the hell happened to a nondescript person who didn't really impress anybody with his skills? And then in 1920s, all of a sudden, they said sort of the man of the hour, right? So that's my feeling that this we didn't really know. Wasn't impressive to be being able to get going. He was raised in this environment on all sides. You start with this diamond, and then you polish it in the heart and it's light. There seems to be a very unimpressive gemstone. Because I mean, I don't think they great leaders, and I'm trying to look at the by the great men. Lord, great men are often good. You know what is great? We have to jettison many of the moral qualities we normally would consider a Jesus or God. You know, that's these qualities that look at as good, upstanding moral qualities. Examples, right? The Buddha, whatever. Those people make it because what you do to be wisdom here often requires the kind of choices that a true philosophical, logic, moral man would make. So I don't have an answer. How about that?
Just linger a little bit. It does feel like like the time molded man versus Genghis Khan. What feels like the man molded.
Yo, dog.
How you doing? These figures that stand out as extraordinary for one in one way. And remembering, by the way, almost all enemies that they mistreated, that they were probably never going to get any good. Right on.
The caveat was always
No matter if you're Americans or tribal peoples anywhere, generally do not get the advantage of being able to write the history of the heroes.
Okay, I've recently done with Oliver Wright. It's one of the historical descriptions of Hitler's rise to power, Nazi rise to power. There's a few philosophical things I'd like to ask you if you can help. Like one of the things I think about is how does one be a hero in 1930s Nazi Germany? What does it mean to be a hero? What do heroic actions look like? I think about that because I think about how I move about in this world today. You know, that we live in really chaotic times where I don't think you want to draw any parallels between Nazi Germany and modern day many of the nations can think about, but it's not out of the realm of possibility that authoritarian governments take hold, authoritarian companies take hold, and I'd like to think that I could be in my own small way inspired to take the heroic action before things get bad. And I kind of try to place myself in what would 1930s Germany look like. Is it possible to stop Hitler? Is it even the right way to think about it? And how does one be a hero? I mean, you often talk about that living through a moment of history is very different than looking at that history when you look back. I also think, well, it would be possible to understand what's happening, that the bells of war are ringing. It seems that most people didn't seem to understand, late into the 30s, that war is coming. That's on the United States side, inside Germany, like the opposing figures, the German military seem to understand that. Maybe all the other countries in France and England didn't seem to understand that kind of thing. So, 1930s Germany, as I'm Jewish, just another little twist. Like, what should one do? Do you have an interesting answer?
So earlier we talked about country, the love of country, those sorts of things. In order to be a hero, and not a villain, by being here, you would have had to have been anti-patriotic to the average German in the 1930s, right? You would have to oppose your own government and your own country, and that's a very, it would be a very to go to Germany and say, the only way you're seen as a German and a hero to the country that we were enemy is we think you should oppose your own government. It's a strange position to put the people in a government that has unity against your leader. You oppose your government policy, you oppose your government, you need to open your down the road. That doesn't sound patriotic. It wouldn't sound patriotic here in this country. It made us I would go away from the 1930s and go to the 1940s to answer your question. So there is movements like the white movement in Germany, which involved young people, really, and from various religious backgrounds who were open against Nazi at the time when power was already consolidated, Gestapo, both groups, and they execute people who are against the government. And these young people go out and distribute pamphlets, and many of the government cannot get in trouble. And they knew that was going to be determined. That is a long amount of bravery and sacrifice and willingness to die. And what we're doing is because they were so open, it's almost a certainty, right? That's incredibly weak. So when we talk earlier about sort of the human spirit and all that kind of thing, there are people in the German military who opposed Hitler, for example. But to me, that's almost cowardly compared to what these young people did in the White Rose movement, because those people in the Wehrmacht, for example, who were secretly trying to undermine Hitler, they're not really putting their lives up down to the same degree. And so I think when I look at heroes, I remember once saying there were no conscientious objectors in Germany as a way to point out to people that you have a choice. You were going to serve in there. And I got letters from Jehovah's Witnesses who said, yes, there were. And we got sent to concentration. Those are remarkably brave things. It's one thing to have your own set of standards and values. It's another thing to say, oh, you want to display them in a way that this regime makes sense. And not just for me, for my right? In these games, there was not a lot of connection between father and son. And that's a remarkable sacrifice to me. And far so the admiration is from seeing people who appear to be more morally profound than you are yourself. So I look at kind of thing and just say, wow. And if you've gone to average German in 1940 and said, what do you think of these people? They're going to be them as traitors and probably what they deserve. So that's the power of the state to sow propaganda and morality in a way that favors the state. To turn people who today we look at as conceivably great or crusading for righteousness and turn them into enemies of the people. So, I mean, I might feel like that. See, I sort of heroes of the romantic section, but I could dream of acting with in January 1943. I feel like the heroic action that doesn't accomplish much is not what I'm referring to. So there's many heroes I think that David Goggin, for example, the guy who creates distances. He runs his own purpose and circles behind himself. And I think his willingness to challenge the limits of his mind is heroic. I guess I'm looking for a different term, which is how could Hitler have been stopped? My sense is that he could have been stopped in battle ideas, where people, these are people who are suffering economically, or suffering because of the betrayal of World War I, because of the love of country and how they felt they were being treated, and a charismatic leader that inspired love and unity that's not the stupidity of mesh, and that's what it's about. I would suggest that we need to take into account the context of this time as it led to the rise of power and created the conditions where his message resonated. That is not a message that resonates at all, right? It is impossible to understand the rise of without dealing with the First World War, after the First World War, inflation, terrible depression, and all these things, and the dissatisfaction with the Weimar Republic, which was often seen as something that was put in place by the victorious powers. Hitler refers to people that signed those agreements to sign the armistice in November, criminals, and use that as a way to resonate with the population. This is a population that was embittered. And even if they weren't embittered, the times were terrible. And the option for within the system in a non-radical way, totally discredited. You can work to divide they divided it anyway. Then the alternative to the Nazis, bully boys in the street, or communist educators that the average Chinese see no better. So you have three options for an average German person. You can go with a discredited government, put in power, but your enemy that wasn't working anyway. You could go with the Nazis, like a bunch of super patriots, call it for the restoration of Roman country, or you could go with the communists. The entire thing is like a litany of four options, right? And in this realm, he was able to triangle, if you will. He came off as a person who was going to restore justice at a time when this was a powerful message. But if you don't need German greatness restored, resonant, right? The reason for love idea and all this stuff, I don't think we worked in time to, is because that was not a commodity that average American was in search of.
Well, it's interesting to think about whether greatness is restored through ideas that are from our perspective today so evil. I don't know what
but the war continued. So remember that when Germany was rising to power, the French were in control of part of right? The ruler, one of the main industrial harbors of Germany was occupied by the French. There's never the point where you're allowed to hate, dissipate, right? Every time maybe things were calming down, something else would happen to stick the knife and twist it into the from the average perspective, right? Reparations, right? So if you say, okay, we're going to get back on reparations for Prussia, these things prevented the idea of love or all these things from taking hold. And even if there were jokes about that, and most certainly were, it is hard to overcome the power of truth. You know, what I was saying, talking about humanity, is I believe on individual levels we're capable of everything, anything, good, bad, or different. But collectively, it's different, right? And in the time period that we're talking here, messages that peace on earth, love your enemies, and all these things were absolutely deluged and overwhelmed and drowned out by the bitterness and hatred. And let's be honest, since that you were continually being by your former enemies, there were a lot of people in the Allied side that realized and said, bring up the next war. They understood that you can only do certain things to collect the human populations for a certain period of time before it's natural for them to and there were German posters from the region, Nazi propaganda that showed them breaking all the chains of their enemy in Germany away. That was the great problem. And so I think love is always a difficult option, and in the context of those times, it was even more disempowered.
So this goes to linger a little longer. The question is the inevitability of history. Do you think it could have been stopped? Do you think this kind of saying that there was a hate that was building, there was a hatred that was building? Do you think there was a way to avert?
People just they stick their hands in a bowl.
I mean, there's two questions. Could have been a lot worse, and could have been better in the trajectory of history in the 30s and 40s.
Well, logical, so it started with degrees of one of both my discussion. And but it's nice we talked about forces earlier. The most obvious and much discussed way that it could have been stopped has nothing to do with churches. Remilitarized, everyone talks about what a couple of French divisions would have done had basically gone in and contested. And this was something that was extremely, it might have been the nervous time in his entire career because he was afraid that they would have responded with force, and he was in no position to do anything about it if they did. So this is where you get people who say, you know, and Churchill said to people too, where they talk about that you should have been stopped militarily right there at the beginning of the United States. I don't think.
Instagram and Facebook.
Listen, there were candidates in the Catholic Center Party, others in all Republic, that maybe could have done things, and it's beyond my understanding of specific German history to talk about it. But I do think that had the French responded militarily to his initial move to that area, that he would have supported, and I think he himself believed, remembering this was like his name. So the potential, I don't it almost legitimizes military intervention at a very early stage to prevent worse things from happening. But it might be a clear-cut case. But it should also point out that there's a lot of sympathy on the part of the Allies. I think, the Germans probably should German Iraq and this traditional German land. They were trying in a way to find the love, sense of justice of the Allies. They had stayed their hand in a way that would have prevented much worse things later. But if the time was such that the message that Hitler was, and simply removing Hitler from the equation without having to do the context of the time. And that means one of two things. You could have another one, or you could have ended up in a situation really bad in a different direction. I don't know what that means, because it's hard to imagine anything could be worse than what actually occurred. But history is funny that way. And that's my favorite example of the difference between the great man theory of history and the trends and forces theories of history, right? The time that possible and maybe even desirable some, if you took him out of the equation, those trends and forces are still in place, right? So what does that mean? If you take him out, the war is still on. Somebody else walk through?
Yeah, it's mathematically speaking, the probability of charismatic leaders to emerge. I'm so clear on that. I'm at this point.
Here's another way to look at it. The institutional stability of Germany in that time period was not enough to push back. And there are other German history. I mean, Hitler arisen in 1913. He doesn't get it. Because Germany's institutional power is simply quashed. It's the fact that he was unstable anyway that prevented the United States that would have kept that. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. A tricky question this to stand this a little longer. I'm not sure how to think about it. Is the World War II versus the Holocaust. We were talking just now about the way that he unrolls Hitler and stuff. And I don't quite know what to think about Hitler without Holocaust. And perhaps in his thinking how essential the anti-Semitism and the hatred of Jews was. It feels to me that, I mean, I don't know about where did he pick up his hatred of the Jewish people. There's stories of Vienna that it almost is picking up the idea of anti-Semitism as a really useful tool, as opposed to actually believing it in its core. Do you think World War II, as it turned out, he turned out, would be possible without anti-Semitism? Could we have avoided the Holocaust? Or was it an integral part of the ideology of fascism and Nazis?
Not an integral part. Mussolini did it to kill Hitler, but I think it was an integral part. What's interesting to me is that that's the big anomaly of the whole Russia. Anti-Semitism didn't need to be a part of this war, right? Hitler had a conspiratorial. He was a believer that the Jews controlled things, right? The Jews were responsible for Bolshevism and capitalism altogether. The banks. The United States was a Jewified country, right? Was a Jewified sort of a political. We have that right. Jews in Europe, but then you have to believe that they're the weird side. Well, because what I would it's a side of Germany. Because look at the first one. Jews fought for it, right? Who was the most important? And this area is just the first one that pops in my head. Who was the most important Jewish that wanted German side and Germans. Well, that whole part of this is the whole point that today Germany or Europe, Russia, not anti-Semitic is to be injustice, right? That is the standard of what you see in the Hitler area is huge spike, right? Because the government has conspiracy that the Jews have. It's funny because Hitler both weak and super powerful at the same time, right? And as an outsider, we can carry the whole blood and connect to Darwinism and all it's just weird, right? Outline. But Einstein just saying, if there's no answer, or Einstein, along with Jewish science, and Germany has increased technological and intellectual capacity. They stand, right? It's something that's constantly weak. It's a tragic flaw in the Hitlerian movement. But it was, and I was really mentioned earlier, like maybe it was not revealed to his character, maybe it was a tool for power. I don't know. Somewhere, it really, this guy absolutely obsessed with this, with the conspiracy, and he surrounded himself with people and theories, somebody that sort of who believe this too, and so you have all reinforcing the idea that the Jews control the world. Each of you call it international Jewry was a huge part of it, so that they deserve to punish the enemy in all these kinds of things. It's a nut conspiracy that the government. I mean, the big thing with Germany was culture, right? They were figuring culture, philosophy, these kinds of things, and that they could overtake him with this wild weird conspiracy theory, and then it actually determined that Hitler's taking vast amounts of resources and using it to wipe out his race when he needed them for all kinds of things to fight a war of violence. That is the weirdest part of
the darkest possible silver lining is that the Holocaust may have been, and the hatred of Jewish people may have been the thing that avoided Germany getting nuclear weapons first. And isn't that a wonderful historical that it is so tragedy 1,000 years ago? That as
Toyota dealers traffic. Let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 57.
This is a discussion.
Road, a 3-vehicle accident cleared from the car pulling over to the center.
Is that evil inherently continues with it activity and confidence. So my dad discusses his engineer, his belief that this time the reason we have a nuclear terrorists blow up a weapon somewhere is that kind of people that would be terrorists are simply not confident enough at their job being destructive. So like there's plotted more evil you are, the less evil you are, and by evil purely just what you said, if we were to consider the hatred of Jewish people as evil, because it's sort of detached from the like just this pure hatred of something grounded things like conspiracy theories. If that's then the more you the more you get conspiracy theories, the less capable you are actually comparing, which is very difficult comparing nuclear weapons effectively beforehand. So that's the hope that the destructive people in this world are there with no view and confidence in creating the ultimate destruction. I don't agree. Oh boy. So why haven't we destroyed us? Why haven't terrorist books. It's been many decades. Why haven't we destroyed ourselves at this point?
Well, when you say it's been many decades, in the life of a 50-year-old person, we've been well for a year. He said it's unreasonable to expect a man to walk on a tight for 50 years. The problem is this is a long, and let's remember until relatively, what would you say, 30 years ago, the nuclear weapons in the world really tight control. That was one of the big issues. So the worry that all of a sudden have bankrupt Soviet selling nuclear weapons to terrorism. I would suggest, and here's the problem, that when we call that terrorism, it's easy for an American to say that Osama bin Laden is easy for me to say. But one man terrorism is freedom, as the saying goes, and other people, he's not. What Osama bin and people who work with him, we would call genius. The idea of hijacking planes, flying them to buildings, and then you pull that off. And that's still, I'm still stunned by that. And yet, the idea, here's funny, and I typically talk about this, I don't give anyone ideas, right? But you don't need nuclear weapons to do incredibly grave amounts of danger. Really, I mean, one point of gasoline at a big light from the right place in the right time, and over and over and over again, bring down society. This is the underlying the importance of the stability that a nation state provides. So when we took out Saddam Hussein, one of the great counter-arguments from some of the people who said this is a really stupid thing to do is that Saddam Hussein was the greatest anti-terrorism in that region that you could have because they were so that activity in a way that was ever be, right? And this is the old line about why we supported right-wing nationalists because they were taking out people that would inevitably problem us. They did, and they were able to do it the way we would never be able to do. So just like the Soviet Union was behind the scenes and everything's great. But the idea that the stability that strong relationship allowed them, it's almost like anti-terror. You allow them to their own. You see the same thing with Syria, with the Assad. You can't have them in that area because that's what the Assad government to take care of that for you, and then that by not having it. So I was one, the game is still on, whether or not people get nuclear weapons in their hands. I would suggest they don't need them to achieve their goals, really. The crazy you start thinking of the Joker in that way. The terrorists, I'm just do this. It's scary how vulnerable the whole point is that you as a Joker wouldn't do the terrorism. That's the theory that hopefully you and my dad is that all that is the ability to generate the idea to get nuclear weapons. How you can disrupt the power grid, like disrupt the attack with the kind of gas somehow just the America some of our ideas. Like, that's coming up with a good idea there. Are we saying evil genius ideas? That's what we have this little story. I don't. Only because there's but I mean, genius, that's almost perverted. But that's what you take back. One of the but that's what the definition of evil, I think, because I think your history has a lot of evil people being confident. I do believe that they mostly, that in order to be good and do what is perceived as evil, you have to be
constructing ideologies around truly believing in the mirror by yourself that you're doing good for the world. And it's difficult to construct an ideology where throwing the life or disrupting the medical system, I'm already contradicting myself as I'm saying it. So, but then the question of like aliens or the
Right, dog.
idea that the aliens are all out and they visited us, the same question, if it's so easy to be evil, easy as possible to be evil, heaven destroy us. And your statement is, in the context of history, the game is still on. And it's been a few years since we found this to destroy ourselves. And one of the challenges we don't often think about the pandemic kind of revealed how sick we've gotten in terms of our deep dependence on the system. So somebody mentioned to me, what happens to power goes out per day? Is it power goes out per month? Was a birthday faculty that I was talking with. He's an astronomer. He's a good soul flare. And it's very possible to see the flare all the time to different degrees. Yeah, it's not cause it 4 months. So like, just thought it happens with power goes for a week in this country. Dramatic weapons and all. Or maybe the act of nature, and even just the act of nature will reveal like a little fragility of the evil and the kind of things that happen, especially during the time. We won't have it makes that would be that the entire life to break down. You have definitely an inspiration over
Crazy.
casting.
Going to the top of the
Those are right. So I think we'll be. We may have to go. If you were to set on the way that human civilization destroys itself, or collapses some way that where the result would be towards us, anything akin to progress. What would you say? Is it break down? Is it more traditional types of war? Is it engineered pandemics, nanotechnology, artificial intelligence? Is it something we can't even expect yet? Do you have a sense how we will destroy ourselves? And that might be really fair. I think what governs is for us to focus persistently, right? And that gives me the choice of looking and saying, the X, right? So we'll look at the this crisis where we potentially stared right in the face. To me, I think that you are talking about that's one of the history where I think the odds were that they would do. And I think especially in the Democratic Party, he was almost vicious. I was John F. Probably would say because around taking growth with legs. And to when you look at it now, and that's right. So when we talk about the fact that one person actually had in their hand, it wasn't a collective decision. It gave the person when you get together with one group, evolve, becomes that was the entire ideas
being to come into play and decisions that influence the events. But when we have to like, I guess, so take what we do in the planet, and we'll talk about it climate change, which I think is far, and it's very frustrating to talk about is it happening? Just look at the track. Forget climate. We're destroying the planet. We're not taking it. And because what we're doing to take care of it is that require people to say okay and say okay. Because too many people have to be on board. It's not just one decision, 1 million. We have to have 85% something around the world. You can't say we're going to stop them from doing damage to the world. China does. Right? People that have to do that training is hard. You get pessimistic hoping those kinds of shifts unless it's right at Christmas with 3 floors. So if you're talking bands with this, that's going to be it was always man, and this is maybe arguments, right? The fact either government is credited now on board, you have to subvert the interest of the nations. The amount of things that have to go right in a short 100 years to figure this out, right? So to me, that makes the most likely because we would have to do to avoid it seem the most unlikely. Does that make sense? Yes, absolutely. I believe you on me in just with the individual. I believe that charismatic individualism will save us. Like this, what if you get a charismatic leader in one country? What if you get a charismatic leader in a country that doesn't really matter? Well, the ripple effect starts with the leader, and their charisma inspires you. So it's like one hand queen that's something, the rest of the hands are TV, and then there's like leaders that emerge, and then the flattering. I tend to believe that like when you heat up the system and shit starts getting really chaotic, then the leader, whatever the collective intelligence is developed, the leader will emerge. Like there's the humans are the people who did all this. People who say this, the idea get a charismatic rights rights totally coming up with the wrong. I guess it could be but my intuition or the evolutionary process led to the relation between intelligence and consciousness on Earth results in the power, like if you think of it, the love of the healing system, that love is greater, the human kindness potential in the system is greater than the human hatred potential. And so the leader, in the time of leader, the leader inspires love and kindness is more likely to emerge, and we'll have more. You have pictures of the world that you mentioned, but they're actually in the grand scheme of history are not that. So it's weird to say not that many people died in if you look at the range of human history, it's whatever it is, the natural premise have those numbers. So percentage, what the percentage is, 5% of the human population on Earth. Some people are focused on different regions, but it's not destructive to the entire civilization. So the is one time that do good for the world in a broader sense of good are more ones and it's and this is I thought that I mean it is in the 21st century who's going to win. I think to me You divided into too much of black and white. This love you are inside of you belong. Let's throw something at the center of that living self-interest, which may or may not good, the good version of self-interest, right? The bad version of self-interest. But self-interest to me seems like something more likely to happen reality than either love or together. Simply what's good for me, or what's good for the country, or what's good for my country, or what's good for business. I mean, if you tell me, and or maybe I don't. If you say that you have to stop being cold, I have a hard time disentangle that question from my group, my family, right? So I think it's going to be a much more much more important, if not all side at the same time, than the interest that we have for our. Does that make sense? I mean, I've looked at it and kind of really thought, like, how bad it to go when everything's happening. But I think we're just talking with Japan, but like, the question is when they spread. So what do I mean by love and kindness? I think it's human flourish on every level. It feels like whatever engine drives human beings is more likely to result in human flourishing, and people like human flourishing. So that's what I think is there's maybe an intuition that kindness is an evolutionary advantage. I hate terms, I hate to do stuff to evolutionary biology. It just seems like it's good to be kind to each other. And don't always emerge to save us from the dangers of the world. That's the intuition. But let's talk about you brought up I think back in we are conditioned to deal with overwhelming threats. So I have in humanity when it comes to intended to do right now. If your thoughts explode, I think humanity allows themselves to break and we wouldn't be willing to make the sacrifices. But that's what makes, I think, the pollution / climate change / screwing up your environment threat so particularly is it happens slowly, right? It defies light mechanisms. It defies the natural ability we have to do is threat right on, and it requires an amount of force that lost we find that most people are too worried and understandably they're too worried about today's threat rather than next generation threat or whatever. So when we talk about what you said, what do you think the greatest threat is? I think we have an war we don't like, but I think that there's enough of a push where people understanding that if I decide to launch this attack against China, we're going to have a million deaths. Whereas if you say we're going to have a 3 generations if we don't start now, I think the evolutionary way that we have evolved mitigates that. In other words, I think I'm pleasantly surprised to pull that. Does that make sense? Totally. It's really fun that way. I'm top on it's for fun. So one guy sold this guy named Musk. He's a big fan of history, especially in series episodes. All of them. Him and his girlfriend Ryan. I know. Yeah, you know. That's like
like listen to hardcore history and we can love one. Okay. If I were to look at the guy from our perspective of human history, it feels like you would be a little suspect. Remember, you think about like the people what we remember from our time. Who are the people we'll remember? It's the Hitler, the Einstein, who's to be. It's hard to predict when you think, but it seems like most people remember. And if I were to guess what he's remembered for, it's the SpaceX and potentially being the person, like being the person who launched a new era of space exploration. If we look centuries from now, if we're successful as human beings surviving long enough to venture out to the toward the stars, it's weird to ask you. I don't know what your opinions are, but do you think humans will be a multi-planetary species in the art of history? Do you think Elon is successful in and he doesn't shy away from playing it this way, right? He really wants to colonize Mars and then colonize other Earth-like planets in other systems throughout the Do you have a venture out to stars? So here's the thing. I was actually I actually, first of all, I do it, and it is it's hard to get right because he's doing what the government does. Okay, so it's incredible to watch an individual public stuff doing it fast. Yeah, and pushing me faster than the government time limit. It really is. There's a lot of people right now who think Elon is overrated. We have no idea, right? When you see it, you have no idea. But that's actually it's Tesla. And the reason why, in my mind, is talking about connecting the greatest threat, the environment. And I talked about inability, maybe all being willing to sacrifice something in order to go. And I don't. So you can talk to him if you want to, but in my mind, what he's done is that and it's a piece of crap. It's good for the environment. You should drive it. Try to create a car that if you're only by yourself, you'll buy it and help the environment, but transition away from the main causes of damage. I mean, one of the pandemic and the shutdown done is show us how easy the Earth can actually receive clear skies and species come. And you would have thought it would have taken decades for some of this stuff. So what if today we made pollution source? We didn't have the pollution caused by right? And if we had said to the odds of transition away from years ago, I wanted to do this decision that nobody wanted. But what if you was superior to the just the local that's the best way to get around that. People not wanting to. I think identify. And as he's totally, one of the companies created that actually, he's right. And so I happen to think, even though he's pushing the envelope on space thing, I think somebody else will do that someday. I'm not sure because of various things you mentioned. Just to start saying, I'm not sure the industry that created this for us would have gone where he was going to if he didn't want there to consumer demand.
So where would you?
You do all those things, and yet who was going to do that? So you've been saying this. I haven't. Tesla may alleviate some of the get off, and I think the Tesla idea, just once and all of the people, is the best to make sure around seeing power. Does that make sense? Yeah, totally. One other thing from my perspective, the company, I think the interesting thing about
serves as a beacon of hope, pragmatic speaking, for people that, to push back on the Doom conversation from earlier, that single individual could build something that allows self-interested individuals to gather together in a collective way to actually alleviate some of the dangers that face our world. So like it gives me hope as an individual that I can do something that can actually have impact that counteract the Stalin and the Hitler and all the threats they face that human civilization faces, that an individual has to I believe the individual has to help in the cause of I don't get one president to rise up help the world. It feels like from everything and you're right, it can bring the world together to do good. That's a really powerful point. Whatever you say about happening, you can build companies that start personally with vision as a collective that moves around more. But the leadership of a single individual, their ideas, their dreams, their vision can catalyze, takes over the world, and does good for the world. But if I genius of the idea is that it doesn't require you to go ahead and improve nature, right? It's actually human nature into the idea by basically saying, I'm not and because sacrifice, I'm going to sacrifice my better and my body. That takes into account our focus as a species and actually leverage that to work for the greater good. And that's the thing that does turn off pastors thing a little bit. You're actually putting us where we live, right? You're not. You can take so much. You don't believe the environment want to test it. So they're inadvertently helping it. I think that's the use of the idea. And with the rise of and I'm telling you, that's a way to love more efficient mechanism of change than getting yourself will make it just creating a project that more love than you're going to want to love. You're going to make a fortune. That's why I love it. I think exactly. Okay, let's add some. You episode of steering into the iceberg when you're that has turned a lot. Was quite moving, quite changed. Really, I did something. Canada, community party. Just I get some experience. I just heard it.
Podcast where you left off.
The similar having hardcore history, almost speaking about modern seeing voices speak about history. So it's just a little bit of a haunting view of the world. I know we were wearing it. Is there how do we what's the way out? Is there some line that we can walk to avoid something, and I hate to use the terminology, something that looks not necessarily a division or a left doesn't any longer feel like a United States of America. Is there a way out? I read a book. Wow, it was like stress. They call it something it was called. And I remember thinking, I didn't agree. And one of the things he said that the United States was going to break up. I'm going, you might not, something was, I really think it was. But I think something connected to the differences that we have. In fact, those differences are being exploited. We have a media climate extended to take the right narcissism wider, and there's to do the opposite to help. There was a famous and they took it down. Still has it. We're not it was saying that that the United States needs another because the reality that without the curiosity is naturally geared towards itself. And it's the curiosity that is counter there. If that's true, then we are actually applying so the habit environment that makes money off why we and it has with people like scream at me. I wouldn't do it, but I would have people every month being able to program about right? This division, right? We want not to they're not. We want this. We want to engage all because of the constructs. You don't have a it can't happen to you like on a podcast an hour, 2 hours, building, and you're with the whole your audience changing every 15 minutes. So whatever you need your they told me once the audience stand on every issue within 5 minutes. In other words, you have to be part of it. So that you feel A, then you must be deep about the opinion. Feel that way. This is a system that pulls us apart, but not right? It's a that's one of the society. That's so what the saying is we're naturally inclined towards disunity, and without things or occasion ratchet back up so we can start based on people they will pull yourself apart. I think that's what the church was saying so much time. So in answer to the question, we can't have because we don't have a geographic division. We have to more separate. It was set up split. Now you're divided within a family, within gender voting. It's increasing, right? You can't disengage. We're stuck. So there's no for lack. What it seems like is the the bomb and domestic terrorists and things like that. Something that you even need a large person who think is any time to do that. Like we talked about before, handing out like I've lived a bunch of time and if anybody like you are handing out will take 1,000 before you do that, right? That from the doesn't have it's just be somebody really pissed off. So once everybody for this to only this day for this thing to go sideways. Remember, for every action equal to opposite reaction. So you don't have to do all that. Start it, and then and it goes creates a moment of its own, which leads to all the some career as the human creates ability, right? Type 10 they learning sometimes but it's very by the the angels advocates are complicated about you. It feels like individual power united to be that unity. So you mentioned media. I think we are one great podcasters in history. Joe Rogan is like a but if deep, stay deep, and stay deep. So just looking at the numbers, like we're almost, and from is about listening to the sound of our voice 3 hours. So you just 200 and Joe Rogan was 10 times, and so power to unite. People that it feels like even if you quote unquote there still feels to me that speaking of I don't want to say love unity speaking that like that like don't understand what just help us avoid the not avoid somebody but avoid the escalation the popular escalate those a single line or two or even something dramatic, you turn that something that could ripple that into and so I would like you and always Joe being part of the night that a lot of great purpose things happening and a few words to say about feeling that not like both really like the words calm that like calm the scene from or whatever boiling because I this is the first time and I I can't I just believe and it's become like you know a company that was and I thought that you know the world and empowering good for the world and I was worried about those things that a kid came from our family came from and Russia to be able to aid in this new country. I'm just feels like people can still keep this project going. Like people like
according to the National Federation, a one-day shutdown takes 3 to 5 days to recover.
Is there? Do you have that? I'm despair with so and I don't even expand that. I feel kids right now, right? Two kids, 3 years space from 1 to 18 and just when I was personally 15 that just 3 years but they were very easily classified as being the same. Now, the speed of technology change, there is a gap between my 18 and 15, and not in the just in what happened, how they how they're involved. This is one we've never been. See what effect that has. This question, the most upsetting part about how we treat each other online, there's the fact that some of it we're not interacting with it's free to treat each other. And I'm trying to figure out how it's how we always as people, right? We've always never had these post meetings publicly, whereas the environment and the social media and everything else has changed to something. Either one of you how we treat one another, and the whole thing we say about it seems like make more. I don't too much of the opposite. I read talking and how you doing it, and you think to yourself, okay, this is of what we were discussing earlier. Never had this. Let me ask you, and boy, this is the ultimate dude capture. When you think that push like love and peace and we and when this first of all, every society to violate things like that, non-violent, really different. What happened to guns, Martin, you think about all, right? When there's that, people who push for solutions are so often killed, but it's because they're effective. And when they're killed, the effective is why are they? Because they're effective. Because they're charismatic leaders who don't come around. The odds are for a while. I guess what I'm saying, which would have the, I think, to stabilize systems in a way considered possible. But those systems have a way of right? And so history shows, history has to find out. The only example is countless. But I think people who are dangerous to the brain tend to be wrong. Yes. But there's things to say. I feel like history. I feel like the ripples in history are less protect where more transformation. Like it is long. Yes. You feel those ripples in the general movement of quality in throughout the generation. Like you feel the ripples, but that's not. I tend to that company working a competitor exactly, which is a competitor. I think I can do stuff. Is it works? And that's awful. But when, so let me say,
we're new to that. So it's now, and now I tend to believe that you are time where the tools that people that are interested in providing, like the weapons, allow much. So like the one thing with technology is it allows any small part gun. So that could be very destructive, but it could be also very positive. And that's, I tend to believe that somebody like Elon in the world, somebody like me, could have more power to power, which is different from God. We have the fact that already our what as a way to fire simply prevent you from doing what you're talking about. They never allow it. Love to a modern would really do what actually stabilize it. Do you think that government would take counter to squash love? And so, like, one perspective I said earlier, I don't think so as much of an enemy of the state as one different states have. I think the states work, and I always think that love is in tension with power. Like, I think, and I think it's not just Russia. The reason is empathy. All of these things. I don't necessarily think they're always have to be, by definition, more confident. So that's one. I feel like basically Trojan horses behind you have to be good at it. The thing is, you have to be conscious of the way these things are. So the fact that services and so on, that means the companies whoever the companies weren't actually looking at people trading. Like, isn't that a song like Nova the Battlefield? I think it's all a game. And you have to do it. And just like Elon, Tesla being the that's not just a being an saying supporting safety environment. It's by building a product that people can and then convincing cars games play. Okay, so let me because I think there's a way to I think you're right. The story in the past looks like a revived idea, right? 2 decades ago, in the 60s with the protests and all these kind of things. And we were talking about he said, don't go. People are going to protests and all the girls have a good time. It wasn't so fun. It became to have all you're never grab they're only they're interested in whatever. But if meeting girls for a young guy requires fame and requires read deeper subject because that's what people are into, you can almost as silly way to trend to make empathy trendy, love, solution, or the that the kind of things people inherent will not. In other words, the possibility to change the zeitgeist and real way that people are serious about it, the results are the same. Does that make sense? Okay, so that encourage the best and the most beautiful, especially girls, boys.
Once they get a lot of very motivated, you're always
Yeah. It's a little, and I'm sure it's good for you to say compliment you. It's difficult. So, but you'll have to go with my friends long time. So like, it's too late right now. So like, you do a podcast. Now, it's fortunate for this particular podcast. I see people's eyes that they've been for 15 years now, and we we're talking, but one way. First of all, there's something it's very hard to basically found running is. I remember you're probably not. Because it's too real.
It's like,
But I remember that we ran 22 miles was the long distance. Yeah. And there's so about this particular that you created. It's kind of anything that's successful stuff bigger than you have. Yeah. So I guess the question is, you like look in there, but you also what advice would you give to yourself and me and to other and to Joe Rogan about this journey we're on? I feel like something special, not sure exactly what, but it feels like something special. What advice relative to it? What advice do you have for people like and
well, I'm all advice by new people just so I have to try to listen, use my own, but I don't have advice, suggestions for you or for you. Still confused kids. That's what makes it right. That's right. Other stages that you're at, they don't. They can't figure it out. Sometimes but you have. I mean, tell you how do you well, there's it's a specific thing like the word are fascinating, very and the basically I don't know joys words yeah facility and I do it in a shitty place. Like you get the material slate. Exactly. Yeah. Okay. So, and maybe it's not that position, but I feel like the podcast is inspired media. And when I first heard it, partnering with fuck them, and but I drafted so I was attacking that can't lock up special things they have. But then I that made that these are vehicles who are just reaching more people to I think more. So that's what I mean by clear what the journey is, because you also see this weekend for one month.
Traffic reports. I'm Mike Morris.
Do you have are you
that's the same kind of way he's dealing with. You have radio, you feel like, or is this Spotify thing more possible? I noticed or is this a good thing for us? So I history is interesting. Back in the era when the dot-com boom was happening, everybody was being bought up. It seemed like a great idea. But I did 600, and was we had, I'm sure everybody, there's other places at the same time, but we were pitching to investors was something. This is before podcast, and I the evangelist, and I and talk all the way to amateur content is going to change my life, and I never got it. And they all say, this isn't going to take off money. I kept saying, forget that. We're talking scale. If you have millions of pieces of content, a small piece, right? 16-year-old, like, that pushes. But the podcast, you're talking content 1999. Well, you're all where you're ahead in terms of not seeing where it's going to go, seeing where it's going to go. And so when we start we didn't have any financial. We were sitting on distributed and all that. Years later, if we tried to support the easy way has to donate. Yes, so once we started advertising, sell the all ways but as I get to and as more and all every one of them actually make it easier to get the podcast actually how it makes money. So while the amount of began to skyrocket. So to get just one example, a lot of people doing something. In this day, they had cheap and dirty. Now, OS something great. So we're having my children are going to staff, and then the resources and the higher rate. You didn't need anybody, and there's you. You just need it's becoming. So if somebody is, hey, in the past, is a F up, not make one, could make one, but what we have to make that is on. But it's all daily. And so somebody say, hey, we will not the content show up, right? Everybody design different, right? I guess it's a long there are people that know. So I'm always way to take all I is the shows. It's really at this point. You shouldn't call it something else. I mean, you try and be satisfied in that. But the part like to increasing all and so there's a stupid data, like said, that if a enhances your to the art without disenhancing your art. It's it's enticing. Yes. I'm afraid of brings that. And if I'm broken, talking about the subject, the great company, a little be careful. At the same time, people who are not don't understand the problem that literally all the podcast, that's what we have to and so is as the medium develops, it's becoming something you have to consider, not but because you want to be and it's becoming harder to be pirate in this environment. Well, the thing that, especially as much, is that they so if you walk through this whole thing with the skepticism of companies, then it works because Spotify podcast where they are at least they to respect your there's the environment people with opinions on you. They have Spotify. In reality, there's two things. So, and in general, there's two important things. One, Spotify tells you like all of the think the Spotify being so direction. Didn't even have, companies contrary to be but you and Spotify and there is Spotify. You create about people complain. Those things never company and Spotify is great. The difficult part is nobody trying to think about it. Really. I mean, there's but nobody looks. Yeah. And the Joe's sees even more. That's what YouTube and Spotify Netflix podcast. And they like what Netflix they don't want to pull your name on platform flourish. So not all companies are the same. To me, YouTube is at least more like smaller. So long, rounds consolidated. They come in, and all of a sudden, you'll get but the consolidation was relatively small compared to the stock market. And the problem is consolidation. You are walking, right? So you accept this money. Be a part of what you get, you're negotiating based on signing up. Negotiating power. When you just take that, user and attention, and it's risk is lower. Decide a year or two working with license agreement term is that you're done with instead of being smaller, you're walking the audience. You look at with every plus a large because they're designed to push so it takes some which and if you get They protecting your freedom of content. So, and some of the downside is mitigated. And if then the next problem trying to be up then it like that. We get about it, and we just truly as dependent on the life inertia that was, but I'm inhibited about it. The subject, and it's open at least listening to people. But at the same time, and it sounds like today they're living so I want to make sure I can keeping with a relationship that I've over 15 years. But like you are going to see, don't make it easy. They might have different do all what they did. Easier to go. Well, I think you try to make it, especially if you downside risk. I think you can not at least try to stay up for president. I've watched. As a dude, as a fan of Netflix, like people that I can speak for like me in hopes that no history or they bring out, you said artists, I can say it, they bring out the best artists. They remove some, and somehow, like, was at their best, was able to enforce and find the beauty and the power and the great you make, even better than you. Like, they don't interfere with it, but they somehow, the branding thing, that's right. They seem to not interfere with how close to plus. I would yes, in terms of be awesome. And I don't love probably that's unanswered. I'm going to try to ask him a way that you which is, of course, you don't be very confident. And the question is, can you tell that the one on the board, on you tell them to do every spoken to this, in particular, there's different on contract. I heard you say, there's not a deep, intricate contract between the two parties. And that kind of the show on one have some on the period, and so like you work like pulling it further, refreshing time. So is there a shower on Reddit? Is there a like learning ahead about the future episodes? Is there things that whether you not to but whether is there something like make you that'd be interesting to pull it Oh yeah, and we have our back pocket for later. Again, that was in and when any of the war happened, seemed to be the likely reality. That was that's psychological. You know, I think I'm guessing. I think it's all think about and we don't just implement. So think about what just yesterday. What we said, I'm not dedicated. The only people understand we are and even minutes. But when you're doing, I mean, the last 5, right? Something to that. And it felt like still then, that was this is starting to gruesomely repetitive. Now you know how at the time felt. So another that had been improvised inadvertent. It is created right for having a with the story. And to me, this is part of and that would have scripted. So it's during the school of not able in large I always make spinal some of those where serious so I and so because going doesn't work. You know, like people I had an hour show 2 months, and I 6 weeks. Right? Here's the problem. No. Here's the thing. Joe will. In other words, the minute you have it, because these shows just as all of those but when you create you have the waiting for that show. But you have to just by having discovered it and don't care for how long because they're the download it. And so they always release and they all will forgive if it takes too long. They will not forgive me if I want it without all crap. So this is why it is it's quality and everything because I care about the only thing that is how good every general you don't care. That's I feel like really fire flared up everything. This area now under. I thousands of sometimes, you know, some of the greatest movies and books have been like it's the money, so you have to write. Sometimes the create is powerful at taking a creative mind, artist, he's like slapping around for something. True, of course, there's different methods, but it's not just about storytelling. And I'm sure you know, again, not for one of the greatest storytellers that and you also somebody pointed out you can tell one good story, but the fact is to or not the fact, you know, like making it to the right picture, right? That's what it is. Be wrong. Suppose what you said. So I have a right, and right, hard net. So I, because I, which is my son, right? But we had a chapter entitled "Pandemic Question," and it was the 19 flu and all stuff. And to the Spanish this morning, did you ever think not on? And
welcome.
I was working in my study for months, and the pandemic happened, and then would have had to rewrite the whole thing. So that argues for what you said. At the same time, I spent months on working hard because to me it didn't look the way I wanted it to. You know, can you drop a hint of the things you're keeping on the shelves? I talked about. I talked to you today. You know that in your very first podcast, in the title, the very first thing anybody ever saw about is the word Alexander. And because the show's entitled Alexander the Great, I've done shows on my mother. I talked about the funeral game for his death. Right on this, specifically left this giant Alexandrian-sized hole in it. Because we're going to do that show one day. Loving and joy, talking about this crazy figure of Alexander the Great. So that's one of the ones that's on the back pocket. And what we try to do is whenever this, we're doing Second World War in Asia and Pacific now, whenever the heck we do this, the tendency is to then pick a very different period. We've had it, and the audience had it. So I eventually did the Alexander. What about just one last part of this? What about the other half of the first 10-minute, 15-minute episode, which is, so you've done a bit about the World War, you've done quite a bit about Germany. Will you ever think about doing Hitler the Man? It's funny because I talked to you about our standards have changed so much. Well, a long time ago, one of my standards for not getting 5 hours or deeply into them was to flip around interesting points. We didn't realize we could get an audience that wanted to shoot history. We thought we could just go with assume the audience the details and just talk about the weird stuff that only makes up one part of the show now. So we did a show called Nazi Tidbits.
Dude, who has you using money in your first?
All right, I'm gonna play you a song.
Yeah, and they don't. They were set up for if you steal, and you don't steal. So nobody. Like that was.
In a big box store.
I tell you, I was testing my position. The owner of the business gave me $10,000 cash. Just started and like to see if left it open. Nobody touched it. It was right there. He also left, and I reminded him he left the Rolex in the office, and he's, yeah, I knew. I knew. He's like, if I would, yeah, 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 I know. There's a Rolex here. Why? Because nothing else. Come in with $10,000 watch and just put it on my desk. I don't be responsible for that. Yeah, that could be done. Monday night. Good band. Sounds like a
Look at all the moving parts he has, right? You got all these different pieces. When he pulls, watch the shift, and then a fantastic job with the left tackle, like on the kickoff. All those defenders, they pick off in a really good cut. I think that's some of this eye candy.
This youngest offensive.
Germany's investigating this guy.
What'd you say? Doug, you've asked me 8 questions in the last 10 seconds. Let me answer one at a time. Why am I there? For free publicity. Has Aiden Ross ever come in there? Yeah, he comes in all the time. And why? What's the purpose of it? It's he came into my YouTube.
You're seeing right here, but just watch the block here of Scarani, left guard. Just watch him here. It's a good hit. And then up on the second level, he's got the linebacker. He's absolutely covered Anthony Walker Jr. The coaching staff told us the left side of this offensive line was Scarani and them. They are the future for this offense. They're going to be the tone setters in the future. You see Caleb Phillips coming out. He's all right.
Really frustrated. With his fist in the air, shouting as he walks slowly over. 20. They've been set up inside 5. Back to 9. Rudolph throws a dart. It's off the hands there of Hopkins. No crease there. Got a couple hands on it. Who in coverage?
Tight window. You know, he's trying to kind of force that on to DeAndre Hopkins. We've seen him come down with catches like that many times. They got to get him going. Of him and Calvin really got to get some touches. Second and long, I'd love to see Brian Calvin just get a screen. Some form of a screen to take advantage of a pass rush in a field goal situation.
Imperative to get something significant here, 2nd and 20. Instead, it's a drop. Give the ball to Ridley off of his hands. Back-to-back drops, and it's 3rd and 20.
Yeah, you don't have a call for 3rd and 20. And you know what? You just want to pick up positive yardage, hopefully get yourself in the field goal position at the very least, and get more points on the board.
Jalen Phillips walking along the sideline here. Thought he was going to come back in. This is a tailor-made situation for him on 3rd and 20, but he's not in the ball game. Couldn't take much. We saw Paul bang one earlier from 53.
See the rookie Chuck Robinson on the first round pick out of Penn State at the bottom of the screen.
Deflected on the edge there. Ridley makes the catch. Now tries to make something of it. Cutting back, Calvin Ridley. In a long way, eventually knocked down the 34. Akbaz, right, the pick earlier, got fingertips on that pass as it was headed for the perimeter.
Mark Cook, Ryan Callahan, Mason Rudolph. Just operate that offense.
Even close.
On America's #1.
That's going to be
Very
something
cool.
to pay attention to. The motion and inside run against Miami's defense.
Going to take over after the fourth down stop near midfield, which is 19 yards, and good for 53 earlier, and good for 52 there. Hasn't been fireworks, but Rudolph has twice led Tennessee to field goal drives, 6-0.
Or the fame. I did it to pay forward to the next generation of athletes and pass on the support my family gave me. I believe in SoFi because they give the same support to millions of members, helping them bank, borrow, and invest for their future. Because for most people, it's not about the lights or the fame. It's about their ambitions. SoFi, get your money right.
I have a surprise for you.
Oh.
Feast your eyes.
Feels so new.
You feel as feeling like I can't.
Hold it.
How bad do you want to hold it?
Bags, but please.
Don't. Go ahead. But
oh, it's glowing.
You have a Taco Bell in your house? Then come in and try the Cantina Chicken Burrito. Cantina Chicken Bowl and Burrito both have 25 grams of protein. Hey, Devontae.
Some more ads, all right?
That was the last one, I swear.
Walmart deals are ready to shop October 8th. Get ready to say deals October.
Yeah, but you gotta be able to maintain those prices. You gotta have a
ESPN's insurance. .com. Dolphins will get the football back. Tyler Huntley will go back to work. Feel his way into this game after arriving here a couple weeks ago. Back to Lamar Jackson for a few years in Baltimore. He grew up just about 10 miles northeast of here. Almaday High School, close to the stadium. The Florida Football Gatorade Player of the Year as a senior. A 9,000-yard passing career, 106 touchdowns, but did not attract a ton of high school attention. Rated a 3-star prospect, so goes off to Utah. Plays for Cal Whittingham with a point to prove, and displayed the same kind of toughness and leadership characteristics as he has with the Ravens in a backup role. And that's why Les McDaniel did his due diligence, felt comfortable with this guy. Confidence to be tested. Things don't get going soon here. Ball on the edge, and that's Jalen White, the rookie out of Tennessee. First reception of the season for him. And there's Huntley's parents. Gina, treat this
Cool family. Tyler sharing with us, Lord. I know reported that he grew up idolizing, dreaming of being the Miami Dolphins quarterback. After the play, the defense. The 15-yard touchdown. That'll be his first charge. Those points when I called up towards disqualification.
Jarius Sneed, one of those mental mistakes.
Yeah, he's one of the most physical corners. Although
knocked the ball out of the hands. Right, kind of senseless thing. Number 15?
No.
Soft in the ball?
Yeah, I mean, 15 yards for batting the ball. I guess it's a rule, so, but at some point, competitors compete.
the ball over 45. Titans didn't have a penalty on offense or defense last week. A couple on special teams. Already have 5 tonight. Right, the falling forward is Jalen Wright. I'd love to get this rookie from Tennessee who's had a quiet start of the season going tonight.
That's the test. And almost the entire movie of them at that, and we stayed in Asheville.
This is the kind of run game you're going to see. Just watch this kid cross motion, formational motion, and how he's downhill before the ball is almost as he starts angling downfield. They want to secure that edge and put a heck of a block with physicality on the edge. That is something you see with the 49ers all the time. Mike McDaniel from that tree, they will hammer that run over and over.
7 and first down. They hammer up the middle, right at the yard marker by James Lynch. Bruce Jones. It's enough to move to 6 for down.
That castle was their summer home.
That's who they want to be right now, considering the challenges they have. They want to be a great football team. They want to be a stealing game gap between the tackle and tight end, outside the tight end. That's what.
When he crosses the pond, I hope I'm not giving the end away here. Nobody walked on water at the end. Really? That was right there. At the end of Biltmore Stadium. So, unbelievable. Up to 1,000 people still.
When he checks it down, it's off the hands of Jalen Wright.
Because of this storm.
At least 100 over the fastball.
You know, one of the things that's, Tua is one of the best ball handling quarterbacks in the NFL with the way that they go about some of their fakes. And Kyler obviously has the reps in this offense. Tua is going to make hit those linebackers, suck up a little bit more, and kind of hit those intermediate throws. But Lucas, you're talking about the run game. I think the big thing Mike McDaniel wants, they got to capture the line of scrimmage. You saw it in the few runs to get those first downs.
They have just the same action to try to close.
Again, right. The flag flies right at the point of attack. He forces him out. This is not an offense. The way it's operating right now, they could. North Carolina.
The good news this afternoon is that supplies are starting to come in. We heard this morning.
Moving at the same time.
That 3 tankers full of water have been delivered here in Asheville.
Just Dan, talk about how everything's different, right? In the huddle right now. You have a new voice, a guy who you're not used to.
Shift by the offense. Numbers 89 are moving to the snap. Kelly's been declined. He's at third down spot.
The communication in the huddle. I mean, they're used to hearing Tua's voice. They're used to him giving them coaching points because he's so active in this office. They're not getting that right now.
Yeah, and this is a wordy offense. 15, 16, 17 plays. And Luke's your point of like all those extra coaching points. Mike McDaniel is trying to figure that out. At practice, there were so many times when they had the re-huddle. Huntley gets the play and then they got a re-huddle because maybe they didn't spit out the call the proper way, or that's the big challenge right now for Miami. Is you're figuring out how much they're capable of running. I think you've got to throw some type of screen here. At least maybe.
Huntley took a look that way, but takes off. Huntley dives down right at the marker. He can definitely hurt a defense that way. There's a first down of the 34.
We talked about it with motions. Motions on AJ to clean. And so the situation. Watch it. That linebacker leads. On the point. Unlikely first down for Miami's offense.
And now what this does, it puts a little bit of doubt in the mind of the defensive end, the edge rushers for Tennessee. Hey, maybe we can't get so far out the field. Because now he is so
off the play fake, launching for Tyreek. Amani one of him.
I mean, unbelievable by Tyreek to find a way to get this ball not to be big because Hooker's going to kick that off. And he just jumps over the top and becomes defensive back. That's unbelievable by Tyreek.
She bounced off Hooker's helmet.
Yeah, they're not getting the sell. They're not getting the sell to play action game right now. The second and third levels for Tennessee are saying, oh, you're not going to run it. We're staying back.
Pitch on the edge. HM. Block. Next time you get going, picks up about 4 before Kenneth Murray got him. It's third down coming up.
And I still think you got to keep hammering those runs on first and second down though, and setting that tone. Make these guys on the edge, make the corners and the safety want to put your nose up to the second and first level. It'll open up eventually. You get a couple, you just keep hammering it in there. You see it now here.
Also scoreless in Detroit. You can see the Lions in the red zone. Approaching the 4-minute mark in the first.
You see H down here at the bottom of your screen. Keep an eye out. Very good off press. Lined up as a receiver.
To the far side, Waddle. Huntley has no trouble out stretch. He delivered another bullet, not perfect ball placement.
I think you kicked this, though. I agree. Not perfect placement, and that maybe minimizes the ability for Waddle to run after the catch. But to get this to a
alive, whether they survived a lot of these roads in this, or they're still flooded, or they're still unsafe for rescue workers to get through on them. Here in this area where we are, you can tell how high the floodwaters got because there's a car wash in the distance there where there's mud on top of that roof. We know areas in western North Carolina got about 30 feet of water. So
wow, 30 feet of water. I mean, that's up past our window here. I mean, our window's at 20 feet here, 25 feet, so that's halfway up our window here in Burbank.
That just gives you an idea. Here, you can see across the street, on the side of the street there's a chimney that broke off a house and landed over here. There's no house in the street, so that tells you how far that had to travel. Over here, there are tractor trailers, multiple tractor trailers along this road that are stacked on top of each other. They're wrapped in power lines.
Elite neighbors, vital touchdown, including a toe tap to end the first half. Devin Singletary shoved his feet in the end zone, rushed for 65 yards. It's easy to enjoy NFL Sundays with Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL.
This is the story of the one. The one knows that when the big game is takes away, the unexpected can put everything on the line. But with a solid game plan and a teammate like Granger that she can rely on to deliver the product she needs when she needs it, she's confident that she will always win the day. And her team will do the same. Call at Granger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done. In the world's worst places, children with such conditions live in darkness and shame. They're shunned, outcast, living in pain. You can reach out and change the life of a suffering child right now. A surgery that takes as little as 45 minutes, and your act of love can change a child's life forever. Scan the code or go online today. Thousands of children are waiting.
I got this $1,000 camera, only $41 in Deal Dash. All night options since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
This change and mixer for only $56. I got this barbecue smoker for $26.
And shipping is always free. Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
SEC and HC, 3 games on the stage. Eastern time, Missouri, undefeated, ranked number 9. These are the Aggies. Came up with a win Saturday. Auburn against Georgia, the hosts. Was beaten late by Alabama in that big game, and in Arkansas, the Frogs and the Hogs in prime time.
$34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
This KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56. I got this barbecue smoker for $26.
Storm, but a history-making storm. Like says, many people displaced have no idea if they'll be able to.
$6.
And shipping is always free. Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
SEC games on Eastern time, Missouri, undefeated, ranked number 9. These are the Aggies. Came up with a win Saturday. Auburn against Georgia.
More than 100 people been killed by the hurricane. Tropical storm Kirk is formed in the Atlantic Ocean. The National Hurricane Center says it's expected to become a large.
The hosts was beaten late by Alabama in that big game, and the Islands.
And the heat may be back, but it's not stopping people from falling into pumpkin spice season. The LA Times released its list of the best PS lattes in the area. Up to 10, they found mom and pop cafes put a personal touch on the flavor menu note from Starbucks. There's coffee for Sasquatch in Hancock Park, Dayglow, Silver Lake, and Good Boy Bob in Santa Monica. If you grab a latte from Nona Mercado in Long Beach, comes with a jack-o'-lantern. You get to pick it. Clear and cool is overnight tonight. Sunny with a bit more heat in some areas tomorrow. About the same Wednesday, and the heat's going to stick with a degree or two going down, maybe into the weekend. Right now in Costa Mesa, 66, Fullerton 79. Things are getting better in Culver City.
That's where we had an accident on the northbound side of the 405, just beyond Venice Boulevard. A four-vehicle collision cleared from the center divider over to the right shoulder. Up ahead, a slow ride on the north 405, leaving the west side, heading up and down the Sepulveda Pass from the 10 up to the 5 in the San Fernando Valley. 405 southbound, leaving the west side, traffic heaviest from Santa Monica Boulevard all the way down to the 605. Here's Michael Bryan flying over Irvine and KFI in the sky.
Yeah, plenty of slowing on the 405 here. 405 northbound, loading up away from the Irvine Spectrum into 133. That's going to remain tough most of the way into Fountain Valley up to Brookers. Northbound 5, similar kind of stuff there. That's going to load up from Irvine pretty much now from Culver, most of the way up to Anaheim and not Disney Way where it finishes up. The 55 northbound, it's going to be jammed from the 405 to the 5. Bit of gap there and then back on. Pretty much as you approach the 91 from Lincoln. North 57, that's a tough one now out of Orange and Anaheim there. That's going to load up from Catella up to the 91. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Mike Morris.
If you missed our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One,
watch the best moments exclusively on Hulu beginning Monday.
See the biggest festival headliners from around the world assembled on one stage on one show.
This iHeart energy is so incredible. See it all at our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Streaming only on Hulu beginning Monday.
Hey there, it's Michael Lewis, author of Going Infinite, The Big Short, Moneyball, and Liars. For the latest season of my podcast,
Welcome.
I'm exploring what it means
Are you busy?
and what the rise is doing to our
Well, thank you.
states and ourselves. I'm heading to Las Vegas and New Jersey and beyond to understand America's newest form of legal. It's America's #1 podcast network. iHeart. Open your free iHeart app. Search against.
That's okay. There's always.
By AM 640.
The news, what it means, it matters.
Word. Why do you think? I think so too. They're kind of on to me though, so I am having to reprogram and so. Well, yeah, but I think create more. So it's kind of just simple. You're gonna start. That's okay. I'm not. I'm well aware of it. It's just I'm not using all the options I got. 4 of them down. Word.
Maybe 200,000.
Basically.
Auctions sold it for $1.3 million in Hong Kong. You gotta be kidding. Way too much money out there.
You get enough people. The
of the
So like Miami, they'll put you there.
let's say 95% of homes in the Midwest, Michigan, Cleveland, Indiana, Kentucky, Illinois, Missouri, Kansas, Montana. They're all $1.3 million is more than 95% of the homes. And the guys bought a jersey for it.
Some of Bruce Lee's old film memorabilia was also sold. 2 different pairs of nunchucks from Enter the Dragon and Fist and Fury went for almost $200,000 each.
Woo! A lot of money out there. All right, speaking of money, Shohei Ohtani's 50-50 ball. 50 stolen bases, 50 home runs, and that ball is going up for auction.
The price for Shohei Ohtani's 50-50 home run ball continues to skyrocket. It's now going for $1.2 million. Ohtani became the first player in Major League Baseball to post a 50 home run, 50 stolen base season. There are now 13 bids in this auction by Google. There are 16 days left in the auction.
And let's bid on it. Can they legally come after us for the money? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. We should bid on it. Bro, come on, man. Bump a couple credit cards. I'll bump a couple credit cards. We'll get, $8,000 together.
What's the minimum so far?
1.5 million, I think it was. Let me see. I think it was 1.5 million.
Ohtani became the first player in Major League Baseball.
Wait, hold on here.
Continues to skyrocket. It's now going for $1.2 million.
1.2 million. We can get that kind of money together. Bellio, what's your mom's phone number? She still got dough?
She might be willing to get into her 401. Okay.
Yeah, well, she got into it for your dumb eye. I mean, you're
Yeah,
right.
that's why I think she might be okay doing it again.
How many times has your mom gone into her 401k to help you out with ideas? Twice?
Oh, like 6 times.
Well, thank you. How about you?
Really gonna pay off.
You asked her? No? No? Okay. Well, you needed seed money for your podcast.
It's 5:44.
Soft launch.
Okay. And it's today in Northwest Irvine.
Yes.
Come on. All right. And what did she put in? Like $4 or $5 grand or more?
5.
$5,000?
Yeah.
And she had to dig into her 401k for that?
Yeah.
Right. And what else you were involved in some kind of herpes medication or something?
Yeah. STDs, prevent.
Yeah.
And is that's something you got? I don't know why you
Well,
get into
that
herpes.
was one of the first times that.
Were you really into herpes before? I don't remember you being into herpes.
Just kick her.
Yeah, it was just a phase.
All right, I get that.
Yeah.
Well, that's what happens, when conservative girls get out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. They go all herpetic.
Right. That's right.
Because they go nuts. Like when kids that are sheltered, they get out.
Care.gov, where millions have found the coverage they need.
I think you're right.
Stepping up, Brian Hart, Jason Kelsey. Your thoughts on this grinding first 30 minutes? Check in on Seahawks and the Lions, and remembering P. Rose, who was reported passed away today. Meanwhile, the Dolphins face a 3rd and 9 to avoid. Football. Jones and company, and now comes Miami punt team, and Mason Rudolph will pop back out there.
Hold around, and you see the guy, I don't know, mid-30s, maybe mid-40s, and he kind of lifts his hand up, and she's done. And then behind him, you see like a lawsuit saying he initially caught the ball, and the guy
played the Humvees comfortable. One passing yards, he said.
Yeah, I'm pushing the ball vertically a little bit more.
actually picked up a few on that. One passing effort for that play. Now it's a total of 20.
Well, if you ever want,
Everybody's always looking for the quick dollar. Like, whatever.
One Jack. Back out here for 35. So that's Will Levis throwing an interception of the opening series, diving for the first down marker and landing hard on his right shoulder. He was quite a goes in the tent, came out trying to throw the ball, and Rasanze was grimacing, clearly in some pain. And since that moment, it's been Mason Rudolph's game. With short drives, produced field goals for Tennessee.
Yeah, in meeting with Will Levis, we asked quarterback, and he said, listen, playing quarterback was the only thing I'd ever dreamt of. It's everything I want in life. And in his words, he said, and I'm going to do everything I can to keep it that way. So it's tough for the young man, given how some things have gone this season, certainly the start of this game, to have injury kind of remove him from it, because by all accounts, everyone you talk to, this kid's awesome. He's super intelligent. He works his absolute tail off.
Anthony Walker down for the Dolphins before the Titans begin this series. Let's check out Scott Van Pelt.
First the other game going on in Detroit, following a Metcalf. Well, this here Gibbs to the Honolulu end zone. David Montgomery had one on a bit earlier, and the Lions on top of Seattle. 2-0, 3-2 in Detroit. South Florida.
Raucous environment, no doubt there.
We like those uniforms. We like the black uniforms.
I think it's personally.
It doesn't work for some teams. I do think the blue can look sharp. And I like
the Lions uniforms. I don't mind the black uniforms.
Yeah, you're traditionalist.
Well, I like
I love that.
Oh, yeah. Today, they started going, they can wear anything up there right now.
No doubt.
Titans got just one timeout. Now aggressive.
Welcome up.
Underneath rounds and handing the ball up. For a screen, and that goes a sideline. Went down the sideline is Jeff. Quickly moving the sticks near midfield.
Yeah, great job by Hop. Look at Siemens out. And then flatten to the great job of getting his hands and body underneath that throw.
Look, there's so many Rudolph. He read that. Three high, rotated out of it, still ran that flag route.
Coverage down at the bottom of the screen. Got Hop. So rookie and still up.
Rudolph. That's Pollard on the check down. They got him down.
You just see the control in the pocket. He's starting right, out wide, just stands there at the screen. Check that.
On fakes and one. After down coming up.
A bunch of what we call highlights. We're trying to read one side of the field. There's a guy underneath about 6. And he's just trying to read enough defenders. You gotta lift there. He's still picking up with.
Troopers. Some pressure. Isley and the catch. Short. It was Concord coming out.
Of police interviews and years of and theories, and still no one is trying.
4th and 3.
Second time and a half. This is the 32nd timeout. This was 1 minute, this was 7.
Dolphins spending a timeout to preserve time here. A reminder here that NFL postseason begins tomorrow. Every game.
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app.
#1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
UCLA. Padres, they have heard the voice of Pete Blake. Plays under review. Offense is on the field. We're 4th and 3.
And say, here's a calculator. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand.
Was a catch ball, Conklin. While they check it out, we'll step aside here. You have control all the way to the ground and maintain it. Oh,
Helping a lot of people with depression. And Bellio, I don't know if you're experiencing the same thing, but a lot of my friends
On a long bill by Dr.
are in a lull.
Ramon, what do you think? Next another conference.
Yeah, but it's like on the other side of the country. It's really, really far.
But you're not even on our schedule.
Maybe we can meet you in the playoffs.
That's crazy.
You know what else is crazy? All that Dr. Pepper flavor with zero sugar.
But Dr. Pepper doesn't have a secondary like Tech does.
Here, catch.
And that's why I stopped.
College football.
Inmate in the prison system would have access.
It's hard to believe, but it's true. The liberal media was shocked down the those taxpayer-funded sex changes with prisoners and illegal aliens.
Every transgender inmate would have access.
Kamala's to pay them. President Trump is for you. I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
No flex. No. Flex. No.
Oh, that's not true, I guess.
They know better. They know better. Wanna go flex. If you love to travel, one has your ex for an unlimited double life, fly and access to over 1,300 airport lounges. Open up the world of possibilities. Capital One. What's in your wallet? Walmart deals are ready to talk. Shop October 8th to 13th. And Walmart members get early access to all the hot deals. Get ready to save big. Shop Walmart deals October 8th through the 13th.
Replay. Good job by Brooks getting a hand, and they're knocking the ball out of Okonkwo's hand. So instead of 4th and 3, 4th and 6, offense off the field, punt team on for Tennessee. Been a trouble-free zone for the Titans. A couple of punts blocked this season. Of course, it was a real part last year. It's a very ugly kick. And he unfortunately deflected. It's bouncing around down there. And there's a scrum as the Dolphins battle for possession. Grab the ball between his thighs. Someone on that team. And fingers are pointing the Tennessee direction. That was weird because off the line of scrimmage, you couldn't tell what happened to it. And then Westbrook, Keenan was trying to come up with it and made a bad decision, apparently. Looks like Calais Campbell may have partially deflected that ball. Things got really crazy.
Tennessee averted disaster. They almost again had a punt blocked.
Off the hop.
Who touches it first?
Come up with it. Evil really lays out. You could tell him as he kicked it that it was deflected.
Touch the ball, and that was recovered by the kicking team. So it's a kicking ball, first down.
So instead of just getting away from the football there and letting it go dead, he tried to grab it on the bounce in traffic and could not control it. A game like this, it's an one must have a mistake.
Yeah, now you're giving Tennessee some points. I think the question is, who touches the ball first? Is it Duke Riley of the receiving team, or was it Tennessee? Because if it's Tennessee and their kick unit, if they touch it first, then it's going to be Miami's football.
I think it was almost simultaneous. Let's take another look.
You can see it right here.
He hit there, missed it there, and off the bounce. looked like got his hands over there. We're touching her first here. It looks silent.
You know, when the antidepressants came out, the people who were depressed, they leapfrogged over us.
What's the focus?
I gotta put my hand up.
To see who touched first. Touched by Tennessee first touching, and Miami gets the ball back. If it's touched by Miami first, then it's a fumble.
Would have been simultaneous.
And you go with the offense touching it first, with the receiving team touching it first.
It is slowed down as much as possible. They both grab for it right at the same moment. That's Duke Riley for the Titans.
The beat Tennessee's ball. Offense is walking out on the field for Miami.
Jerry, you're saying that they both touch it at the same time. It is
To work on
going to be Miami's receiving team football. Well, I'm saying it's going to be Tennessee's ball because Miami would have been to
in a simultaneous situation.
It's a simultaneous help. You slow it down enough, didn't somebody's fingertip get on it?
and that's what they're looking for. That's exactly what they're looking for right now.
See it right here.
I don't know.
You tell me how to tell who hit that first.
Mike Brown has the black gloves on there. Does the black glove touch it first?
Yes. I think they're going to get it. After review, it's going to determine that the kicking team touched the ball first at the 25-yard line. It will be Miami's ball, first and 10 from that spot.
Man, who did some slow motion? That was a really interesting play that almost never seen.
Lucky if you're Duke Riley. You know, you've seen returners do that, right? Or right, little square. Other team touches it and then you can scoop it up. There's no downside. Obviously, not that situation, but Duke Riley catch the break and in many ways points off the board.
It all began with a 307-pound, 39-year-old guy laying out to get his here to
player here.
22-yard punt after all that. There's a picture of the near sideline. A-Chance got it out of bounds. Dolphins with a couple of timeouts to work with in 54 seconds.
So we've documented Tyler Huntley hits. How much of a minute offense does he actually know? Two offenses are usually like your 6 or 8 calls that you feel best if you run with speed. Does he know those calls?
Overall treatment, ketamine can be something that can facilitate and enhance the impact of psychotherapy, which people will also get oftentimes when they're getting their ketamine.
Range of Jason Sanders, who's hit from 57 before. He retreated a couple of yards and was smashed down by Andre Diggs. We get very little out of that. Want to start moving. Not spending a timeout here. Not a great deal of urgency shown. Taking time to get lined up.
She was involved in the Boston Marathon bombing and had post-traumatic stress disorder, suicidal. And after one treatment, she's asking her, or after many treatments she's had, she's asking her if this has changed her life. Ketamine treatment.
Motioning the de-escorate, you're supposed to be on the other side of the formation. So then the ball snap.
I was surprised again that didn't spend the timeout. You got a new quarterback, as you said, operating in a brand new system. You could have taken one of the 2 timeouts there and set up for 3rd and short.
Mainly, I'm surprised neither head coach. If you're Brian Callahan and in an 0-3, kind of a must-win game, and you've got some momentum. I'm surprised that he didn't make that punt team go out there for Miami. And for Mike McDaniel, just hey, what do you love? Can we take a shot at Tyreek or Jalen down the field?
Kenton, Ohio is not calling to have a copy of this first half sent to the Hall of Fame. I mean, both teams desperate for a win, 0-3, 1-2.
We need a Georgia second half. That's what we need. We need a Georgia offense second half.
Those are few and far between. Here's the call. Lee Blakeman. He was a quarterback in Nebraska back in the day.
Well, he's still working out a little bit. Like, he still might be able to slam it around. Triple option offense, throw it a little bit.
No. Mike McDaniel is a guy that exudes confidence, belief in himself, very upbeat guy. That's the way to handle a challenging situation like this, bringing in a new quarterback, trying to get him ready with this offense spark, but not what he has hoped for. 78 total yards by the Dolphins. Just 50 goes through the air.
We keep saying this. I still think some of the throws, those timing throws.
We have a ability shift on offense. Two players are in motion at the snap. And that converts to a false start, which is a dead ball penalty. So it'll be third down and with a 5-yard penalty from there.
So they don't get the
in this restriction, there's also an opportunity for a 10-second runoff. However, the defense declines to take that option.
Well, I could take the 10-second runoff. They're hoping to force a punt and have an opportunity here. There was just a lot wrong with that.
Well, we've just listen, this is a difficult task for Mike McDaniel and for Tyler Huntley.
No, it's Mike Morris.
Does Angel work?
She'll be back tomorrow.
Where's she on vacation?
Yes, and then we've seen multiple in the show.
So it's 3rd and 8 now. Tennessee does have one timeout to spend. Right into big man protections. Tamondre Sweat on the stop.
Well, we understand that you can't just run outside all the time, but we were down on the field for pregame. Tamondre Sweat, he is every bit of 360. He's a massive, massive young man.
Chinese merchant downloading Plato, PLAT, like the philosopher.
It's kind of a concession there on 3rd and 8. Bailey to boot it away. Juan Jackson had a dangerous looking return last time, sitting at the 30. Not a kick. It's going to go out of bounds, and 16 seconds. It's been their last time out, and a chance to heave it down there.
Yeah, I don't no.
Taking it to another level. I forget what they call it, but you took your flip flop to another level.
Really?
Yeah, like it's something like took the flip flop to the top or something.
Oh, okay.
Top flip flop.
Oh, is that right? Okay. All right. And she was excited about that.
What do you?
Especially if he's away from a player like Jalen Ramsey.
So that's cool. KFI AM 640.
Chinese merchant. Yes.
I've seen a few of them first half. Rush 3. Go past plenty of time. Fires down the middle. And the catch is made by Boyd and Tyler Boyd. The 30, they got to hurry up and spike it. They got 27 yards there. And they get the snap off instead of a field goal attempt.
Those migrants are part of the nearly 670,000.
What a fantastic job by Tennessee.
Second left. They did sprint down there. Perfectly executed that sequence there to get the chunk play in field goal range and then sprint down there and get the snap.
That's exactly what it was, right? That 15, 16 yard.
Dangerous criminals.
He hops on the.
Yo, dog. Waiting on.
Gifford on a third long field goal and a half, and he is.
No family. Wow. Says the case paved the way for Brown versus Board of Education, which also resulted in a court ruling that segregation is unconstitutional. The law signed last week were in social sciences classes. More than 90,000 people east of the
You can see the body language immediately. When Mason in which he operated the cool, calm, and efficient.
All right, Laura, what do you have?
All right, Coach Mason Rudolph came off the bench, gave this offense a spark.
Today we're also
Who's your starting quarterback in the second?
See, Will got an injury down with, so we'll see how it comes out. We weren't sure how he was feeling. Just let Mason finish the half, and we'll figure it out when we get in there.
Yeah, what will be the factor about who should be your starting quarterback?
It's just a matter of if he can physically play. And then if he can play, he'll go. Did a really nice job for us.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you.
All right, so Miami will get the football to begin in the second half. We'll see if Tyler Huntley and his homecoming he gets something going. 9-3 at the break here at Hard Rock Stadium. The All-State halftime is coming up next.
I'm a football obsessiveness, man, and I think you having your big day during the game is the worst. Are you kidding me? Physically, I'm right here. Mentally, I'm here. I do. Come on, speed it up. When all eyes are on you, my eyes are on the game. Touchdown, yeah. And if you didn't bundle your helmet on for all of this could be tough to tackle. So get All-State. It could be better protected from mayhem. Like me. Man, is the All-State halftime. Welcome to the All-State halftime. After 29 minutes and 45 seconds, or whatever that was, it was 15 seconds of absolute excellence. Yeah. Completion. Snap, hold, kick, good. And then Coach Riley had something to go speak about Coach Lewis. You want to make that Coach Lewis? Do we believe? What I believe is I can figure out whether in a half of
5 in the high desert, mostly the same again on Wednesday, and a very, very cool.
Another quarterback to operate this offense. Okay.
Now in Anaheim, 77, Lake Forest, 79, Claremont, 89, Santa Clarita, 99 degrees still. The Game 5 Financial Report brought to you by
It's kind of incomprehensible. These turnovers keep happening, and you're thinking, how this? I mean, that's right to 91.
You say you didn't see him, though.
That's a big man. It's one of the larger men on the field.
It's one of the largest guys that drops into coverage.
Yeah, I didn't see it at all.
Well, you didn't see him. That alarming.
Let's give the young man credit. I took that and lands. He immediately got up, and the shoulder was causing him issues, and that's going to be me from whatever because people on the internet just live to make fun of other people. As far as the Miami side of things, nothing could be a clearer illustration of the value of Tua Tagovailoa. Whenever they have a quarterback, it isn't, and they cannot run offense. It looks like the Dolphins.
The consensus sometimes is that Shanahan, the McDaniels, they can put anybody in and put them in and run their offense. That's not the truth. What makes this offense good is this Tua's country.
91 from the 110 all the way to Green River Road. Up ahead in Riverside, 91 eastbound past Van Buren. An accident involving a
Chinese.
Apparently that semi was leaking fuel into the roadway.
A lot of screens from both teams. They're really trying to get anything going outside on the field. It's also, and you can see that, Huntley's still working at this 2 weeks.
As Chris Miller, I think, best in the first half. This is not a first half of football that they'll just be sending again. Sometimes it's just a game. Here's another game. Let's take a look at that. It's 7-0. The Lions have the lead as DK on the line. Ball! This is a tough skill. They're so great.
Open your free iHeart app and search the making of a rivalry. Caitlin Clark versus Angel.
Defender out of bounds. He just wants to take it in, and it's 14 to
Big short. Money ball.
nothing. That's the first play of the second. But then Gino, this is a gorgeous pass to DK. And in real time, they're seeing it in, but you know how something's probably down in the play, and it was. Elbow was down, and then here. Okay, this play gets blown up. It's not back to the 6, but after he missed a couple of games of that oblique injury, he is in. And then just moments ago, we have the victory up. I can tell you, Jameer Gibbs had scored again. So, Lions, as you start, just got to make you smile. There's
Missing both of their tackles. Stop sack early. Only Valentine. Detroit got that right.
21-7 there. 9-3 at the half.
Target a week, 1 week. Davis. Target here will be the 6th. Target circle week. Get ready for 7 days. Deal. That's right, Pat. What a big week. Huge week. Starting October 6th.
Looking for a reason to try the new $5 meal deal at McDonald's? There's one or two. 3, 4.
Yo, what's going on? Pimp, what's up, baby? Yo, dog, do you know about my Discord? Dog, I'm gonna invite you right now. Come on, baby.
Welcome back to the All-State Halftime.
A great deal at stake on Monday. A 6-1-8 the margin.
Tim Din. Except my
Spot, but they couldn't pop bottles because it was the second game of the doubleheader. Braves needed to win that.
Weird, dog.
Is tomorrow on our family of networks beginning at 2:30.
Absolutely, dog. I've got my drum right here. I've got my villain right here.
Followed by the Braves and Padres.
Dog, here's what more do you want? I said blessings with food. I make Shabbat. We've got Rosh Hashanah coming up. I'm all ready to go, baby. I'm firing on all cylinders. Shalom. How are you, big dog? Absolutely. Shalom, shalom. Hey, do you guys know what I do? Okay, well, come on, I'll fix it.
The future.
All right. I stream at like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a week. I don't want war anymore. I additionally want to help end world thirst through the use of technologies, including desalination plants, where we take water from the earth's oceans and pump it underground to make it potable. Additionally, if we could one thing that we have done wells in Nigeria is additionally, something that I can help is invest in livestock and malaria. When it comes to ending world hunger, I don't know how to do that through technology like agricultural drones, hydroponics, vertical farming, saltwater greenhouses, floating greenhouses, and cloud seeding. Some ideas that we discuss on the stream that aren't normally discussed in general society are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, dark matter, light energy, faster than light travel. We talk about life extension technology and de-extinction. The first successful de-extinction took place in 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex. The ibex is a type of goat. The Pyrenean ibex was located in southern France. It went extinct due to hunting, and we were able to essentially impregnate and using DNA a type of ibex, a hybrid ibex. Fast forward to 2021, a company started called Colossal Bioscientific. This company has made it its goal by the year 2028 to reintroduce the woolly mammoth to the Arctic Circle. These are just some really great ideas that we talk about on a daily basis. Pardon me? Oh, that. The idea, let's just talk about one thing when it comes to life expectancy technology. Well, with utilizing technology like ambrosia therapy and human growth hormone and perhaps stem cells and nutrition, we'll be able to extend the average lifespan from age 80 to age 100. That means in even longer, might have been to understand an individual's computer right now as an avatar, android, cyborg, and cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a serial killer, and then you can repress silence. Yes, it means that lifetime punishment is that goes away and lifetime punishment is essentially perhaps a punishment. Uh, wedding, uh, Weddings may not be until death do us part, maybe on a more temporary basis. But these types of technologies are crucial in the development of transhumanism, and is something that you can likely see develop over the course of the coming generations. Well, eugenics are popular about 150 years ago, and I would say has been rebranded and still exists. Essentially, it has been rebranded through some type of racial theories, but things haven't changed. There is still an elite class that wants to essentially genetically modify the human race and stop nothing to allow that to happen. I think it's in the whether it's something that happens in society. If it weren't the people controlling the world right now who had made it, would be another people. I think if you ran the simulation 1,000 people will end up being a small group of people controlling a larger group of people. And so, while I think it is unfortunate that eugenics potentially exists, it's inevitable that it's an inevitability in society. Well, as I understand, war, and just because I would say any civilization has made it its goal to defend itself and expand. Jihad is a way that has been used for about 1,000 years in order to expand territory. And I think that personally, it is natural, a natural something like that. Potentially, if it wants to expand. California? Sure. All right, guys. Yeah, dog. What do I think about Somali? Oh, Somali. I'm a big fan of Somali. I think that Somalia and potential needs investment. I know that some. I know that, but I think they may not. How? All they need to do is create a desalination plant and they have access to the Indian Ocean, which most people don't. That allows them. What's my probably just double. Well, one thing. Biggest subjective. Well, you should know that I think the is changing. Why? Because we're moving quickly towards a world away from a new type of human that's essentially transhuman that doesn't die. So I think that potentially in the future, we may need to edit the Darwinian evolution of man chart to include what humans have now evolved into, perhaps the primitive human, a being that does not.
So, do you think this small group of leading class, like you described them as parasitic, what do you think their relationship is?
Yeah, I mean, that's
It's less painful.
So there's a lot of people who think that they're parasitic. There's people who think he's terrible, and then there's people that sometimes they think themselves, wow, imagine if you were in his position. Maybe he genuinely believes that the shit that he's doing to advance people in terms of his genetics or understanding is beneficial. He's actually trying to tell people by blasting off Africa with a bunch of malaria vaccines and sterilizing them or putting genetically modified mosquitoes in Florida, or there's their owning all the pig factories and then genetically modifying the pigs so that people get vaccines through their meat. What do you think about that? Which for you?
Well, I think really upset and frustrated that there was a small group of people that was controlling. However, I come to terms with that after I learned that if you were to run a blank simulation of the world, 1,000 times out of 1,000 times, a small group would end up going alike. In the same way, if you're similar to those kind of simulations, if you plan on running eventually a small contingent that controls the resources, and no matter how you play it for long, that's what's going to happen. As to understand that an inevitability, I recognize that I should not get upset if it's alive, perhaps take them over.
there's some feelings you can get
For yeah, so I don't think the number. I know these things, and so I have to get people for these things. But I'm actually going to think that there may be on it, and that they can buy it. When it comes to of a population through different reproductive strategies, you see what happened in China with the one-child policy that essentially has destabilized their societal making women and causing some issues when it comes to replacement. I tell you that if you look at successful civilization, you can base them many times on what the average family, and we have the nuclear family, a world where we're not yourself. In order to have civilization, you must take a reproduction of 0.1 in order to function, or you will not. The reason why we should point 1, you need to from animals, and then you need people who die with reproduction. And because of that, it's necessary to ensure that the reproduction is above 2.1 or at least let's start with major immigration. But if you look at your traditional household, I think if you find somewhere from about 5 to 6, something like 2 to less than 2, which means essentially over the coming generation. So overall, I think that and if you don't
Go for it. But I just want to go back to a point you made about the ruling class.
Sure.
When I look at different sectors of society, whether it's political sphere, the media, government, stuff like that, there's usually one particular group of people that behind the scenes to kind of run the strings. Do you notice that trend as well, and how it could tackle bring this more to light and more people understand most people are really the movers and shakers, not really the puppets that they bring to the
Well, I don't know.
The step could have been pretty darn good on some of these third down pocket.
And what group? Say the name. Okay. So if you look at the top 15 in the world, the majority, if we're looking at that team, that's absolute Bundy, that's Carnegie Allen, that's Tupac, none of them. We can look at American. Those are we can non-Jew, Rocket, non-Jew, Rothschild, I think, Jew, Warburg, non-Jew, Banja, non-Jew, the House of non-Jew. So I'm going to say that there seems to be statistically a predominant. I can make the argument to say that it's right now.
As it is, Miami's
Where we would is that the House of God represents that only family represents that. So if anything, much more your swayed, but of the 13 only two Jewish died. And of the top 300, it's about less than 10. I do.
Rabbi, I have a question.
No, please. That's what I want. Okay, I love it. I appreciate it. I've answered a lot of questions right now, and I'm going to go back. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Proximity is a poor treatment for adults with mild to moderate COVID-19 and a high risk factor for it becoming severe. It does not prevent COVID-19. My symptoms are mild now, but I'm not expecting it. If it's COVID, I'm not ideal. First 5 days help stop the virus from multiplying in your body.
Take your next COVID with certain medicine that is serious for life-threatening side effects or infect skin or other medical including hormonal control. That all the medicines you take for confirmed tests or treatment dosage may be needed. So your doctor is given clear HIV1 all replaced for pregnant or breastfeed. Don't take vaccines if you're shoulder, retinal vein, or any serious side effects include allergic reactions. Severe, like anaphylaxis and liver problems. These are not all the side effects and talk to your doctor.
If it's COVID, ask alone.
Hi. She's shopping for a used car, but she doesn't know that nearly half of them have been in an accident. Interested at CarFacts.com shows how accidents impact prices. She doesn't have to overpay on costs. Shop is all in CarFacts.com. You've been accused of plagiarizing your master's thesis.
You do not want to get caught in this fire. So I got kids.
The trig, you can have this bucket of Bud Lights.
I'll go first.
Maybe bail him. Maybe get him out.
No, Professor Wilkins has been taking karate since that saxophone broke him in the headlock.
That was a secret.
Wakey, it's Sunday morning football. Watch live as Justin Jefferson leads the Vikings against Aaron Rodgers at the Jet.
The line fire burning.
Barrios is Miami. Plus 48. Of the under. Better. Chan. Flag down. It's back in the defensive backfield.
Defense, number 93. 5 yards to the end of the line. First down, Miami.
Defensive holding on the nose tackle, Devondre Sweat. This is rookie.
These defensive linemen are trying to make sure the offensive line can't climb to the second level. Here you see Devondre, but this right here. Just trying to get around him. He really wasn't trying to hold him to get to the second level, just trying to get off him.
And trying to bounce it is A-Chan. Big Devondre that time. No. It's a loss of 4.
And so that's a problem. So far, 10 negative runs for Devon A-Chan. You know, you get caught in some of that speedster mode. Every run you're trying to hit a home run. Tonight's one of those nights. You can't do that, right? Like you gotta just, if it's a 1-yard run, it's a 1-yard run.
At 7 Oaks, which I don't think it is. If it is, it really is growing quickly. I think it's west of 7 Oaks.
Because 2nd and 14 with the situation you're in.
Wild, but man, I'd be active up there.
Motors, yeah, that was a productive run early. They've been all over it since then. Roger McCurry forced him out, and he's going to be 3rd and long.
Every play is such a struggle because they're playing for these alley attacks. They're playing for these D-gap runs on the perimeter, and they're setting the edge hard. They're making Miami work for everything. Play action has to come off of this. You just keep banging the ball off tackle. You have to play action them and get a shot down the seams. They've shown they can throw it with accuracy in that area of the field. But Mike McDaniel's just not calling it.
Middle left with the first down. Short game, but at least give Jason Sanders a better chance at a field goal. And the crowd won't enjoy that call as he just keeps it and rolls forward by 3 yards.
Yeah, you're making
that for a 55-yard attempt.
Yeah, you're making that call thinking I am kicking a field goal. It wasn't even a consideration. I know that the home crowd is probably upset, but you're trying to just make this a field goal essentially, not overtax your quarterback that's new to the situation.
Yeah, but it's still it's a yard short of his career long. He's capable of this from 56 to get this back to a 3-point game. And again, this feels like a big play. They took over in plus territory off the big punt return and stall immediately. Sanders drives it through. That would have been good from 65. I mean, he hammered it. So the Dolphins, not what they were looking for, stay within contact. It's again a 3-point Tennessee lead.
Weeks ago, when the line fire threatened Big Bear.
Smart people.
Thursday Night Football is full. Stream Thursday Night Football. Only on Prime. It's game day. Let's get them up. Hey, Google.
Yeah, and how quickly it burns, too.
Turn on the Eisner House. I'm in the game. Hey, Google. Turn on Rookie of Honor. Rise and shine. Whoa. Nobody sleeps in on game day.
HCM is a serious heart condition, affecting as many as 1 in 200 people, like me.
And me. I was so short of breath on my beta blocker.
So I talked to my cardiologist.
And asked about HCM.
That talk made a real difference.
It gave me new hope.
Talk to your cardiologist today. Visit HCMRealTalk.com to learn more.
At the UPS store, we offer a lot because running a small business
If you're up in the
to the trust So while you're juggling everything else like the boss walk, here at the Extra Here, you can count on us as the gutting and mailboxing any and everything to keep you going. Come into the Cookie and Soul and be unstoppable.
One of the UFC's most lethal weapons. Let's get it, let's get it, let's get it, let's get it, let's get it. I got it.
So Coach Ryan Callahan with a great offensive pedigree, very respected offensive line. What do you want to do when you come here and you're a head coach? You want to draw up plays and speed receivers getting open, running free, quarterbacks hitting them downfield, chunk plays. Been a massive struggle this season for that to happen. Turnovers have been a problem coming into this one, and now with Levis knocked out, just a different approach. It's a test of a coach's patience.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully he's got a rich history of the way he grew up in the game and the challenge of kind of reestablishing offensive identity for this organization.
You work with Peyton Manning, and Peyton Manning, they collaborated at the Broncos, successful season there. Told Jim Caldwell, his buddy, hey, this guy's sharp. So he gets hired to work safety staff with the Lions, and then takes a year off and goes, works with Joe Burrow, called plays for 4 years in Cincinnati. Appearance in the Super Bowl.
He knows what it looks like. You know, at that position, he knows what it looks like on a daily basis, in-game, how to operate. Been around some great quarterbacks.
Collapsing on the driveway. Birdsong shot 7 times in the chest. Shooters took off in the east.
Jumbo formation in the first down throw. He's buried as Rudolph checks the ball down to Spears. Man, he had the backpedal as the pass rush was closing in. It was Sealer.
Again, Zach Sealer just rushing the passer with the band in his front for Miami. Brian Callahan here again challenged with trying to find something that generates some form of explosive for this offense. It's just too hard to continually grind out 2 and 3 yard games, 4 yard games. Can you get something down the field? You've got great weapons on the perimeter.
I couldn't believe it. I was freaked out because I even
how can they get one of them?
This house.
Set up third and about 4.
You go away from the left side, man. I don't understand why you're running away from the strong side of your offensive line behind J.C. Latham and Peter Skoronski when they established some rhythm early in the first half.
2 young guys over there, rookie and a second-year man.
Yeah, massive individuals with great athletic ability. And now here you are, third down again. To his left, we've got both.
Side of the 110 just before 8th Street, rather. It's
DeAndre Hopkins in the slot. Okay, and Tyler Boyd.
And you have slowing on the south.
This is Jalen Ramsey.
Interchange 10 westbound connector to the 60 westbound. An SUV and a pickup truck tangled in this accident blocking the slow lane on this.
Look in that direction. Looping from the sideline, and it's broken up. The penalty flag comes in. Hopkins.
Number 4, Molly fixing the start of the foul. First down.
But you understand that they have to make this call. I mean, it's great coverage on the part of Kohu. He has him in phase. He's got him in control. Just look back for the football. Just turn your head to the left. Just turn it there. When he stays staring at the face, that's what's going to cause the flag to come out every time.
It's a great job by DeAndre of kind of fighting through that contact, right, and forcing, to your point, that flag gets thrown.
Second time tonight, Jalen Phillips has limped off, frustrated, took off his helmet, fired it into the ground.
He just hopes that young man is okay. He's fantastic talent. I hate to see that.
Tennessee in Miami territory, the first down. He left to Spears, and that's point to the left, and he's dragged down after a short gain by Agba. Let's see what happened here to Phillips in that last play.
And you can see Jalen right here. Coming back from that Achilles. You just see he's put his foot in the ground. It looks like he's grabbing his knee and not down at his lower leg area.
On the get off, though, right away.
Yeah.
You can tell that it was painful.
You see he had something on that right knee there underneath his pants.
Pollard on 2nd and 9. Nice throw. Tony Pollard in a foot race.
For the second straight week is Bad Monkey on Apple TV Plus. Back a spot to 7 is the next
One out of bounds inside the 10.
TV Plus at number 6.
Pulls down block, bang, and then Pollard patience. And that's exactly what it was. Right down the midline.
You see the second level block there of J.C. Latham. On the power, comes up to the second level. You see the big man of just 6'6", 242 pounds, athletic as all can be.
Spears in the backfield. Now Pollard comes over on the slot. He's going to get a direct snap. At least Spears in the Wildcat formation, and they spent a timeout. The play clock was winding down, so 1st and goal, Rico. Callahan has thought about it. That's why they got Pollard from Dallas. That kind of explosive run play. He's got great speed. He's got nice hands. He's involved in the passing game.
This is such a good see the patience right from Bikini with the kick out rule you talked about. Run into the left side. You know, Brian Callahan, don't forget his father. We talked about that. One of the all-time offensive line coaches. The patience to just stay with it, and then Pollard finally cracks one.
We shift that again. Rudolph, far left. Spears take a direct snap. As Pollard comes in motion. Fake it to him, and the wrinkle works. And Tennessee first to reach the end zone tonight. Pollard's big run set it up. Sealer couldn't get him down on that play. And with the BAT coming, feels like a deep, big 10-point lead for Tennessee midway 3rd quarter.
The run game, you got to stick with it, right? If you're Tennessee, stick with it, make the commitment, call it.
Spears, but
It's spectacular. But for people who live up there right now, I'm looking at a live camera. Again, not out
in the red zone.
Yeah,
I just 16-6 now. Looking for their first win of the season.
I've got a joy down in my heart. Deep down in my heart, it's down in my heart. I've got a joy down in my heart. Down in my heart today, I've got the grandest, greatest feeling. This feeling's really here to stay, and it's a joy that keeps me glad. So I just want to say,
all right. Okay, so we're good. Yes. We honey up here.
Are you?
Yes.
We don't have
They help give you
a text from
and 97% satisfaction rating.
so on.
you could have done it.
Brittany.
That's helpful, right? For savings and service, get more with Geico.
You like watching TV shows and movies? Don't watch that. You want a Quest. Look at that. It's a movie theater in your living room. You want?
I think we only have somewhere between 2,500 and 5,000 full-time residents.
Okay, but there are a lot of tourists.
Steve, and you want to go to the gym. And you remember gym. Bring the gym to you. I'm talking about you. Do you want to play the hero? Be the hero. Yep. Time to become light.
And light up the scoreboard. Smart, because this is the postseason. Buckle up. You never know what can happen. All it takes is one hot streak to make a run for the title. Road to October. The wild card series begins tomorrow. And that's on ESPN.
The devastation of Hurricane Helene. If you're able to, we encourage you to donate to the Red Cross. redcross.org/ESPN to help those affected recover. Storm slammed into the Gulf Coast at 40 miles per hour and created devastation. Well, it's now a 10-point game here. First touchdown of the evening. 70-yard, 5-play drive put together by Tennessee. Now Tyler Huntley, challenge just grows for this offense. Such a nice play design here.
Yeah, we've talked about the motion, right? When that motion goes, watch what it does to that linebacker. And then watch Peter Skoronski on the chop block to get his man down. And this is why you trap players like that. One-on-one, Tajay Spears is flasher. Beat your own blocker.
Yeah, he's a guy who, despite being someone who's not 220 plus, thick full body, he's explosive. That's the way he was at Tulane. The linebacker coach Randy Jordan could not be more happy with how he's performing.
Play fake, Huntley back pedaling, trying to survive, and he'll be dropped behind the line by Sebastian Joseph Day. It's a big loss. Way behind the sticks now. Laura?
Chris, this Miami defense will be without one of their most important players for the rest of this game, Jalen Phillips. You see him there heading to the locker room. He's officially out of this game with a knee injury. You can see on his right knee that brace that's underneath his pants. He's been trying to play through a lot of his pain tonight, and it finally just got to the point where he couldn't do it anymore.
2nd and 20 here. To the edge, Hill. And then, it's not much. Mavericks forces him out 3rd and super long.
You just see how aggressive the players are playing. As soon as the ball declares that it's going outside, these guys are screaming at the line of scrimmage.
I think, look at that 3rd down. That means you're bad on 1st and 2nd. If you just watch Tennessee's defense, Lewis, you know their 2nd level and 3rd level players, linebackers and safeties, they're just sitting basically in the middle of the field and not moving and waiting for the ball to declare and they're inside out. They're playing outside in when it comes to coverage, inside out.
Huntley, we're just going to launch right down the middle of the field. He's got Harold, and he overthrew him. So he underthrew him earlier in the opportunity for a touchdown. That time, overled the cheat, and that's hard to do. He was chasing, and it's 4th down.
Give him free access down the field. You were asking for a problem. You see him there, Jerry Sneed giving it all he's got, trying to catch up to him. An accurate throw. And this is 6. Tennessee not going to give you too many times if they're going to let him go like that.
Next time you watch it, lean at it, something like that look easy. Reminder that it's not.
Yeah.
Jackson with the return just across the 40, and there is a flag down, 51-yard move.
It's got to be frustrating.
And then who's frustrated over there too is Tua.
Oh, no.
Really unable to go, but he really, even in this condition, feels like he's unable to help his teammates. Like he's letting him down. This is what's in his head. You know, he's at the facility every day. He's like meetings. Limited physical working with the team.
33 for going out of bounds and not returning immediately. That 15-yard penalty added to the end run. First down. Okay,
so Siren Neal. Now I was saying, Tua, it's just, he eats him alive. The competitor that he is, and some of the injuries that he's had, not just the concussions, but the lower body injuries at Alabama, because he is such a competitor, never wants to put in a play, always tries to do more. Maybe tries to do too much. And now to be over there, not be able to do anything.
And don't forget, this comes like Daniel believes in him, right? So there's probably part of that. I want to be there, that coach who kind of resurrected him.
Lake is, I was up there a year and a half ago, and that lake,
careers.
Down.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's great.
Oh yeah, it's completely full.
So, has a history of concussions and
yeah,
the choice that he will make as a team. He will make the choice about when or whether to return. Fowler, and so Crease, Miami defense, starting to get gashed here. Well, they got him back. Laura?
So, Chris, you're talking about Tua Tagovailoa, and he has been around the facility every day, as you mentioned. Calais Campbell telling me, I've had some great conversations with him over the last couple of weeks. We're so glad he's around. He seems like himself. He's smiling, talking to everyone, joking. He's really an amazing person, Campbell said. On the human level, I'm so thankful to see that and to see him being. That's what players who are on this team, who are being a part of the team and around them every day to prepare for the games without him.
Doing what he can, but what he wants to be doing is out there using all these playmakers and being the trigger man of an electric offense.
And I thought it was really cool in talking with Mike McDaniel. Hey, what's going on? And he was like, I am taking this day by day to it, and I'm removing anything that has to do with football, because even Mike's words were, I have an investment in the football part of this, and he doesn't want to, at any moment, to doubt how much he just cares about him as a person. And he said, how are you today?
We saw the investment as a person that he has with this young man. Last year when we were here, it's a unique relationship. One that really is far beyond the X's and O's and on the field.
You know, inside, and the spear is not down. And the players ask the same thing, how are you? And they get the answer back, I'm fine. And it's part of the process. You have to go through. You have to take it very cautiously, gradually. You have 2 other Dolphins sitting out concussion protocol. I'd say as an organization, they are on the conservative side, the cautious side when it comes to players coming back. In the league, of course, the policy has been much more cautious than it used to be in the days when you guys played, for sure.
I don't think there's any question that this head coach makes a personal investment in the players.
All the energy comes from younger
That is very unique.
It's like winding down that
I'll start. Offense. I'm going to penalty. Go for down.
You see, there two are on the bench. You see Chris Greer, the general manager, to talk with him down the field before the game. And he said to me, he said, look, you can bring all the analytics in. You can bring all the information in the objective data.
promo code tip.
From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. Long Beach is clearing up.
This game is still about relationships.
It has been cleared for the
Spears, Rockford. For sharing that Tua is around every day, seeing about this physical stuff. Yeah, it's an injury unlike any other. A head injury. There's reason to be cautious. There's people out there, you hear other opinions. Everybody's telling this guy what he should do, what he shouldn't do. And it's really Tua's decision. He'll make his medical professional, his family.
Exactly. And we got to let everyone let Tua decide what's best for medical information.
Fullback out there has been a long-range kicking machine.
debate on the free iHeartRadio app.
Tonight, MVP tonight, 2:47 and 51.
All in one. Discover
I just thought, again,
podcast preview.
that he mentioned trying to stress on him in any way. And kind of in his words, some of the stress being taken away just by being around the team.
You can see it on his face and his body language right there. He wishes he was out there helping his guys. I mean, you can almost put yourself in his shoes and just almost this daydream about what he's thinking right now. Like, how can I be helping this football team? Sure. And I'll tell you what, look, you identify so much as a player and having played on this level. Dan, I know you know this too, having been on this level. This is your team. Those are his colors right there. Miami Dolphins. And that's why this is really very personal for him, and it's all about him. It isn't about us, what we think, or anyone else. It's up to him.
You come back and you wonder, is he capable of playing more cautiously? Of giving play when that's the it does go against his nature. It was a 3-touchdown game against Buffalo when he dove. He would have had the first down, by the way, and he slid, but he hit first and sidelined again. Tonight's total replay brought to you by Taco Bell.
Get some missed opportunities. You got Tyreek running what's called a pylon. Just throw it to that back pylon and your Tyler Huntley underthrows it, and then the go run on.
And we're going to figure out what
top. Rare throws that out. Probably a touchdown on this most recent drive. Throw it as far as you can. He does, and it's just those outstretched arms of Tyreek Hill. And you see the frustration by Tyreek Hill in this offense.
And Jalen White just continues to call downfield shots. They're going to get 2 touchdowns.
I think so.
They're going to have to get 2 touchdowns. It doesn't appear the running game's going to produce 2 long touchdown drives.
I hate to sound like a broken record. No, I don't want to sound like one. But the passes that they have completed down the field with their yards, over 5, 6, 7 yards, have been between the numbers in the hat and the ball. They keep going well everywhere.
Washington, the rookie, short game, and 15 minutes to play as Tennessee, that first victory of the season, to come from behind last year to win here, now protecting a 13-point lead.
Weekdays are the new weekends with IHOP's House Baked Menu. Only $6 Monday through Friday.
There's nothing chill about a hot, sweaty ride. Unless you have Mountain Cold Refreshment. Troy's Light. Choose girl.
Evil has always existed. To understand this killer, you must reach
60 to 70 points. Once I signed up, I was able to get my direct deposit 2 days earlier, and that really benefited me. When there are situations where I don't want to dip into savings, then I go ahead, use the Vero advance. Sometimes I can understanding that, hey, I have extra change this month, it all goes back into my business or my personal life. Vero changed the way I think about money. Sign up for Vero today.
Future. The way you see it depends on where you sit. At Xture, we think it also gets down to how you sit, which is why our technology is light years ahead. With our groundbreaking LMX technology, bringing hot, cold, and touch into one extraordinary seating experience. At Xture, we've got our eye on the future of work, so you...
For only $41 on DealDash. DealDash.com. All-night options since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
Just put your name and make it for only $56. I got this barbecue smoker for $26.
And shipping is always free. Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
It's not a little smoke, too. It's a lot. It looks like...
Beginning of the fourth quarter, Miami needs 2 touchdowns. Take the lead for the first time this season. We need 2 yards to move to 6 here. We expect this to be 4-down territory, but Huntley dancing around runs a long way to get back near the marker. And he's met right at the 40. My Sweat. See where the ball is placed down. Ramondre says put down. Yeah, it is just short.
You got to go for this. Yeah, you have to. You're down 10. If it's not a first down, and I understand Devondre Sweat. Middle of it. Remember, the last time they had this short yardage situation, they tried a Tyreek Hill jet sweep off to the left.
What are you trying to do here? You got man out of the way.
Against the running back sneak.
9:45 formation, old school with Lindley up under center. Deeply trying to get another look at the spot. And throw the challenge flag, Daniel.
Miami's challenging the in the field, but the ball was short of the line of the game.
So, take a look. Along with replay official Chad Adams, ball to get right to the 40-yard line and see where the nose of it was when Huntley was 4 o'clock. This was stopped. They see enough to overturn it. We'll find out when we come back.
Look, I got the new iPhone 16 Pro at Verizon. Apple Intelligence is pretty awesome. You can get it with any phone. Whoa.
At Verizon, new and existing customers can get iPhone 16 Pro on us when you trade in any phone in any condition. Only on Verizon.
Like a relentless need, moderate to severe ulcerative colitis symptoms can keep coming back. Start to break away from UC with Tremfya. With rapid relief at 4 weeks. Tremfya blocks a key source of inflammation. At 1 year, many people experienced remission, and some saw 100% visible healing of their intestinal lining. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
We about to level. We about to level. The next icon of vacations, Star of the Seas. Book today.
This week only at Get unlimited mini price pizzas for 50% off when you order online. Choose any size you want, any crust you want, and any toppings you want. Oh, and any number of pizzas you want too. Get 50% off your perfect pizza or pizzas. This week only at
Target Circle Week 1 week, Sunday the 6th. Target Circle Sunday the 6th. It's Target Circle Week. Get ready for 7 big deals. After I said, big week. Huge week. Starting October 6th.
Week 5 kicks off with Thursday starting at 8:15 p.m. Eastern on Prime Video. Stream gets live on your mobile device with NFL Plus.
Challenge not successful. It's not a good one. Dolphins face this fourth down play to keep hopes alive of a comeback here, down 13. The shotgun handoff and going nowhere is Achan. Didn't want to test the middle. And the defense of Denard Wilson comes up with another big stop. It was James Lynch. And that kind of night for Mike McDaniel and this Dolphins offense. What can you call?
You're just going to see the corner. Jarvis Brownlee come in here off the edge. And you're going to see them set the hard edge. To turn that ball north and south. Get out here, you can use your speed. And then you see Brownlee, Ernest Jones. You see them all. That's a great play by Brownlee, man. They all. But they've game plan for this. I mean, they told us this is what they're going to do. This is what they do. And we have to answer. And they are answering tonight.
Set up in a great position after it. You're off nothing there. First of all, was failing fourth down tries to on top of on third. 4 yards. They're in 12 plays. 7 yards. The one they got was thanks to a defensive holding penalty. And these have not improved early in the fourth.
Yeah, it is. If you told
What'd you say?
Tennessee's defense.
Spears. Oh, thought he could get the edge. Flag comes out as Ogba.
No, I'm working on robots.
Get to the perimeter. the dogma of this Miami Dolphins offensive line, defensive line.
Having the face mask. Defense number 91. 15-yard penalty.
This has got to be tough, though, right? I mean, just
Pardon
as
me.
a defense
I'm watching Monday Night Football. So
unit offense.
you're good. Let me just watch. It's with the. We're in a fantasy football tournament, and I need to win. It's a close game.
Big left side that has really dominated when you've called on him and capturing the line of scrimmage.
Formation Spears. For darting forward for a couple of yards. Frustration just building. Team that really escaped in the opening game against Jacksonville. En route to a third consecutive loss, and play at home again for a few weeks. They got to go on the road. This is the easy part of the Dolphins' schedule. Just one of their first 7 opponents was a playoff team from a year ago, and that was Buffalo. And they're one. It's much, much tougher if you look ahead for the Dolphins.
Yeah, it's a tall task sitting at likely 1-3. An offense that better part of 2.5 weeks is bad.
He's around. Calvin Ridley makes a nice little cut and dives down inside the 10. And the Titans here can smell blood.
I do think we got to credit Tennessee, though, as well. You know, this is a team that's 0-3.
Artificial intelligence companies to establish a playbook for testing.
But if you go to week 1, outside of one player, 2 plays, they beat Chicago. You go to week 2, outside of 1 or 2 plays, they probably beat the New York Jets. And Brian Callahan and this coaching staff and players say we're 0-3. We feel we are a better team than that.
I think they're about identity. I think they're finding theirs. They know.
36 would repeal elements of Prop 47 and levy harsher punishments for some theft and drug crimes.
Position, we would assume Levis given bye week to heal up. They come back a couple of weeks. They have Colts at home. Then
to the worst kinds of drugs, and those peddling these
very tough roads. So we have the near future, but the conversation. We don't think things up tonight, but 85 passing yards, but he didn't make any mistakes.
I think that's probably going to be the overwhelming conversation. You sit down, you watch the tape, and to your point, like they're fighting.
The hurricane believe DeSantis says it's meant to help people whose homes were completely destroyed by the storm.
It's Pollard. Carried the ball 15 times now.
You know what I'm saying? Like
80 yards.
We got a good young left side of our offensive line. Yeah, skill plays, good backs, really good defense.
Yeah. Well, the question here, obviously, is as they're going in here, maybe trying to take this game away with another score, is ultimately, what does the future look like at the quarterback position? Because you're right, there's a lot of nice people working for this football team. They got to fix the right side of their offensive line. But they've got tight end, wide receivers, they've got backs, defensive line. They've got all those ingredients. It's just, what are you getting out of the quarterback position?
Could even take a shot at the end zone here on 3rd and goal of 13. The answer is yes. It's incomplete. Trying to find for the tight end. Holland was there, and here comes the field goal team again. Lizzie Knight for Nick Folk.
Miami's defense keeps competing. But to your point, I just think that's going to be the overwhelming conversation in Tennessee.
Yep, for the rest of the season, without a doubt. So sort of fans see the same thing that we're seeing. Everyone sees the same thing. A lot of nice built blocks that GM Rand Carlton has put into place. You've got to have the most important position locked down.
Meanwhile, will tie his own career record with 5 field goals in the game. He's done that 5 times. Nice not done. Nice not done, but 6. 22-6.
With the mill on 99 is 100 hack and it fits in one.
I'm from here. From there. Oh, boss.
Traffic reports. I'm Pedro Moreno. The free iHeartRadio app is over 100
Everywhere.
Super Bowl champions.
If you're like us, you're tired of worn out plastic mats under your office chair. They dent and crack, and you're uncomfortable to roll on. I found a premium alternative, a glass chair mat by the Trezor. I liked it so much, I bought the company. I'm George Barton, president of the Trezor. Our glass chair mats are made of super strong glass and protected with the nanotech.
Hey there, it's Michael Lewis, author of Going Infinite, The Big Short, Moneyball, and Liar's Poker. On the latest season of
And we give you a life comfort, style, durability. A Vertraza glass chair mat will completely transform your workspace. Home office, office. We stock 18 popular sizes, and we ship free anywhere in the lower 48. Get the look you deserve. I invite you to shop online at Vertraza.com. Use promo code TV and save 10% on any glass chair mat at Vertraza.com.
all your music, sports, talk, and podcast.
Michelle, here's the good news. For Patriots is offering a special buy one get two free deal on its best-selling 72 hours of food kits. This kit has 3 servings food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, all designed to last 5 years. Go to 4patriots.com. This expires September 30th. Go to 4patriots.com now.
Still out of the foot. Society, collaborating, trying to encourage early cancer detection and save lives. Don't wait for NFL.com/virtual catch on your local cancer screening resources. The Foundation Dolphins Cancer Challenge and the Sylvester Comprehensive Cancer Center collaborating on a 10-year, $30
We're talking about people who have made tremendous
million partnership. The Foundation's history. Funds will also benefit the Stuart Scott Memorial Cancer Research Fund. 16-point game. 10:45 to go. Let's check in with Scott Van Pelt. Scott, what do you have for us?
So, Chris, going back and forth to Detroit, the after ball coming out of Detroit special. Colorado. Well, that's it. Jared Goff. That's his first touchdown catch. Seattle is trying to add.
Dikembe Mutombo.
This guy. Defensive football. Welcome back. Tyreek over the middle. So where have I heard that might be a good idea?
You know what? I can't do it. I just can't. I'm sitting up here like literally pulling my whatever hair I have out. They've hit this glance route twice. They've thrown the football. This is what his money on. And this is like how many times we can count on one hand and how many times he's thrown it.
No one right now.
I'm good.
Some good moments of your life with each and all of them. How many times have I seen the stars born? I don't know.
I don't know why SVP didn't say going back to the for our game as well.
17-yard gain back to the ground. Right for Steve spinning down through the 32. So desperate times for Miami if they're going to stage a big comeback. A couple of positive plays to get 20 more there.
A really nice job. You're going to get some motion. We've talked about that a little bit, trying to hesitate with those second-level defenders. And then watch this zone. Cut off all that flow. Blocker comes from one side of the ball and cuts it off. Creates really good angles on that front side.
That was a really nice block at the Austin Jackson. You're right. When you have angles like that, that's fun. That's easy. We got to get position on a guy like that. Jalen Wright, I remember talking about him when he came out in the draft last year. That kid had wheels.
So 2 plays producing 37 yards.
It wasn't about
Sebastian continues for a while.
Take a cross and then try to find a soft spot if someone like Mitchell at the bottom.
to have an off-the-cuff conversation with Angelo Dundee. That was Ali's trainer.
There and just Tyler Huntley under. Is it a high? Second and 10. He said that glance route. About one of the low runs. You got to be anticipating two safeties and you team area ready between those guys.
Flag down as Huntley steps up and puts it down the middle. Hill's got the ball. Before the snap, flag came out. And the momentum for Miami.
Illegal another set wire in the pass. 5-yard penalty. Still second that.
They were eager to get downfield into the pattern.
Yeah, you're going to watch. I think it's ticky-tacky. Look at Tyreek. What happened was everyone was walking. It's a lot of scrimmage. He kind of started walking with motion over time towards us and then came back out. So it's dicey. It was a ticky-tacky kind of call in that moment.
And more of us in the NFL get 22-yard gain. Like number 58.
I'd like to see the ball move is like to hit the triangle score.
Got it again.
Oh my goodness. Jalen Wright makes the catch. That's a short game. And it's the replay of the call.
The same thing. Illegal shift, offense. 5-yard penalty.
Hill again, as well as Julian Hill.
And you see both those guys now. Again, falls on the quarterback. You want to make sure the doesn't start to send up. You hear oftentimes to make sure that 1 second of everybody stays in.
Just visually look at the down and distance marker. You see it. These backs and judgment. That's what it does to your momentum.
Second and 20. Unable to escape the pocket. The Greenbacks in front of him will stutter step and will be knocked out of bounds. So 23 yards in there, 23-yard line. So Campbell moves up just about a yard short. Got 19 that time.
Chris, you get to see the frustration of the fits. The front of the players, the wide receivers, you walk in and follow them.
You know, we talk about
He was like sitting in the third and
Rose News Bros. The
okay. Two of 22 on third down the best.
It's one of those days where it's a very painful reminder that all this stuff really ain't all that important.
All right, and it's by 6.
It's that same run it's that motion and then right in comes on the right side. He cuts the line into the line of scrimmage. So now there's a little bit of flow to this offense in Miami. I think if you're Miami, you're going to lean into that run. Just another opportunity that again.
If Rod Wilson is corner of Tennessee, you want to make them put it in the air.
6th play of the drive. Huntley flips it to Waddle. No blockers out there. He's kind of
the bottom of the numbers, right at the those are done. If you're Miami, the alley runs,
right?
Now, right?
They haven't worked, but you've run them a bunch, right? You've shown them all the same ball and play action now, because you know people are coming flying. The play action has to be one of your game players out here. See if you can mark.
135 million. SoCal weather mostly clear tonight. Lows
1. They get a linebacker peeking.
well, they pitch it off to right, and the third down woes continue. Big Andre Sweater, 366 pounds, got out there on the edge and bear hugged LA
see some swelling as you approach Calzona Street and that stay slow.
The ball carrier.
It's really
before Paramount Boulevard, a stall there has been moved.
feel that crack in the 66 pounds of Andre Sweat.
He ran right through him. I mean, Kincaid kind of wanted no part of that.
Came down the field pregame, and I was like, you've got to be kidding. The guy's like his own state. Unbelievable.
Comes from a big state in Texas. Fourth down. Hey, there's a flag down. If you've heard that before, it's down, man. It just kind of takes off and runs down there for a first down. But check the latest marker.
Illegal shift offense. It was 9-5 when they were reset prior to the snap. 5-yard penalty. We play fourth down.
You said before, man, that it's the quarterback has responsibility.
Yeah, you can see.
And beyond to understand America's newest form of legalized gambling. Listen to Against the Rules on America's #1 podcast network.
I'm not blaming Tyler Huntley. This is really hard for him to try to control. He's been here for 2 weeks. Those are some of the basic stuff that just make it, it's a very ass trying to do.
So the penalty indicates it would have been a first down run. 4th and 11 here. Down 16, gotta have it. Put it short and trying to make the play. And finally, going for a first down. Here's Jalen.
TV Plus at number 6. Debuting at 5 this week is the new romantic comedy Nobody Wants This on Netflix, starring Kristen Bell.
It looks like
This week is the drama The Old
Jalen Waddle cross. And then he just turns on the jacks. Everyone's back deep. Protecting the down and distance markers. He's able to run for the first.
So they converted 4th and 11 with 18-yard gain. Miami trying to end that streak of 10 quarters without a touchdown as a first and goal.
Got him.
Down near the goal line and stopped just short of H.N.
A really good job by H.N. of just hugging those blocks. Not reaching out the ball. You see how he hugs those blocks. He gets vertical. And he's going to, just short.
His body's on the number, but the ball was not crossing the plane there. H.N. again. Penetration. Fights to get back and uses a half yard. Amani Hooker good from safety position. So the clock continues to run. Obviously, you need 2 touchdowns and 2 two-point conversions to tie this thing. Is it the 3rd and goal?
Quarterback run. Do you have that? Can you straight out? Quarterback run. Can you go solo?
Straight run. Reaches the end zone, and that drought is over. 10-point game. 3:36 to go, and of course they'll keep the offense out here, try to cut it to a 1-possession game.
Really good job by Snoop Huntley, just competing his tail off on that drive. Run some runs with Jalen Wright. Big run by Jalen Watt. So now, 2-point conversion. I think you spread out again, and just because it doesn't see something clean, his legs have really hard. You try to make sure you get an opportunity after.
Really big play here at time to make it that 1-possession game. Off the play fake, flipped into the end zone and is intercepted. Reaching up the ball is Andre Diggs. Ball always seems to find the veteran. So the margin is still 10, 3:36 to go. Scott?
About moments ago in Detroit, Dan, they're going up and down the field in Detroit. After Seattle scored a Walker touchdown, there goes Jamison Williams. J-Mo is gone. Up and down the field they go. Now a little bit Miami too. Feel better, Dan.
Fine gentlemen. I love you. You're rubbing it in, my friend.
I thought that was uncalled for. You're
slightly personal.
Haven't you guys known each other for like 30 years?
Well, again, a frustrating night. Huntley dreamed about this position. He talked about growing up near the stadium, wanting to play Dolphins quarterback. He said Pat White was the quarterback. Who was the Dolphins quarterback? Pat White. Okay. Out of West Virginia.
Chad Henne.
It's not the Marina where he's too young for that. But things have not worked out. He comes in here. It's been super frustrating. They get way behind. Finally find the end zone, but unable to convert. And so down 10. That's very slim. If you declare that you're going to do an onside kick, you almost never see these anymore. And that one is not very well executed and covered easily by Tyler Boyd there. So the last drive was 70 yards, 11 plays. He overcame a 4th and 11. But it took 7 minutes and 9 seconds. That's the problem.
They were able to at least find some things that were able to get them some positive chunk plays. He was entirely with his ability to pick up first downs with his legs. With his speed.
So Pollard, left in for 1. Solid night with a running back from Memphis. Picked up from the Cowboys.
Well, this 4-minute offense offensively. There's a lot of details that are touching quarterback. You're out of timing. Everybody hitting your single bounds. We're going to punch to the football. So when you get into contact or contact area, you're cross covered. It's really important. You don't want to snap the ball before really 1 second on that play clock. So you try to take every second available off the clock.
Just 4 passes thrown in the second half by Tennessee. Callahan keeping it on the ground. 7 running plays. And we're betting against number 18. There's Pollard again. So they're going to get the win early, and that's really, really important.
You need to look at the effing rule, watch where you're going. I ruled on the
Waiting for an 0-3 team. They have the early team by lose to go hand and have taken care of the football. And not maybe what this Callahan had in mind is see a more dynamic offense, but to get the win, to get to a bye, then sort of kind of reboot your season, see where Levis is, and see what you can build on. You can build around a defense, albeit again, quarterback 2 weeks ago here in Miami. Solid job.
Yeah, and it's a developing game. Yeah, you saw the shot there of Callahan trying his father, one of the legendary offensive line coaches in this game. And the left side of this offensive line is shooting tonight to power.
I thought it.
Look at the kind of talent that it has, and I think they found a formula that they're going to try and live by for the foreseeable future. They're going to have to put the football, play action, high percentage, 30s and catches.
Yeah, the offense took the ball away in the scrum and just trotting down the first end. Walker.
Yeah, it's not next year. You and me both will be in there. Mark, when is
it? Dead?
Look, I mean, defense that's 169 total yards up to Miami's offense now is right around 100 or less than for most of the game up until that drive. He's done it without the long-term defensive tackle like Jeffrey Simmons as well. So he's also added to the unit.
Clock stopping 2:42. Still not in the game. No ugly wins in the NFL. We are 3 of them.
Yeah, it's like this isn't a ranking system. This is a ironclad wins and losses.
There's no good to come.
The eye test doesn't matter.
Extra nuts lately, and I have no.
The schedule doesn't matter. All these wins, losses doesn't matter.
Next week, half off NFL week 5 with Monday Night Football on ESPN. Versus ESPN Plus, Saints, and the Chiefs. Good one. Chiefs a grinding victory yesterday.
Be interesting to see when they get news of Rasheed Rice is what looks to be unfortunate needs. You know, if the Chiefs go and make a move for a wide receiver, You know, he had 24 catches on the year. He's in no receiver on their roster has double-digit catches outside of him.
You would be seriously seeing the chances to take on the Saints again next Monday night. Coming from the end zone,
And down the interception attempt is incomplete. Amani Rickham tracking across there.
Not to see if it's viewed intentional grounding in the end zone. Pass rush was able to tee off.
If people are more prone to rage because of
It's 2 steps, but maybe pressure throughout. See the tackle box in the shaded area. And he's going to be right on the edge of it. And no Miami jersey here.
socially. For that amount of time, made it very difficult for us to reintegrate.
I mean, Tennessee's got the safety.
Moving incomplete right away. And Hooker went down trying to scoop that ball off the turf. Conversation with Clint Blakeman here. Dalton bench. Blakeman's a rules guy. He may have taken another look to see if he perhaps did control the ball while he was in bounds, Jerry.
Well, they're looking at a couple things. They're looking at what if he touched on the bounds, if we're onside kick, if he had control. So I think because the feet were up, he may have rolled that incomplete because they touched the out of bounds before any other ball.
So now Miami has, as you heard, declared the intention to plan onside kick. What you have to do, you got Jake Bailey, punter, in there. So all the Titans come up, and it's going to be that sky punt, which you can just, on the bounce, they get away from it. And they didn't call an onside kick. I mean, you can call fair catches. You got to come up and fair catch that. In effect, it's a kickoff. We're just punting it. Instead of bouncing, get away from it. Ethan Bonner comes up with it. A little bit of a brain freeze, and perhaps he got confused because the punter was out there. And when that's happened this season, we've seen the guy just step up and make a fair catch, Jerry, and then it's over.
They got to make sure it gets past the setup zone, first of all. So it could be a penalty for not getting to the setup zone. I'm not sure where it landed.
Special teams coach not happy. We'll tell you that, Jerry.
Cole Anderson, yeah. Remember they had a special teams firing last season, mid-season, after a couple of punts were blocked by Indy.
In this situation, the kicker kicked the ball beyond the landing zone. So there's a penalty for an illegal kick. And it's enforced for the 20-yard line, half a distance to the 10. It'd be first down.
I don't know if the Titans returner knew where it landed. He didn't just get away from it. Let's see. Did go beyond that landing zone, Jerry. The ball hit about the 42.
It's beyond the setup zone. So, the rolling there is a UNS, is what that is. That's what the rule is.
Do we have anything?
You still want him to get a step up and make a fair catch.
Sure, the operation of it.
You see, he said fair catch it.
So there's a specific landing area for the onside kick as well, or setup area? We're all learning on the fly.
So the penalty moves the ball, and Tennessee will take over the 10-yard line. This is of interest to some. They scored 24-12. Some hoping that I'll take a knee. Searching for reasons people might be
I'm not taking it.
All right.
Silence. Speak for it.
It's expected to be a low-scoring game, and it's been even slightly lower scoring than we expected. Fowler makes a cut. 3 yards. Just on their feet in Las Vegas. Let's let it run down to the 2-minute warning. Here are the best seconds on the door.
So that's what putting Phelps' face is. Super Levis standing there on the sideline, probably wondering.
There's going to be a lot of discussion. They're going to be happy to get the win, but on the bye week, there'll be some conversations about what's next for the Titans at quarterback position.
Some people just know they could save all stay first.
Let's get going. Everybody snap.
Like, you know, to check first before sharing your screen.
Oh, that is not. Oh, no. I don't know how that got in there. No, that.
Yeah, checking first is smart.
Okay, everybody get out.
So check all stay first for a quote like saving hundreds. You're in good hands, Halsey.
Gatorade, the world's most superior sport, designed to rehydrate, replenish, and refuel. It fuels the best because it is the best. Gatorade, is it in you?
Prime Big Deal Day is coming October 8th and 9th. Exclusive savings just for Prime members. You'll feel like a big deal. Shop deals on electronics, fashion, and more this Prime Big Deal Day, October 8th and 9th.
You have a taco? You're coming to try
Cantina Chicken Bowl and Burrito both have 25
Search against the rules and start listening.
grams of protein.
Hey,
Devontae.
Our library of over 350,000 titles.
Just more ads are.
That was the last one, I swear.
Check out my whole grandma is iPhone 16 more. What's holding that much? Go to T-Mobile.com. New iPhone 16 Pro on us. They're valued at 20% every month. First,
I'm Scott Van Pelt, for Sports Center live reaction from South Florida for this game. We'll also have live look-ins from the Seahawks and Lions game. Also remembering the life and career of Rose, who passed away earlier today at the age of 83. Chris, back to you.
Scott, thank you. 2 minutes on the clock. Colors, Mayfield, and talked about the Titans as we pick up the win, going into the bye week. Conversation they'll be having about who the quarterback is for Miami. Dropped it to 1-3, such a difference from last year. They got the last position before they lost the Titans here to secure AFC East title. Now, thoughts like that seem a long way off. There are many, many more questions and answers at this point as well.
And Tua's health is not the only part of that conversation. Right? They were down multiple starters. Todd Armstead, their middle linebackers. What is he dealing with? Yeah.
Pollard again. Now behind the line of scrimmage, and it's going to be 4th and goal. And let's see what the decision is. Nick Folk is on the field, but he isn't down by the huddle. Exactly a minute to go.
If you might be down now, you come back in, you meet with your football team later on this week. What's the conversation? What's the conversation with your staff? Like, how do you get this offense going to the point where it can get going a little bit more north and south and not so much side to side and get some points on the board? You just see a lot of long faces, like a lot of wondering eyes right now on the sideline for the Dolphins. Like, what does the rest of this season look like?
now. That's right. There's going to be some long faces. Let's see what the decision is here. It's 4th and goal. 30 seconds to go. The offense is out there. Folks over there about 2 yards into the playing field. He's never had 6 field goals in a career. Would be his personal. Two struggling offense.
He doesn't know the rules of the road, and I'm glad he doesn't, because
How do the experts in the know?
Deserve no shot is what you meant. No. Tony's too late. Don't try. Not a rim shot after a blue number 2. There's nothing funny about that. Don't look for the rim shot. There we go. That's a blue number 2. There you go.
Unskilled playing fullback, and they hand it off to Pollard. Bounce to the edge. Pollard going to the pylon, diving. Bingo. Touchdown. Tennessee.
A wave of emotion.
You see that burst? Many appreciated that burst. That's a good moment. You know what? Honestly, kidding aside, it caps a nice night. You know, he really couldn't get anything going. He gets around the edge. 22 carries, 80 hard-earned yards. He did that 1 yard real. But he reaches the end
Welcome
zone.
up.
Spears, that's 2 bright spots. All team overall.
The 10-yard touchdown drive with the offside. And Tennessee went to Miami with a less than scintillating but satisfying victory. 4-0, a small chance to reach the playoffs. The analytics that has improved significantly. Knee injury to form to be a costly victory. It's ridiculous.
It's wild to watch this young man play with the kind of poise and confidence he plays with. He is just lighting it up. I think he has got the Washington, D.C. area right now. Are we seeing that right? Got ourselves one. I think
it's exciting to see young players emerge. Obviously, there's no secret he won the Heisman Trophy. Some wonder would that translate? Could he, in year 1, make the Commanders exciting and relevant? And that's an emphatic yes.
Everybody at LSU talked about, read about his development since he came from ASU to LSU, and what did he put in? We just watched him play the game, and I know Dan, you watched him as well as me. He was just so on it, always in rhythm and composed at LSU. It's just translated to I think it's shocking that after a month within the season, Baker Washington, 2 things. He's sitting there going, we got ourselves back, and they can legitimately win the division. You know, with the way that Dallas looks and Philadelphia looks, there's no question that you sit there and say, if that young man continues to play that way, they can win.
Hung in there, ready to get down the field and that winding drive to finally reach the end zone again. What he was hoping for, Tanner Connor makes that catch. And Dolphins will line up to apparently run one more play. Another completion. Connor sees it, man, rolls, and that will end it. So Mason Rudolph off the bench. Will Levis injured his shoulder. And the veteran gets the job done. A running game and a stout defense. And Tennessee gets it in column for the first time. Both teams have 1-3.
Brian Callahan, we've said it a couple different times. Maybe they found a little bit of a formula that he thinks his offense can operate with it. Defensively, I think they know who they are. See what this needs for them, especially at the quarterback position. Because I do think there's going to be some interesting discussions back at their headquarters.
Especially because the 5 is coming up next, which gives Levis time to heal.
You run for almost 150 yards now. You get the good defense in Miami with Tennessee's defense. They can hang with that. I truly believe that. Under Denard Wilson, they're going to have some long, hard conversations with Will Levis. Can he learn the way that Mason Rudolph plays tonight and develop? Because you said it, there are some highs in this game that look really good.
Brian Callahan gets his first place as head coach.
It includes getting the stuff out of the vending machines.
But the thing is, the other part of it is, they're going to get access to this stuff. This is the real
You can't say, oh my God, it's a pandemic. They were out of school, they lost so much time to learn, and then you don't back up.
Give it up.
Business that is taking that is being conducted within China, if it
Lost to Charbonnet.
or could potentially help the military than China.
Right side, nice bounce. Foul. Now flags fly. Now it's Kemp holding. Offensive 14. Second down. Against TK Metcalf.
Yes, they suck. American company down there.
On Anzalone.
Yeah, he gets the hold on him. He's trying to get away. That's where they got him. It's a good job by Charbonnet because as Davis comes up and makes the tackle, Charbonnet's able to kind of start inside the bounce, but it was a good call. There's a hold there by DK Metcalf, backs him up.
Spot foul makes it 2nd and 9. Extra man on the rush, wide open is Charbonnet. They're trying to get around. They get around the first. That was Meek Robertson. Couldn't bring him down in a gain of 6. They're down at 3 coming up after this play. Good job by Metcalf. Tyler Lockett. He immediately sees where the ball's going. He's trying to block in case they will miss. He had a kick to get a little more. Got to expect to run 2-down territory, 3rd down and 3.
But then this woman they developed some sort of anti-gravity.
8-point game under 10 to go. Was Lockett the target, and Robertson, who just was involved on that last play, there to break it up, and the Seahawks will go for it on 4th down.
That was a great job by Meek Robertson because he initially was out of possession, but he's able to come in and make a play. And it didn't look to me, Russell, like there was contact before he got the ball.
Yeah, that looked like a clean one. 4th and 3. Smith.
And someone in this world.
Check right. 1st down, flags fly. And the indication is, well, could be offensive pass interference. Crowd reaction. Smith is down there leading his case, and the officials come together. So this wipe away a 1st down.
Pass interference. Offense number 16. 4th down.
Well, the problem is Tyler Lockett, he comes off as though he's blocking as opposed to running a route. Here he is, and he comes off the ball and he just runs through the defender. If he's looking like he's running a route, but that's what the official saw. He just looks up the defender and clocks with him.
Yeah, Troy, I agree with you 100%. He comes down and he assumes a blocking posture going down there. They're going to call offensive interference for that every time.
That's a missed opportunity because all he had to do is just really run a route, and they were going to get exactly what they got. Just a missed opportunity for Seattle. And with the penalty, instead of going for it, a punt from Dixon. And now full start, not a big deal. Full start, offense start 26, 5-yard penalty. Dixon's got a big break, not that really even comes to play themselves.
Yep, I'm saying, okay,
Here, but he has always lacking the offensive passer took the first down conversion away. And they shut this play down.
These are set the game clock at 9:02. I didn't find the clock. It'll start on the snap. Thank you.
I probably make it show on their electronics, shut down all
This one is so look at our game recap brought to you by United. Here is Jake Bogo. His first NFL touchdown. This beautiful throw from Amon-Ra St. Brown to Gronk for the touchdown. Kenneth Walker's got 3 touchdowns today. 70-yarder to Jamison Williams. The toss to Walker, defensive back, hits around Carlson Davis and scores a touchdown. We have seen a little bit of everything. We've seen it all. Right. And it seems like whenever an offense scores, the other one comes right down and matches it. The defense makes a stop. The other one makes a stop as well. And we've kind of been going back and forth. Now it's served for Seattle. Still an 8-point game. Goff throws. Completion. Patrick. 16 for 16 is Jared Goff. That's his best throw of the day. That was awfully good. And Patrick runs an outstanding route. You're going to see him come into your picture on the right-hand side. But pretty good protection up front. And he just finds that window and lays it out there perfectly as Patrick continues. That's really well done. You got to have good anticipation. You know what you're seeing as a quarterback to turn it loose and have the confidence that the receiver's going to win and be where he's
This book was in the 1990s, right?
Johnson on the tackle, a gain of 3. The first half, 12-12. Second half, he has that big 70-yarder mixed in for 162. You know, you get it like this, Joe, and
When you go back to like Betty and Barney Hill, which were one of the first people that ever got abducted by aliens.
But in slow motion a little bit. He's seeing the field perfectly. He's obviously he's throwing the ball accurately. He hasn't even yet thrown it into completion. And he's just been putting the ball right on the money all night long. 2nd and 7, and right up the cut. Gibbs pops out of there with a first down. Well, that shows you the power that Jahmyr Gibbs has. You know, you talk about Montgomery and what he's able to do. Well, this is what people don't always appreciate about Gibbs. He can finish some runs too, right between the tackles. The way he finishes that off at the end of that play is impressive. 7 minutes to go. First down from the 40, play action. Dropped off, pass caught. Laporta, still rumbling. Down near the 10. That was such a good call by Ben Johnson. He's anticipating Seattle being aggressive, that they're starting to get in field goal range. And so they turn loose and they run. It's just a perfectly played call by Ben Johnson, anticipating what you're going to get going. That 3 points in this situation is huge to extend the lead to 11. He's making it he feels like McDonald's going to throw.
No fact check. Let's does is have fun.
Locations per
Well,
1,000.
he's got, like those ancient tablets. He's an expert in like the deciphering of all those tablets.
Trying to run. You call it a rub, right? You see, when you divert your route in order to go look up the defender, you're going to typically get called, and that's a pretty costly.
Does not count as an incompletion. So 17 for 17. First and goal from the 20.
Now, Jared Goff, he understands how important 3 points is, so I would not expect him to put the ball in harm's way.
Here's the toss. Gets left side. Got a good block from Sam Laporta, who does a little bit of everything. Pro Bowler as a rookie last year with 86 catches and 10 touchdowns. It's second and goal. To the 12.
That was. He does a good job, Laporta, and then Taylor Decker. He's as good a run blocker as any left tackle in football, and he helps lead the way as well. And these Lions, both tackles, when they score, didn't talk much about him. He's had a good night, done a lot of good things, but he pulled these tackles more than anyone else in the game.
Stood up by Miles Adams. A gain of 4, so now third and 4. With the ball at the 8. And a timeout is taken by Seattle. But an 8-point game and a wildly entertaining night here. As we talked a lot about, obviously a lot about both sides, but the questions were about Seattle. And the 3-0 record, they got caught. They took on.
This is an unnatural. It's a television show. It's like weird pressure.
Oh, Nick, his first step.
Looking at this.
Rebuilding game. I think
the story would be written a little differently if they were in the halftime. You know, the way that they play, we're going to make some stops. So this second half, you know, whatever was said at halftime and however McDonald got their attention, this team was played. However this thing ends, we feel good about this. And it's not an easy place to come in and play against a team that was in the NFC Championship game last year. And they've been competitive, and they've been in a heck of a ball game.
What a catch. It's a...
David Michael.
I haven't seen the signal yet. As Amon-Ra St. Brown made the catch. It looked good. The catch, the toe taps, and that's a touchdown. That's a tutty. It's a tutty, but both officials, I don't know, maybe it's on the replay, but I didn't see him make a call. No, nor did I.
I don't know what they're waiting on.
And they've even confirmed it. And that is a beautiful catch by Amon-Ra St. Brown. A signal for no. It counts for 6 and now 7. And Amon-Ra St. Brown. Boy, has he been good for the Lions. So tough, so good. And this guy, great tonight. More to come from Detroit.
Interact with the world. It's all weird stuff. I don't think they completely have it. Like they can't recreate it. You know? Yeah. You know, some of this. Have you heard of Joe the Prodigal?
Difference between 2 Whopper Juniors for just $5. You've earned this, so hold it up high. Because it's the things you make. It's like the show that you made. You are a fighter, and this is your reward. Modelo, mark of a fighter.
Walmart stop October 8th to 13th. And Walmart access to all the happy deals. Get ready to fight.
Well, how do you
Stop Walmart October 8th to 13th.
everybody has he said it did grow.
When you're born at Carnival, you're born a Steelers fan.
He was
When you're a homeowner, you never. One day you're cleaning the gutter, the next day you're cleaning the gutter. Some days you're cleaning the other days you're waking up. And now you can do it all. And you, like yourself, save over $85 when you upgrade.
And then language.
Your home are so and install. Save over 50% at Red Double Silk Coat Talk. No, $3.99. Well, you know, put yourself where you. Sometimes life is a funny way to train sideways. Like when your kid decides they're a professional stylist the morning of picture day. Or when your to-do list isn't quite done. When you're ready, or when you're sure you need, but you actually need one more thing. Oh,
I got you. Are we happy?
Yeah, life never really goes the way you plan, but that's why we're here. It means more at writing.
I mean, that makes sense.
Well, our SEC football Saturday, three great matchups. Number 9, Mizzou, and number 25, Texas A&M at 12. Auburn and Georgia, number 5 at 3:30, and then number 4, Tennessee